Good morning, everybody. We are back. We are live with the CCT Season 3 Series 2, and Nexus is having a bit of a realization that my hair is absolutely glorious this morning as we are getting ready to enjoy our elimination days here. It's the first stage of elimination, and I hope I won't be eliminated after this one. But
yeah, I was told a warning that his hair looks fantastic this morning. I was not prepared.
I'm trying.
I was capable of imagining it, but seeing it is different. Wow, that is something.
Sometimes I surprise myself by my genius. I truly scare myself. Somehow I sleep at night in a position where my hair is automatically.
Yeah.
Let's end that discussion right there, and let's focus on the day, ladies and gents. The schedule ahead of us. Nexus. I mean, we've got 2 games ahead of us for us two, and then 2 more afterwards in the afternoon. Honestly, I'm kind of scared of this first one.
Really?
Yeah.
Would it happen to do anything with the fact that Delta's lost about 10 games in a row?
It's got to do with the fact that Delta had lost 11 games in a row, all of them 2-0 or 0-2, played a total of 16 games in their whole career and had only won 3 of them. And out of 16 series, not maps, out of 16 best of 3s, they had only taken a total of 8 maps. So I think that speaks for itself. I have no clue what to expect. Honestly, I don't even know how the hell they made it to here given their track record, but they are here. They're in the 0-2 bracket, which means they will be eliminated if they lose. And honestly, I have no clue what to expect. Dosic, Homeboys, Mixmeister, Odoni, and Dune. I am expecting this to be a blowout like no other. Maybe I'm going to be surprised. Maybe. I don't know. I'll take that chance, but honestly here, I maybe not.
Yeah, that is interesting. One of the losses as well they've already had did come from Sabra previously as well at the start of the month. So 3 weeks ago-ish, give or take a couple of days. But actually, no, 2 of the days. 13-1 and 13-5 in that series. Inferno and Mirage, who were played. Sabra did kind of give them the L to hold in that situation. So previous experience is already there between the teams, but there's more as well we need to see, and that is, well, what do Sabra have in terms of their individuals? We've seen them now once or twice. Looked fairly good.
Twice, yes.
All in all. They did give us the individual sort of show that we wanted to see. Well, It wasn't exactly a win. I think we watched against Passion UA. We saw fire out of them on map number 2, right?
Yes.
On their mapping of Anubis, things didn't go as well, but they still did give us a flashes of what they can do in the end, which is always nice to see. But still lost that series 0-2. Then they played against Fireflux. They picked up 3 rounds in that series. But they are still a growing team, and one that I'm looking forward to seeing as well a bit more. So we can bring up the Ukrainian side as well. I just want you to tell me, like, from that last series, is there anyone that really stuck to your mind?
Honestly, Niter had some great moments. I remember that specifically. I know Jacast did pretty well. Did not disappoint. Fake Reality, I think, though, has to stand out, right? Maybe Fake Reality and Tripex both.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was just kind of looking to see if there's anyone you don't want to really mention here, and, well, that was Hodix in this case, but...
I guess Hodix, yeah, but because of him.
Yeah, it was the sort of game where the one we saw against Passion U in the first round of the Swiss stage, they just didn't really get to do... Right, they only got about 14 rounds total. But we only saw a little bit from them in that series, right? We look at Mirage, where they got a couple more. That's where Tripex did manage to get at least 19 kills, top of the server, only behind them, actually. So I lied. And then Nature, Fake Reality as well, both had a great map, what I say, with Tripex. But it was the sort of game where we, like I say, we saw the flashes, we saw what they can kind of do, and then it's just on to the team itself to... excuse me, to get better and better and start growing as they kind of try to reach this new sort of level that they might be capable of. And just from what we've seen, it definitely is doable. It just takes a little bit of practice, a little bit of effort, a lot of practice, a lot of effort actually, to get to that level. And we want to see that as well happen, because we're here for good Counter-Strike. So hoping for the best, expecting something in the mediocre levels, maybe. I don't know. But we'll see how that looks as well now, right? Going on about it. Sabre versus Passion, the game we last saw. That was a different sort of thing. But now, Sabre playing against an opponent that is not on the level of Passion UA. That's what's making me interested in this one.
I guess that's one way to look at it, yeah.
Yeah. So... let's move over toward that video as well, shall we? Because we have no goddamn idea.
No clue. Zero clue. And I'm not too surprised. We see Mirage first, Dust Ban, Nuke Ban, Classics. Mirage pick by Delta. I kind of like it. I think it's better than any other map, possibly. It's the best map, I always say. When you are in a bad way as a team, if maybe things are not going exactly as planned, Mirage is always a good kind of stabilizer, so I'm not surprised. Ancient second, I think that's going to be a spanking. I absolutely dominate Ancient. We've seen them, as you said, twice, and they've been playing a pretty good game of CS. They've had their fair share of mistakes, yes, but regardless.
Yeah, do you want to talk about Inferno? Do you think this is gonna go there?
No. I say no third map at all. I think this is a 2-0. I think Sabre take them here.
Yeah, now, I'll preface this by anyone thinking we're maybe harsh or anything of the sort. We're playing this off the information we have. We've not seen Delta before. We only have the results here, so we can only go of that here. So, part of that is slight ignorance, because we haven't actually seen how they play. But from the numbers alone, there's not a lot that is in confidence here to Delta's benefit. And thus, it is definitely putting us in this situation where we're saying, okay, there's just not a lot here. And we can only go of what we saw, which was flashes of decent gameplay from Sabre, individuals that were awake at times, but still struggles. And that was against a team as good as Passion UA and the individuals they have. So, you take a step or two down from that level to Delta. And it feels like it should be a fairly easy call to make. So we're here to see if Delta can kind of prove that wrong.
Yeah.
As simple as that.
I agree. Absolutely. Looking to make do and fix things right. We'll see if that's going to be successful or not, though. Like I said, I feel like Mirage, great choice for Delta, at least in retrospect. Most basic of maps, that should be no problem, playing. Ancient, I don't believe they win at all. Like, Ancient, I have 0% chance in or hope in Delta. Because Sabre, like, we've seen Sabre. I've watched them play. These guys don't mess about. Yeah, they might have lost against Passion UA, but it's still, they seem to have the determination required, shall I say. Though statistically,
but
perhaps.
What if Delta make a really good case for themselves on Mirage?
Sure, then okay, I believe it when I see it. Honestly, just by statistics alone, by recent matches alone, if you look at the numbers, it feels like Delta's not even on this level at all. Like, they're like at least 2 levels below everybody else.
Maybe. I was just kind of seeing if you were to buy into that, but pretty good response, pretty good answer. Tsukumi, I'll make it a bit of a wrinkle cosplay here, I think. Nice. Looks pretty good. But statistics don't really match the man. That is something. Tripix on the other side, right? It's not like the ratings are out of this world for anybody. I think the second highest rated as well would be Nature on 1.04. But comes up with both Nature and Tripix have a very solid like 1.11, 1.12 impact as well. Now, as well, you do gotta keep in mind that the statistics here that the pool we're taking from is about 11 games being played. It's not a whole lot when it comes to Tripix. For Nature, there's at least like 50. So it is a slightly difficult situation at times to say, yo, this is what the statistics tell us. No. It's just a guideline. We kind of get a vibe, maybe. It's an early vibe check. To put it easy.
It is. It feels like we're gonna be going. Into this first map, obviously a little bit wonky. We're not sure what to expect, but I'm genuinely believing that Sabre should take it. Like, that's my that's what I'm convinced into. Because you can't tell me you lose 13 matches in a row, all 0-2, all 13 to 1, or 11 matches, 13 to 1 to max somewhere 13-5, 13-6. Like, that tells you that the difference between them and their opponents was immense, and there's just no making up for that in that short span of time that they have played it recently. Like, maybe in half a year we can talk about a different scenario, but this is Counter-Strike. I know from first-hand experience how long it takes to reach a certain level and then, go from there onwards. I feel like it's not going to be a fluke that this is going to be number 12.
Yeah, like we had this, I guess, mention of this talk yesterday? The day before? 2 days ago? I don't remember. It's like the mentality of, in gaming specifically, in Counter-Strike, I think a lot of people come across it. You're playing okay, you're still learning. This is one that's going to apply to a lot of people because it's so early on as well. You've got your aim down, you're like, okay, I know how to shoot people. Then you start thinking, okay, but what if I can be still better? You start loading all these nades, but it's just a jumble of confusion in your brain. You need to learn how, but now I'm learning all these, but my game, it should be better. It's not what's happening. It's that mental block of adding everything together to perform at your very best, kind of, that for a little bit is an issue. But I'm hoping that we can still at least get kind of past that as well eventually as well on both these teams, right?
Yeah.
More on the side of Sabre, since we've seen the better results out of them. But it would go against me to say I would also like to see Delta get out of this losing streak. So,
I mean, I think everybody wants to see a team do well. Obviously, there's no joke around it. But just for some reason, my belief is yet to be ignited. All I'll say, it's gonna take them. It's gonna have to take them a lot of convincing for me to believe otherwise. Not to mention, obviously, perhaps I'm a bit biased because I've already seen Delt play, and I know that they can be a scary team when they put their mind to it, or at least...
Sabre, but yeah.
Sorry, excuse me, Sabre, yeah, my bad. We're still early morning here in Europe. It's 10 in the morning here, 7 past 10, actually. But in general, final thoughts would be Sabre take this 2-0. I'm thinking Mirage is going to be as close as it gets, probably. It's likely. It is Mirage, though on Ancient, I don't see any chance, and we are not going to see Inferno at the end of the day. Final thoughts? Give it to me. Like, what's the final few thoughts you have here before we go to a break, let's say?
As much as I hate to go and say, okay, a team probably does not have much of a chance, I feel like this is one of those rare times I'm going to say that. It's just the statistics are too much in this situation. The vibe check, they've not really passed it.
I gotta agree.
Here's a cat, and let's move away, I think.
yeah, that's a fair way to put it, I think, as well. It's one of the rare times where you and I can safely say without guilt in our words or in our feelings, you know, that a team is probably going to be going down 0-2. Maybe not. Maybe we'll be surprised. Maybe something else happens. We'll be back after a short break since the teams are not yet ready. I love it. And we are back.
It didn't take us long.
No, it didn't, thankfully.
Yeah, we had a bit of an issue earlier with monitors, and then eventually, fairly quickly, did get resolved. And it's just a classic here. Sometimes it's gonna take a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes, and sometimes up to 45 or an hour, you know?
And sometimes forever. But yes, forever is here. Ladies and gents, Mirage, Sabre, CT, Delta T. Let's see if Delta Force gets this. It's going to be a B attempt.
That was my old Mario Kart. That's what it was called. Nature in the meantime. He's got one. Dude and Dulcic opening things up as well. 2-4-2 for the initial trades. Bomb. Starting to get planted enough for sure, thankfully. That is where Hordex is waiting. Think against that, now long range. USP down. One more still on that T side, but second man in the apartments holding for this cross. It's gonna make things a little bit more difficult, but they've spotted him, they've seen him, and Tropics have taken them both down. A total of 3. And plenty of time for a defuse. First round, Sabre. It is on the board. It does come from the retake, so there is money going around on Delta's side here. Does help. But let's see. I think most situations teams will force bind this. And yeah, there it is. Doesn't surprise me. Theo, what's going on in your mind? You're done standing up now, you're getting ready. You're feeling the blood in your legs, or you're feeling it rushing. Energy actually, in the morning. How you doing?
I have to disappoint you. I haven't stood up.
Oh, I thought you were standing up. I thought you were preparing.
Not yet, not yet. Now I'm gonna do it right here. I'm getting the courage. Is it even worth standing up? Is what I'm thinking here. You know, is it gonna be a one-sided affair in a way where standing up will be rather a nuisance than an actual benefit? But
will it be a nuisance to be slightly more healthy or health conscious?
I know. This fine morning, Delta has come upon a very dangerous opponent. It is elimination day. Both teams will be eliminated if they lose, so there are no second chances beside winning and winning yet again. Hurix, Actually winning 3 times. They are 0-2, which means they have to win the next 3 best of 3s, including this one. Well, this one and 2 more. Oh.
From afar, Hornix.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of masterclass from ashore to defense.
Mixmeister, nice entry. But they lost the C4, that's the problem, right? So, how the hell do you make up for that? And Palace control going to be taken by Fake Reality. Mixmeister, is he reading this? Needs to be well aware of that. Okay. Okay. He didn't even look at CT once, which is a bit awkward, but sure. In CT, big flank. They'll check each other, and homeboys will get the kill. Tripex. What?
Tried to move in before they would have known. It's causing. It's not an easy route. It is by no means a clean one. It looked good here. When Hornix gets those first few, that's when things look great, and then Mixmeister, a couple of his own and from CT homeboys will secure this one eventually. At least the Sabre's force, why do we go back and forth a little bit? Time to stand up, Till.
I have stood up. It's time. It's time for the game to truly begin. Delta,
I can't wait to show you the picture of me now sit down.
I imagine that and blast, yeah.
No. I'm standing, I'm chilling. Now I gotta wake up properly for the morning. Get some energy.
Yeah, exactly. Standing up good for your health, for your circulation, for your veins, and it makes sure that your back isn't completely screwed after sitting for 8 hours. Mixmeister is gonna mix up another kill. That's Tripex, starting off strong again. Delta proving to be a tough nut to crack. Apparently, Sabre on a force fight that has no purchase. A round that is about to end. Well done.
Oh. Nazer left to save. It's got a Lil and he's got nothing else.
Bomb has been planted.
Yep.
It's a rough start now for Sabre. They got the pistol and then lost against the force spy.
This is no start at all. But yeah, very rough regardless. This force spy obviously had to be done. So, not much you can say off it. Oh, Dune, do you turn... Oh, this is the time... What? What? Did
Hold
he
it back?
see...
Yep.
Surely he saw him, yeah.
Terrorists win.
Oh, boy. Yeah, he's not going to try and retrieve that AK for a second there. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Second round, Delta. Okay, one survivor ain't great, but it's better than nothing. It's better than a loss. It's better than a straight L. Do we have Sabre chancing a stack? Or what did they do? Niter gonna go window with the Glil. Okay, gonna fight for control. No, just go con. Sure. No, just go stairs. Okay, that's a long way around that position. Avoiding to jump across pit spot. Burix, Deagle in hand. 5-7 next to him. Fake Reality. Staying on B. Homeboys pushing out under. Dosic already in con. Tripex found in T-base, the same as Jacast as they were pushing. They read the flank perfectly and they clear the corner better even. That is round done. That is number 3 secured. Well done. I guess we're gonna have to be eating our words soon, perhaps. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I'm not afraid yet. I'm not afraid at all. This is nothing set in stone just yet. Sabre, once they wake up, will see the real, you know, the real challenge, shall we say.
Bomb has been planted.
We'll see. Because they did also get a massive beating by Fireflux. Featured a 13-1 and a 13-2 on Ancient, so...
Yeah.
Ooh. We'll see how that will play out. We've only seen a limited size of them. We've only seen the Passion game. Where we did go into saying Passion be a little bit shaky. But they still gave us a okay game. Now, gotta give us a decent game. Guns coming out. AWP will be left on the back foot, and so round 5. Let's see what you got.
Let us see indeed. No op, limited util, no diffuse kit. Sabre is playing with fire here, but they're counting on their aim to save them. No water required. Johnny. Flesh checked as Dune is able to refrag. Important that it goes the way it does. Homeboys loses 46 HP. So if Dune had not gotten the kill from top mid, there could have been a double in under. Meanwhile, pushing through short, aggressing. Dune still from Delpan. Niter does in the end find him, and he's going to be given a secondary. Solo peeking in B-apps. Not going to work, homeboys. At 46 HP already tagged. Few bullets finish the job, and now Tripix is already on the corner, just expecting a potential push or thinking if somebody does arrive, he'll be able to engage and delay him. Well, whoa, Nater, that's not nice. 2 versus 2, hold up, we ain't done yet. The bomb's reaching the A site, 40 seconds. Delta, they get the bomb down. Tripix, you should not be dying, but you should be kind of getting attention on yourself here, at least a little bit. Now they know where one of the players is or was, and Mixmeister in CT. He still gets one. It's down to 16 for him, though. The nade, not going to be deep enough. It does not bounce. The Molotov might be. The Molotov...
Oh, that's good enough.
Yeah,
Surely
it forces him wide. It's just not there.
Views complete. I'll say, Mixmeister is going to say a very good start here.
Yeah, we've seen a few great moments from him, absolutely. I agree.
Because of him, they get that first round as well on the board. Name is Homeboys, now on the AWP. And for the sake of convenience, Homeboys, Tsukumiao, just be calling him Homeboys so nobody gets confused in that regard, hopefully. People will still be asking, but just makes it a little bit easier on the server.
We're assuming that much. We don't know if it's actually the case. It could be a different
shows
player.
him on the HL. It shows him on HL TV as Tsukumiya on the scoreboard as well. So
Ah, it does. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
fair, fair.
the live scoreboard bot.
Well, let's see who's going to be a bot in this one, shall we? A noob. even.
Game calling somebody a bot.
What? No, that's what age are you from, man? What the hell? Are you Gen Zer? Gets offended by every little last thing.
Unfortunately,
Ay, ay, ay.
by technicality, I think I do qualify for Gen Z. If I don't want to.
by the fact you were born 2000, yeah.
Spiritually, no.
Spiritually,
reject.
you're my age. Spiritually, you're right there with me. Crispy age of 32, reaching 33 soon, just like Jesus. Around 40 seconds left. Hoodix. Oh, this is going to be a good hold, isn't it? Yeah, 1 by 1. Feed the beast. That's how you do not play connector engagements. One by one into Hoodix. Like, what did you expect was going to happen? He's going to just bend over and let you get him? Like, what? Like, I don't get that. I really don't. 1 by 1.
Yeah, you saw after every single kill as well, like, Hodix had enough time to reset his aim, wait another second, and then they walk in, wait, and shoot again.
It's like playing bot arena, you know, bots. It's where you're resetting the corner on your own terms instead of having actual movable targets. Well, in any case, we're joking. We're messing about a little bit. Delta, they're taking, you know, they're obviously doing pretty well so far. It's not bad. A few mistakes here and there, sure, but let's see this eco. Maybe they can get away with fake reality. That'd be a great pickup, actually. As he just continues to challenge. That's mad. I am perplexed that he would decide to fight this all the way.
Yeah, now Nature's low.
And Nature's
I don't
now
like
low.
this
I hate
overconfidence, the way they peak this one.
Yeah, Jacast has been seen. His leg has been spotted. Mixmeister should be able to get a kill here. But yeah, I agree with you. It's ludicrous that they are just giving zero rats asses about their own lives like that. Just pushing with a rifle like deep into apps 5v5, like not even a care in the world. And I'm just happy that somebody was behind him. That Niter was right there with him, right? That instead of
yeah, but if you have fake reality going that far in Niter, then trying to go after him, why not just go together from the beginning?
Yeah.
If he was committing to it anyway, saying his teammates dead.
Yeah, it's the same principle as before Delta's push into Con, right? Same principle.
It's
Why alone?
It's protect precedent, right?
Yeah.
You can escort him in and say, yep, decent enough, and then back away.
Oh!
Jackass gets away with the first one, holding for the second. Fake reality, push apartments now makes a bit more sense if his teammates have gone for this aggressive play elsewhere. Dude starts to anticipate, turns around, and now the tide has turned back to even numbers.
I don't get this from fake reality. That was probably, unfortunately, one of the dumbest things you could have done. You don't have B control now. You've lost the whole of B. You pushed B apps. You know there's one there. Like, lucky for Sabre that the C4 isn't in position, that the team isn't ready to take B this quickly. Niter will also prevent that from happening. So right now, they, like, fake reality can be happy that nobody's going to know what happened in apps, because that was a very foolish move on his part. It's a 4v3. They have the advantage. They have everything going for them. And the only thing you have to do there is wait, not die. And yet he pushes, dies, leaves B open. And now imagine in this instance, if the player that is in T base had the C4 in B apps, that would have been a B plant. Another third player would have been lurking back through the apps. All of a sudden, Sabre might have lost the round even. So this is... I just want to point out how foolish some of these moments are. But luckily, Sabre still get away with it. Or luckily for them.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't clean in that regard, I gotta agree. Here, out to B is a Tech 9. One is single one, but making it toward the car is already a good achievement. But now you gotta get past the rest, and Nature, from short, he'll offer up a little bit of assistance, a long range burst or two, and it's Dottic all alone, no more kills, it's just the entry they get to fake reality. Sabre, 6 on the board, if I'm not mistaken now, and loss bonus already at max when it comes to Delta, so they'll be A-OK. Now it's just the cycle of eco, buy, half buy.
I don't think it's max yet, but...
It is max.
It is max? Oh, yeah, it is. It is, because it was 1 and then 2 for Delta, then... Yeah,
Don't do the math.
Right.
Don't do math.
Yeah. No, you're right, you're right. I'm just misremembering how the game started. Sabre won the pistol, that's why. Oh, that molly wasted for nothing. A lot of utility for mid-taking. Delta has wasted pretty much a good part of it. And they're left
no
with
damage to Hodix at all.
Yeah, I
runs through.
1 damage. That's it. That's all he gets. 1 tick.
I don't consider that real.
Yeah, that's illusionary. The thing is, look at how many grenades Delta had used up in order to get this control. They have 2 mollies left, 1 nade and 1 flash. So I think they commit B here. That's the feeling I'm getting. Like a full
yeah,
B
with that
send.
kill specifically, it has to be Nature in trouble. Getting chased on short, and he'll move back away.
What?
He tries to get away and then decides to engage anyway. Isa is left completely open because of it. From afar, an AK spray ain't clean, but will keep them away.
I guess everybody's a little bit easy this morning. Not just my
Yeah,
hair.
it seems like it.
Like, honestly, what the actual F are we watching here? Like, he does all the legwork to stay alive and then runs right back into the belly. Like, I'm genuinely just perplexed as to what are we watching.
That
I mean,
is
they have money,
yeah,
but...
I can get behind that sort of thought process because it is very scrappy and weird. Like, the team aspect of the game right now is not at a, you know, not even like a B level, be a C if you want to argue for it. But it's definitely lacking the execution.
Right now, this is C-. Like, it's a passable grade, but it's not gonna get any good marks.
Ooh, hold on. Maybe we can change that a little bit.
Let's
All
see.
aggressive in top mid.
I think they need to retreat
away
now.
here. Molly up close. And let them know
double
there is
molly.
going to be a
Hold
second one. Double mollies is okay, but what are you going to do with this? Because apparently nothing.
Nothing. You pull back. Yeah, you got to play it safe. You don't have a choice. The player in Palace. Oh, Mixmeister. Almost getting a potential second there would have been masterful. Donny clears out Hoodix in B. Niter now has to be the anchor, and, well, he will hold. He's still got a smoke up, and they're running through apps. They're giving it their all. Oh, please don't jump, Niter. Okay, he doesn't jump, but he does burn. Still Katniss one. Another jump. It's going to be Dosick in the fly moment as it's Jackass to be caught in lower. Sabre, they did not even rotate. How?
I do not know.
How do you not go through kitchen and help your teammate on site? Niter, that is, of course. 1v2. Tripex. Go big, go home. Decent
Wait,
damage. Still
Oh,
alive.
he's got
He's
such
on site.
space.
He's closed
Time
the
is
gap.
issue. Has a smoke as well, so if he would have outed us first, maybe there was a chance against the AWP, but needed to find that. It doesn't get it. 6-2-5. Now, I don't know. Like, how is Mixmeister allowed so many kills, especially now? It feels like Palace is where he just belongs, and he still gets out with more than he should, almost.
Sure, that's
But
one part of the problem.
My
The bigger part of the
condolences
problem...
also on fake reality, right? He's not having a great game at the moment, and then as well when... I was gonna say, right, because that mid-play that Zabra made previously, they just went off spawn fake reality to A
Fake
and
reality is about
B.
to die in apps again. Like, he's pushing apps again. Like, what is he thinking here? Like, he's
And
solo...
well.
Look, he's the solo B anchor in apps. He's gonna die. Like, what are they thinking here? Why do you have to play so aggro in apps? I don't get it. Like... He's losing every single duel there, and he goes there every single round still. It's just madness. This is a complete tomfoolery, buffoonery, whatever you want to call it. I must have woken on the wrong side of the bed today. Yeah, I'll give you that. I might be a bit cranky. My hair is not great. But
The hair is just
I'm
a mood
holding
indicator.
all of the... Like, I'm definitely holding this team to a higher standard than perhaps they themselves are even. Like, I'm holding any team that is at this level on a high standard, and you have to make sure that there are no rookie basic mistakes, because those are unacceptable at this point. They have a kit, so a retake's still possible. Let's see if it's a 7-5 or a 6-6. Delta will be very happy with 6. It's better than perhaps they would have otherwise imagined. On their map pick, they're hoping for more success.
That's
And now
Mixmeister going
Mixmeister,
out.
yeah, he's about to flank one at least. He's late. Goes back into jungle. Knows his timing has to be correct. They're going to anticipate jungle. Tripex loses his duel. Dosick through the smoke, and it's enough. Number 6 secured. That is the halftime done. Hoodix, did he disconnect? Okay.
No.
He's just...
Yeah, that is
pointless.
not great. You have the Palace smoke down. You could have just gone top of ticket and watch and assist, right?
I don't know why he
when
doesn't
the only
assist,
one
but look-
spraying at you is the player on ramp to stop the defuse. There's no
Yeah,
cover for it.
look, let's... I don't even want to talk about this anymore. Honestly, I'm just... This first half was a half full of just bad decisions. And that's what brings rounds to Delta. I'm not trying to be edgy. I'm not trying to be a dick about this. But genuinely, Sabre had made some horrible tactical decisions that led them to losing the rounds. Simple as that. There could have been still rounds won by Delta in certain scenarios, but quite a few of them, if Sabre had not done what they did, if they had not been as careless and as how do you call it? What's the good word here? Not careless, or careless and carefree, I think is even better. I'm sure this wouldn't have been 6-6. Like, a few entries went well. That's all it took for Delta to took rounds. That's what I'm trying to say. It took 1 or 2 entries for Sabre to, to fold. Fake reality giving himself up on B every single almost other round. I rest my case. I'm kind of mad.
We can hope for a better tone, but at the moment, it definitely... I can still get behind that as well. It's not great. Now, trying to redeem himself, fake reality. 1 and 2, hello. Deep to CT as well. There's support. No, there's not. Repix left completely in the dust. Fake reality hits third, and he's jumping through smoke. They're feeling confident. He wants that ace apparently as well. He'll take 4 in total. That's a crazy round for fake reality. In every way. Just finding those 4 kills, jumping through the smokes as well, and they just pressure them together. At the end, Sabre at least can use that advantage they have in numbers and make sure that they will take that. 7 now put up. That's the advantage. Another pistol. They got both. But in that first half, it was after the pistol things went south. They lost against the force fight. 3 in a row, and then 3-1 from that 1-0 start. Here, should not have those same issues, right?
No, absolutely.
If you do, I'm more than worried.
I will have some questions afterwards if they do. In any case, short taken, ladder taken, fake reality finds 1 homeboys. Where the hell did he connect? Into window? Did Niter jump in? Yeah, he jumped into window. Oh my, come on. Like, are you spreading B or you're spreading A? What are you doing? Why are you giving homeboys solo engage? Like, what is happening right now? Sabre, what is this logic that you're following into fake reality? He's gonna get deagled? No. Is able to react. Homeboys gets clapped, and it's Dune. Oh! Oh, snap!
That's just a couple of sharp shots. Can't do much about that, but would have helped you if you did have your teammates here. If you didn't give away those early engagements. Instead,
what?
Doesn't realize Johnny's still around. And will be enough to close the round. What the hell? Now you have issues. How do you lose against? There was Desert Eagle at a 5-7, I think. Maybe 2 Deagles. Maybe 2 Deagles and a 5-7.
2 Deagles. That was
Sabre. That's enough.
That is disgusting, Sabre. Like, what are you thinking here? Like, I want to know the thought process.
That is just a throwback to the first half.
Yeah, for real. It's like, yeah, let's just remember what we used to do or what we did.
We treat that as a full eco anyway. Like, how the hell?
That was a full eco. That was a full eco. Not there was a few pistols. That's it. Like, that's standard.
It was. Yeah, it would have been 5 or MP9s for this gun round otherwise. Now it's an AK and it's a shutdown of B. They can't even get in.
Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get off my, like, I think I'm gonna start one off soon crazily. Like, this is, it's getting at me, honestly, legitimately. This is
zoinks.
Like, Sabre, what? What's happening? Like, what's happening? Yes.
This is just a situation that never should be.
No, not in a million years. This should not have been happening. I mean, clearly they are playing better. They're just tactically so inept. It's crazy. It's like it's not even close. I mean, yeah, these rounds, that doesn't matter. It's a straight palace rush. It's fine. You know, you're trying. Maybe you get lucky, maybe not. But
it's okay. So there's a couple of ways to also then approach this. Okay, if you want to make those plays, I'll go with one side, even try to take the other, and say just don't do that. But if you want to make these sorts of extensions or overextensions, as they're currently for the side of Sabre, you need to have a better framework around those things. You cannot just send in your players dry and hope that they do the best they can.
One by one.
Don't get Desert Eagles in the head or whatever. Don't get shot down by, on the CT side, we saw those apartment, which is fake reality. You need to have some sort of framework. You need to have support around these plays. Wow. But none of that is there. And then the other side of that coin is, just don't do it. Don't overextend. Just play as a team. Don't go one by one.
I mean, I think it's too late now. I think they've lost this map. Like, this is... I have no words, honestly. I'm trying to find reason. I'm trying to find logic in every action they do. There's not always gonna be there, and yes, you can make it up on the moments and the feelings and the emotions of the moment of the round. Absolutely, there are reasons to play the way they play, but you've said it yourself best. When you play like that, you set up the groundwork for it. You prepare your teammates to support that one player who will be attempting a very dangerous play. In order for him to succeed, the whole team, or at least two more players, have to set him up for it, help him in it.
Yeah, now, do this one more as well. Right, you say Sabre have been playing better. I don't think so. Like, I just don't think so. I think Nater's been playing a good game, but...
Yeah.
When it comes to it,
fair.
Delta have just been patient and waiting for that aggression. It's been off every single time. It's been them who've waited, and they get rewarded for their patience.
No, absolutely.
It is Sabre continuously giving them these options and opportunities. And here as well, doesn't seem like that's going to change. They played patiently. Just look at how long Dosik stayed alive. He's still alive. He's still chilling, and the round is over.
No, great anchorage. No, I have to say, I will eat my words for Delta. I said it will be a 2-0 for Sabre. I said that I don't see Delta winning given their results. But clearly, this is a much different Delta than what we'd seen a few days ago. Or what we'd been seeing for a few days now. Or at least Delta today have come well prepared. Sabre, meanwhile, not just, as you said, worse for wear. Because individually, I'd say they would still be better on a day, but... tactically completely empty. Like, they're going to be trying this mid-take. Let's see how it works. Single player into lower again. Two players out top mid. One out of Palace and one going into T-base, or rather into pit itself towards A itself. And look at the engagement here towards connector and then towards pit. Those two are going to be the most vital ones. Donnie, I'm not sure he's going to have... Oh, does he? I think he must have... I'm fairly certain he must have heard somebody in window.
I don't think so, but he's going to just either way. That Molotov as well does not do the D-side any justice in this regard, because he's just waiting. Will be fed the correct kill. Nature did turn around in time. Last fuse, Jackass who just plays a whack-a-mole with the open CT.
Now,
Baited is another duel, not ready for the Madden balcony and mixed Meister. Let's see what drinks he'll be able to mix up here.
Yeah, what kind of a drink will we get to be completely wasted
this one,
afterwards?
I think it's called a turn your tail and run away.
Cocktail between your legs and run.
You got there. Wow.
Wow.
You got what I was saying. Wow.
Play with words. How nice. Well, we play with rounds. 11-8, Sabre. I don't know if I'm supposed to be happy here or if I'm
I don't
supposed to
know.
be appalled or I'm
Like-
I'm at this point I'm lost in the sauce for this map, genuinely.
This feels like that sort of game where we say, like, a team is playing just so poorly for an entire game, then they make a comeback into overtime and they end up losing.
Yeah.
It's like, I
Yeah.
don't know how I'm supposed to feel. Like, you make that comeback, you get
It-
all
it
the way, and then
does-
it's just for nothing.
The golden kind of saying here is the team that does less mistakes win. AKA, in this case, it truly is true because it's about who does fewer mistakes.
What? No, nobody checked this? What?
Nobody, like, how do they, like, this is what I'm telling you, right? How do they run A?
Molotov
Nobody
isn't
even
there?
cares
The Molly's
about.
missed.
I don't know. They will find homeboys, though, 3 versus 3. And they have
Okay,
yet to
surely
plant.
now we talked about this. Nater needs to have support. Jackass has a flashbang. Jackass is dead. They're spraying, expecting to play. Now they've reloaded and it's too late.
No. Through the smoke, really? Really? You heard both M4s shoot and you go through the smoke? Like, what?
Wait until they've reloaded and then you go in. That's a massive fumble again. Like, why are you making these overextensions? And it's
What?
the
It's a
timings are
2v2.
not right.
It's a 2v2. You heard both in the smoke spraying through it. If you fall back and have a 2 versus 2 after plant, you have a better chance than just pushing through the smoke thinking, oh, surely they won't see it. They won't look at that smoke, will they, mister? Come on, man. This is getting me mad because I know they have I know they can be better. That's what is getting me perhaps the maddest of it all. Is that I know they could play better, and yet they don't. 12-8, Delta, perhaps their first win on a map after 11 best-of-3 series. I have no words for this disappointment, but perhaps some others will. Let's see. 4v4.
LOL. Lamau, even.
Lamamao. WTF. WTH.
A little bit of a Lumfao. Oh, Dune's not spotted this. How is Jackass in CT? How is he
Fafo.
not seeing this?
Oh, Dune. You gotta be
That's,
shitting
okay,
me.
what 4x3 res is he
4-3
playing on?
resolution, yeah. Black bars, that's it. And that's why kids learn from the facts. Today, having less than HD resolution is pointless because you lose pixels, you see less. And this is why you lose rounds. And they
This is
check
an
Dune.
opinion piece curated by over
No,
CR.
it's fact.
CR
You see
only.
less of the game when you are on a 4-3 black bars or stretch resolution. You see less of the map, of the game, of the screen.
This is not sponsored by anybody else except for this one man and his opinions only. Please keep that in
Okay,
mind.
just
Mixmeister, in
revert
the
back-
meantime, what are we
revert to
to?
Dune.
Well, come back to it in a bit.
I'm gonna fight you for this one. I'm gonna fight you out in the cold. Let's see, Mixmeister, how
All
does
right,
he
buddy.
fight this? Horix into cast. One-man army. Mixmeister.
You don't lose these. You don't lose these. All I'm
You do.
saying. Oh, I'm talking about Sabre.
Ah,
A little bit of
okay,
costume in there
Yeah,
as well.
yeah,
They do
yeah,
not
yeah.
lose these ones, thankfully.
Absolutely, you don't lose that.
12-9. Stretched is nice. Black
Yeah, but
bars is
it's-
nice. It all depends on how you want to play.
Yeah, sure. I
whatever
mean,
makes you
I
comfortable.
used to play 10-24 times 7-6-8. So black bars, you know, 4-3. I know exactly how it is, but today, factually, it's pure facts. If you play anything less than full HD, you will see almost 30% less on both sides of your screen, aka the FOV will be so much smaller. That happens like Dune just passed a player in CT and lost the round because of it. It could have been done. We could have already been on map 2's way already. Just saying.
Okay, but I like it's a 1440 1080. Sue me.
Sure. It's still going to be full HD in FOV, but
Oh,
what?
that is sick. The Molly doesn't even barely touches him.
Yeah.
The Ozix made a lot of noise. They know he's going to be here, and with the man on site as well, that is Jackass. He's taking duels, maybe on the side of Hals instead. There's finally the kill coming through. Nature in window.
Three.
Base the
Oh,
drop
this
down.
is homeboys. What are you doing here? Lining up the shot into jungle. He's gonna be spotted. If the T player comes to window, he's gonna see him. Okay, now. What?
Nails it.
Wow, that's a beautiful shot. 3 versus
Mad advantage
2.
on Delta.
Don't you waste it, Delta.
The position's not great, though.
Oh,
This
Shadow
shot
spotted.
needs to hit for Hodix. He's holding a pixel.
Oh!
Why are you holding that type of an angle? Even with the shadow advantage, this is done deal. It's 39.
What is
We talk about
what
the
is he doing?
mistakes they make. It keeps on going through. They repeat themselves throughout. But that just might be one of the more rough ones. A pixel angle with the AWP there. You have the shadow advantage, sure, but not even taking the shot, man. And fake reality's post-plant position, right? Under balcony, you're dead, man, anyway. That's a one and done at max. That is, unfortunately, a rough situation in Delta. They'll take this first map. For the first time in, what, as you say, 11 games that they've picked up a map. Every other time, 2-0 against them.
Yeah, 11 2-0s, bro, and they find the first map. What the actual hell? Like, I'm actually stressing. Somebody in chat was like, Caster actually stressing. Yeah, I am, because this was a stressful game to watch. Like, honestly, this feels like I'm watching some of my own gameplay when I began, like, almost at times. Like, some of these mistakes are just hurtful to experience, is what I'm trying to say.
5 years ago, you.
Yeah, basically, like, it would be, what, 2025, so 2012, 2013. Yeah, 12 years, yeah, exactly.
That's not what I said, but close enough. It was not clean, it was not pretty. And it was Delta playing well. Or, no,
yeah.
better. They played better. They punished almost every single mistake that we saw from Sambre, who just went into this one saying, we're better, we can do whatever we want, and then they got front hand backhanded.
Look. Can we just quickly, just for a second here, first half, who is it in B apps? I always forget his name.
Reality.
Yeah, fake reality in apps. Holy freaking, what the actual, like, how do you go B apps, pushing B apps 5 times in a row, dying 5 times in a row, and it still doesn't click in the head to stop doing that? I don't know. I just get irritated by that so much. It's hurtful to watch. It really is. But I'm sorry to take it on that. I obviously woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Ladies and gents, we'll take a short break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, hopefully sooner, for our second map of Ancient. See you soon. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We return into action after a short break. Map 2 is ahead of us. My name's Over, joined by Nexus. Our first map was a little bit of a doozy, a little bit of a weird one. Definitely not the best we've seen out of either of these two teams, possibly. But definitely some of the best that perhaps we had been seeing, actually, from Delta, to be fair, to give them that right. I believe we're stopping the round because of a technical issue.
That would make sense. Yeah. Seems to be, for whatever reason, we are not actually doing stuff. I don't know what Tripex is doing here either.
I don't know.
Okay.
There we go. All is good. He was just trying to warm up. I get that. Are they all prepared? I hope so. I would think so.
I imagine, but we'll see. Nonetheless, into map number 2, Sabre's pick. So far, they are 2 for 2 for pistols, and 2 for 2 for getting handed the fat L in the next round.
Yeah, they've
It shouldn't have happened. The first time they lost against that was a bomb plan on the T side and a force buy afterwards. Second one was a round with 2 Desert Eagles. And that was a full eco, essentially. They were going to play with MP9s or whatever in that first gun round. So, a massive fumble of Mirage, 13-9. You imagine how the game goes if they don't choke those, if they don't play it like fools when it comes to that CT side as well. Here, they're starting off here on the CT side of Sabre. Don't let the hide fool you. We'll fix that in a second, although I think now.
Oh.
Actually. Oh, we are right. My apologies. Sabre on the T side. I'm getting fooled, and Mixmeister's left alone. Taking shots all by himself for a moment. Had a chance in the 1v1, but can't. It's done. Pistol goes to the pocket of Sabre. 3 for 3. Do not continue the trend, however. That is all I ask. Do not lose another after the pistol immediately.
I mean, just continue the trend at this point, I say.
No, please, no. I know you got your coffee. Wondering, oh, why am I cranky? That's why. You forgot your coffee. I had my coffee. I'm feeling decent, but I cannot, for the life of me, let another eco round here go the way of Delta.
Yeah, absolutely. Hoodix, let's get Dosic. And I think this eco round, there's no strength anymore. You are in
Thank
luck,
God.
mister. This is not going to be Shenanigans Avenue.
Almost was.
Almost was. Almost
One
could
more
have been.
bullet and the fake reality is dead. How close the USB gets to a 2K.
Yeah, that's fair.
But we finally broke it.
Yes, we have. We are able to see a little bit of a better side of Sabre. Not allowing that second round to be lost. To be fair, though, Delta did not force. They simply went for a full eco as they go into rifles here. CT side Ancient.
Mirage should have been where they buy those Desert Eagles. There was, I think, a PG-50 again in the mix. They know they're going to be playing with lesser weaponry or utility anyways. It doesn't matter if you go with an MP9 to afford extra utility, and that's why you bought an Eagle in that previous round. It's fine. MP9's goated. So, doesn't really matter all too much. These of util, though, they will matter all the more than anything else. Beautiful flashbangs and forcing Mixmeister into the sightline of his teammate. Couldn't take the shots and both paid the price. For the retake, it starts.
Homeboys, first his.
One more to go. And
no
he's done.
bullets. Yeah, unfortunately did not reload his AK, could not finish the spray. Otherwise, I think he would have gotten the kill. I'm fairly certain the next first or second bullet would have been...
No. Fake reality. Thank you. It's not, you know, fake reality per se checking the corner, but...
You know,
does leave the Dosic
sure
getting caught in the end. Because he has a smoke and a kit there. I see where he just ninja defeats that easily. Had a fake reality just run past him. Took a second to reload instead, but Sabre 3-0. So, how do we say this is
This is the Sabre that you and I expected on map 1.
This is already
That's-
team play. They're going very cohesive for this T7, but that makes sense, right? If you are playing this map, you've got to
Yes.
play as a unit. You've got to go together in most situations.
Fast A play.
I like this. A site is a point I wanted to run into on the T side, in my eyes, in my
This is how
opinion.
you do it. This is how you do it. Decent damage still. 2 kills.
Oh,
3
no.
kills. Hold up. That Deagle.
Why?
June has done it before. He's hit some 6 shots on Mirage. I wouldn't put it past him to try again. He's certainly close to it. But teetering around that edge is not going to work. And Sabre, 2 alive. Fast A push still works out. 4-0, looking for a 5-0 as we go to a full buy.
Man, I got real worried here. Mixmeister was putting out a pretty good game when it came to map 1 already. Getting a couple of kills on the 5-7, man, he is making me scared. But does seem like we at least get past that. Although for map 1, Dune, it drops a 1.61 rating, 111 ADR, 24 kills. But yet under the fast play, apparently. We're just going right at it. The pace for Sabre is unrelenting.
Yeah, this reminds me of L yesterday that I had the chance to watch. Super aggressive, super fast in their attacks, and it worked out pretty well. But right now, Sabre, they're in a bit of a pickle as they are in a 3v4 after plant, and they don't have a lot of good positions. Though Niter finds Mixmeister. Oh, Dossick though. The lineup with the MP9, it's enough. And Niter 1v3. He's got to find all 3 easily. It doesn't happen. It's round 1 to Delta.
It is
I think-
close.
If
But-
Dune does not intercept the players at B ramp, they get the round because they overwhelm both Cave and CT immediately.
I could, yeah. I see that. I see where you're coming from.
That's my that's my ideology here. That's how I think it could have gone.
That's a
But,
very reasonable take.
yeah.
I think you've got a couple of very hot ones every now and then.
It's got to be hot ones, otherwise it's not interesting, right? Fake reality,
I
good
think
entry.
you know, hot ones, extremely hot, or just some that are boiling over the pan as well, maybe every now and then.
I like it.
A little
though.
too much.
Yes. I know things can sometimes
Meister, hello. How is he
escalate.
here? What? Wait, no, Sabre, no. You're not going to be caught out like this. That is a whiff from both
Oh, good
sides.
morning.
HE slightly too deep, and now 1 bullet. Fake reality holds on. He's done his job and more at that position. He was supposed to be a dead man long, long ago. In a galaxy very close to this one. Oh, boys. USP pulled out and running and gunning. Onyx does not even have a chance to do much. Second round, 1 survivor, Delta. It really felt like it should have been easier. With the way Sabre approached this mid presence, I have issues because they slowed down immediately after. And with Mixmeister, of course, in the backline as well, that made it look so much worse. But it shows that Delta still know what they're doing here. They've got a very aggressive A main control there. They're making use of it, the information they play with, and letting them have mid from Donut. They can retake it later. I like the way they did that, but for this, Donnie's dead. I don't know how we like that. General
That's a
senses,
great
I don't
entry.
think
Oh!
they like that on Delta. Making up for it in a very nice way. One remains.
And 1v1. Again,
Oh, no.
1v1. Homeboys just goes aggro. Look at Homeboys. He's just
Awesome.
Yeah, takes a shot. Scares him into
Noise been
submission.
made as well.
Yeah. The thing is, Tripex is delaying his push because of that opking. It's still on site, but Homeboys has rotated over to Temple. He doesn't even realize it. He's oblivious, in fact, and Delta are secure the 3rd in a row. I'm not sure what's scarier, a Delta that's stealing away eco rounds or a Delta that is looking this solid, defeating Sabre after losing 4 in a row to pick it back up with individuals being the difference makers. Again, a 1v1 for Homeboy. 2nd one in a row here for him to secure the round for Delta.
Looks good, but there is still more to go. Now, they already, of course, did get this one. Now, to the point where they've reset that economy, they're gonna keep dealing that damage, apparently, as well. Jackass, sure, he's taking one back. That's homeboys. Took me out down. In the meantime, one for him. It's suddenly even numbers. Bombs yet to be planted. They've got one smoke to cover for short, one for long if they want to throw those down, and both do. But Jackass is still taken down. Thought that was the bomb planted, so it's spraying, reloaded instead.
Flank
They can work with the man advantage. They look at that as well. 3 smokes and a Molotov.
And the flank through cave, that's
That is
surely
such a
to
good
work.
play for Tripex. Such a sneaky play in between. Doesn't get caught by either side, and when he goes to aggress, it's him who finds this. Engagement's taken by him, and now he's waiting for Hortix to let him know when to swing. Wait for the sound cue, there it is.
Wait.
RB1. Good. Gotta get on that bomb quickly, however, HP is running low. It's 1 bullet, and it's time too low at this point, I think, and Hortix to secure it as well with the kill. Round is done. Sabre barely get out of this one.
That was a nail-biter at the very end. 2 duels that were vital. Tripex in cave had to win both. And in the end, one of the more impressive rounds that we'd seen from both sides. Very good after-plant hold by Sabre, and a very good attempt from Delta. As we run the gun once more, or at least the round, it's gonna be deagles and pistols. No way. Oh, no way. No way. Come on. Come on. Dune 2 already? That's the C4 drop? No way. Dosick, he's got a deathly angle. Tripex surely doesn't get to expect it. Homeboys finds another. There's Dosick with... No way. Come on. You gotta be shitting me. Like, this is a full eco with Homeboys having the Kevlar. That's it. The only thing that they have is that Kevlar on Homeboys. Oh...
Well, well, well.
And by the way, I wanted to mention this before already. This is Sabre now doing it second map in a row. Last round, they had the 2 players mid. One died immediately. The second one tried to refrag like 20 seconds later. But nobody came to help him, even though they had B lane control. Nobody came on plateau to try and help him with that mid check. And here again on this one, the same principle thing. 2 players push out mid with the C4 through elbow, and then there's nobody supporting from the actual ledge, aka help me out, ledge, shelf. Thank you. Yes, the word I'm looking for, shelf. Like I am speechless. That is a horrible tactical error that has no. There is no excuse for that one.
Yeah. I'm a bit sad about that one, I'll be honest. The pistols, we've seen now, what, 3 times, maybe? 2-3 times that they've lost these rounds, and very decisive ones. Because that would have been their 6th one. Instead, now they give it a chance to tie it up. Yeah, they've been taking conflicting duels here. They got a bomb down, sure, that's something. But is there really a world where we're saying Delta has lost this round? I don't think so. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and that's number 5. We're skipping 4, apparently. Delta tied it up here. But, okay. All in all, are we gonna say this is a terrible half of Sabre if they end with 5? No.
Yes. Yes, I think yes. I think yes.
Okay,
because
sure, I thought we were
they
cooking
they lost rounds that they shouldn't be losing. Like there's no, I think there's no discussion there.
I see. Here I was thinking we're gonna say, you know, 5 is usually A-okay as well when it comes to this map, and you know, you have your 8-4s and whatnot. There should be enough. Apparently not. Ooh. Block the smoke.
Full ace end. I don't even know what they're watching on A. Why is the player hiding behind box here? This is such a dangerous decision. Luckily, they don't check him. They completely ignore him, in fact. Mixmeister is allowed to take 3. Nobody even takes a look before it's too late. I am...
flabbergasted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to fill in the words here for you.
I don't even have words for this one. 7-5 is the likely outcome, I guess. I mean, there will be a buy, sure, but...
I just want to mention, by the way, 4 players on 8 kills when it comes to the CT side. And Homeboys, Chugi Meow, on 11.
Yeah.
United team.
Beautiful. Good to see something like this. Perhaps we had it wrong. Perhaps we should have been seeing Delta
I don't think
more.
we were ever gonna accept this. So let's just not. Let's not rewrite history.
Let's not rewrite history. You're right.
Don't
absolutely.
say that much.
No, absolutely.
Dude.
You're correct. I should. I mean, this is an unexpected outcome, no matter how we want to spin it. And Sabre, it's a disappointing outcome, very much so. It's elimination for them if they lose. So yeah, a lot on the line. They do get to B side, at least. Perhaps a 6-6 halftime could still be doable. Let's see if that's the case. Imagine if Homeboys died to that nade. Luckily, he's not there. Tripex finds Mixmeister. Hoodix on Donnie. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be potentially 6-6. Or still going to give opportunities here. No. Finally, denial of all of them. It's not been a great half, regardless of how we tried to spin this as well. At the start of it was very solid for Sabre. They got a 4-0 start, and then there were 3 rounds in a row where Delta just looked absolutely different to what seemed to be, and a lot of shenanigans in between, all I'll say. And maybe we'll get some resolution for this one, starting in the next half. Sabre CT, Delta T.
What else? What do you think we're going to continue with here then? Because 6-6, that is a... Like I say, in my eyes, that's a better half than most do end up getting on the T side here. But I still have so many issues
There are
when it comes to how these rounds were played out. Like, another pistol round, lost body, no, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. This is...
We're going to continue with the trend of Sabre picking up these pistols, but they're still going to lose against the pistols.
Yeah, probably
going to
lose the next one. Yeah, like that's what I'm expecting.
It's so rough.
What I just want to know is what's going through their mind. Like, I legitimately want to have a talk with their IGL, or any of the other players to just get a piece of their ideology in those rounds, because it seems like they have none. They seem to just kind of fumble their thumbs the whole round, as it's going to be the pistol towards B. Entry secured on both sides, but damage on Dosic severe. Oof, still finds Jacast. How does he, at 11 HP, find Jacast? It's a 3 versus 4, and Delta have the upper hand. They have control of Cave. They have control of the site. They have the crossfires. The bait is set. Homeboys will be the one springing into action once Donnie, excuse me, takes that contact. Hoodix not traded out yet. Tripix down. That's round. It's number 7 for Delta.
I don't want a pistol here. Is this the winds of change, Tail?
It's the first pistol, and imagine if it's Sabre now winning the second round.
Oh, no.
Evil Smith laugh. Agent Smith laugh is all I have in my mind right now when he takes over the Oracle, if you remember from the Matrix. I think it's the third part, or is it the Matrix 2 or 3 where he takes over the Oracle? I can't recall. I think it's number 3, right?
I've got some bad news for you.
Oh, you haven't watched the Matrix, you mother...
I've not. I've only seen, I think, the first one. That was like 10
That
years
should
ago.
be
I
illegal.
wasn't
Should
paying
be-
attention
Somebody
or
should
whatnot.
make that illegal. Same with Lord of the Rings. Everybody should be watching those movies when they're kids, like, and Star Wars.
Yeah.
But
Also, shout out Donnie got an ace there. Eco, but anyways, makes it look clean.
makes it look clean.
But yeah,
No,
I've
wait,
actually
wait,
seen
you're
it. I
telling
only
me
saw
you
the
haven't
first
seen-
one like 10 years ago. No, maybe 11, 12 years ago.
So you haven't seen Matrix 1, 2, or 3, the original
I've
3.
seen the first one, but I don't really remember much about it.
And you didn't like it? You want to say to me?
No, it was just like it was like a LAN party thingy with the friends. Wasn't really paying attention. That was not the prerogative we
So
had.
you didn't even watch it? Yeah, okay. You have to
Not
watch it.
fully, yeah.
It's like I'm gonna make a whole itinerary of movies for you, and you're just gonna have to watch them at one point in
Oh,
your
I've
life.
got that. I've got one of
No,
those.
I'm gonna have to clear your database. No animes, no TV shows,
No,
just
I don't
movies.
I don't really watch that. I've not watched one in a good while.
Fair.
Yeah, actually, Delta. Toward the B side, they've got an entry. Cave is the next thing they should be worried about. Why are you mulling at the exact same place? Tripex still gets spotted. I don't know what's happening, but it's working out for Delta somehow.
Yeah, Delta's gonna get 9 here. You save if you're CT. I mean, do you even save is the better question. My God, this is disastrous.
Yeah, so I've got a bunch of
look.
a bunch of like I've got like 15 whatever shows movies. I feel like
Okay,
I'm.
okay, no, that's
No,
fair.
oh, there's
but
a lot,
no,
actually.
like,
There's like 20, 30.
legitimately, I legitimately think you would like The Matrix.
I probably would. It's
'Cause
just
it's-
never
look,
really
first,
been the sort of thing that I'm like,
Keanu
okay, I
Reeves.
feel like I'm in the mood for Matrix.
Yeah, yeah. Like Keanu Reeves, obviously, like he's young, but he's a good actor. He really
Oh, yeah,
does
yeah, Gary and
his
Moss
role
well,
well.
I know.
Yeah. Then you have what's his name that played Elrond?
Lawrence Fishburne.
Lawrence Fishburne, that is the main character, like his Keanu's mentor. Yeah.
Yeah,
Then
Morbius,
Mr.
yeah, I know.
Smith. Mr. Smith. What's his name?
Hugo Weaving.
Hugo Weaving. Yes, Hugo Weaving. Excellent.
I know
actor.
everybody
Like,
who's in there pretty much.
please watch the movies. I'm begging you. Please at least watch The Matrix. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna, force you to watch Star Wars, but you gotta watch The Matrix. It's like
I've watched Star Wars. What the hell, man?
okay, fair. It's a
The
cultish
Matrix is
movie,
like
man.
one of the only ones that I haven't watched. It's just never really been.
You haven't
that
watched The
interesting.
Terminator.
I've watched them.
You watched The Terminator 1, 2,
Of
3.
course. God, this is taking me back to like ages ago.
No. I know.
1, 2, maybe I didn't see 3.
It's fine. Look, 1 and 2 are the original OGs
Yeah.
ones. They're the best. Like the first and the second are literally the best movies. The third one, it's Arnie again, so at least you have that, that nostalgia factor. It's fun to watch. It's a flick to watch once, twice maybe.
Let us know
but-
which movies you guys haven't watched. But do fall on this list of classic movies Theo was complaining about not having seen.
What else?
We'll
What
make
else?
a
I'm trying
response to it,
to.
because teams
Have
like
you-
we're kind of go into that.
Yeah. Have you gone? Well, we'll definitely if it's going to be a good suggestion. Have you watched the Batman movies? Either the Christopher Nolan ones.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you watched the Christopher. What about the old ones with like the
Oh,
actual?
there's like 7 actors. Come on. Name
no, I
them
know,
all,
I know,
baby.
but like with Clooney or with what's his name? I always forget.
Come on,
his name.
keep going. I'm not going to help you.
No, I won't remember the name. Kiefer, no, not Kiefer Sutherland. No, not him. Definitely not him. Imagine him as Batman though. Wow. The Danny DeVito Penguin one. I don't know who the name of the main Batman guy there. I forgot.
Michael Keaton,
Michael Keaton. Yes, Michael Keaton. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, I wasn't too
Adam
far.
West.
Adam West. Yes. There's a few, but Adam West is the oldies one. I
Yeah,
wasn't a big
that's
fan
the-
of that one. Yeah, the original one. In
That's
any
what
case-
nowadays people will make on their amateur show.
I mean, I gotta be honest. Like some of the old movies are like they are.
Wait, that's a
cult-
freebie site. What has happened?
Yeah, they left B site alone. Like they had one guy there, he died. That's it. They stacked A. It's
Okay.
nothing new. Yeah, they get 1 AK out of it. That's it. If it's more, we'll talk more. Otherwise, this is a done deal round.
Let's give Donny a chance here. He's already farmed up an ace against the Eco. Couple more? No, just one here. He's still on 17, right? He had a great map. What a 24 kills, and let me just double check on the deaths. 15. That was Dune. Sorry, I lied. I thought it was the bottom 12.
That's fine.
We'll start with B.
Blade Runner, 2049.
I don't think so. I think
Neither
it just ages me a little bit. It's like right at that edge. Like it's probably
Fair.
been on the TV, and I've like
The
when I've
thing is,
added
the
parents
OG one
places
with
up,
Harris, yeah, the OG one with Harrison Ford is aged, but it's really good. And the new one, it's not actually like I don't know.
Oh yeah, I know it's good. I know
It's not the worst.
the new Blade Runner is also really good, but it's just people didn't like it or didn't go watch it. It's a box office failure, but it was a great
I
movie.
think as far as I understood it from the lore, the problem is it doesn't follow the books, right? It doesn't follow the actual story the way it's supposed to be in the books or something like that. So it's a bit of a, fall off of what you'd expect, because it's always the problem with, book to movie transition. But yeah, some movies are really good. Like there's legitimately quite. I would recommend some like of our local movies, but unfortunately, I don't think there are English subtitles for those. Maybe for a few there
I'll
are.
actually, a little bit of trivia here. Do you know the name of the book that Blade Runner is based on?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. That's a very good question. I know I read somewhere about it. I could potentially remember it in time, but not now. No way. What's the name?
I'll give anybody else who wants to participate until the end of freeze time.
Okay.
It is it's one that you definitely know. It is a very distinct name, but it's not one you'll remember. It is Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
There you go. I know I read it somewhere, yeah, but there's no chance I'd remember that.
Exactly. It's distinct. You'll know it by name, but you're not going to remember it. Unless you're more into it. Here, though, Delta, we come back to the game for a little bit. We've gone past a couple of boring rounds where it's just been a walk in toward the B side, run against the pistols, walk out towards A, and that's what Mixmeister's done apparently here as well. Walked out A, shot 2, and left no casualties alive. Oh no. The real hit is coming on B. Mixmeister, in the meantime, the rotation caught on A yet again. Jackass is wondering, is it A, is it B? Which way are they going? They're coming to clear you. Still finds 2.
Nice double.
Knows that third man is here as well. He's got to try to duel him.
Ooh,
Hello. This is 5. Hello, Jackass. This is one hell of a round coming out for him. Mixmeister's already tagged another half HP as well, but Jackass can't make a mistake here. This is where pre-aim, crosshair placement will have to come through. I love the way Mixmeister is playing this, however. But he is now moving away. Oh, getting caught in
the
this
timing
position
there
as well. The timing doesn't work for either, but Mixmeister is just one he needs. A stray bullet
If the
will
cast
end the dream.
had expanded that corner just an inch further, he probably would have gotten a free kill on Mixmeister. But regardless, that is going to be 11-6. Sabre, a complete disappointment here, unfortunately, at the end of the series, at the end of the map. 5 rounds behind already, looking like more to follow. Donnie does fall to a Molotov, and they will find Dune, so finally we see a little bit of lifeline here from them. Attempt towards middle works. Secures them 2 kills, and might even be around, potentially. Let's see if that's the case. By the way, did you know Trav's Law?
I've heard it, but I don't remember what it is.
It's when a team gets to 12 and then they can't win 13x, but they have to lose like at least 2 or 3 more rounds, maybe at least 1 bare minimum. Like it's when a team is leading by a large margin, let's say here instead of 11-7 now, that it would be 12-6, for example, right? And if Delta, then Delta would, by Traz law, lose at least 2 or at least a bare minimum of 1, if not more rounds before able to get to 13, instead of actually making it 13-6. You know what I mean?
I see. But we're just coining everything nowadays.
Yeah. Like I was laughing so hard yesterday with Trav, because when he said that, I'm like, well, it's nice that you named it after yourself. You did admit. That's just the way it is. I've noticed that a lot of times, and you and I, we spoke about that a lot. I remember distinctly how many times we mentioned, team gets to 12, and then it's at least, 1 or 2 minimum rounds, 3 rounds that go the other way, and then one gimmicky that brings them back to win. And that's why when we talk about packs, we talk about certain amount of rounds that they need to get to in order for us to start believing, right? And that all coincides into that theory, or rather into that point. As right here, for example, Sabre, if it was 12-6, which is not, we'd expect them to get up to, let's say, at least 10 before believing in a comeback. Here at 11-7, yeah, they've got an open route. They have pretty much enough, shall we say, room to breathe. So it's not the end of the world if they can close the gap further. The comeback is definitely 100% in swing. But let's find out here.
A lot of what if and such.
Yeah.
For a whole lot of nothing.
Well, chat also kind of completely ignored us, which is interesting and sad at the same time. Nobody said a single movie. I can't believe it.
That's fine. People are living their lives,
Yeah, fair. Nobody's watching movies these days. I mean, this is a movie, that's for sure. It's a bit of a 2-part comedy, perhaps. Sabre up against an eco. It's their specialty. It's their kryptonite. Luckily, today they seem to not be Superman anymore.
Up for an ace? Are we? No. One chance. Missed it. And move on. So. 11-9. Sabre, they've picked up at least a couple here. They were starting off well, then they started choking around, lost against Stills on that first half once again. But Delta, the fact that they've just had such a solid start here, lets them have that room to breathe, or leeway as we call it. Be a bit more comfortable. Out of shelf.
Ooh.
Nature and fake reality both finding themselves one. It's an opening, a double for the side of Sabre.
See what's happening. Sabre, do you get for 10? Is definitely becoming a reality all of a sudden. There is going to be a bit of a fight or flight scenario soon. Delta committing to B. And they'll fight Niter. Still a minute
still
on the
deployed.
clock. If they find fake reality, that's a problem.
Oh.
He's definitely stepping his bounds a little bit too much. Stepping out of the comfort zone, he's gonna have to take the fight and losing it. That's a problem. Dosic all of a sudden makes things a lot worse for the whole of Sabre. But, ooh, in a split second, Jacast makes it look easy.
Fading 3 from Dune. Lisa Al-Gaib moment. Activations not there. And there you go. Sabre. Comeback to be continued. The first timeout now being deployed. It's, well, about damn time, I think. If not even before, could have used one of these. And Sabre, they want to get us to a third map here. They've still got the chance to do so without overtime as well. But, let's see. If this timeout, maybe, with pistols in tow, can push them to 12, because this is one of those rounds that will get us there. It's a gimmick. It's pistols. It is purely a run and gun. And that's what you gotta be worried about the most. Into mid. Utility is great. And
Good
so is
second.
the opening.
Yeah, it seems like they'll be handling this anti-eco well. A little bit of a goodbye from Delta that completely falls apart when put under pressure. And is this it? Is this like a full-on comeback right now that we're watching? Because it sure as hell feels like it. Sabre have found their inner strength somewhere. 19 kills for Hoodix. The rest following suit pretty much close as they can. And Tripek's about to secure his 14th? No, homeboys. Oh, yo, yo. Okay, okay.
At least Homeboys tries it here, but not really able to do much with it either way. And so, 11-11. Things now tied up here. Sabre have a chance. What, is it 5 rounds in a row they've met us at P&L? I think so. Secure 6 and 7 in a row as well. They've woken up very late into this Ancient. We are seeing Delta run out of steam here. We're coming back to A. The most basic you can get here on Ancient. A exec. Most deployed. The CT side is ready. Hodix as well has been called to rotate. Johnny still got 2. Hodix trades. A second foul call out. The tag is there. A Desert Eagle nearly finishes the job. And Dosic all alone against the last 2. Rotation's not here as quickly as he thought. But now that smoke starts to fade. Now it's a mistake to get that bomb down as it fades. It's a slide in from Jackass from the round for Sabre. That is the orb of Hodix saving it. The first view, Johnny, he'll find them here. A great double-up entry, but the round is still decided when it comes to Hodix and the AWP. Made sure the game does not continue to go Delta's way. Instead, that streak now grows to 7 in a row. Yo, what happened?
It seems like we got Sabre that you and I both expected. Like, legitimately, this is the Sabre that we wanted to see on map 1. We didn't get to see it, but there it is, 12-11, and Delta 1 round away from having to play map 3 on Inferno without much to work with. It's all eyes now on this Galil mix with a single AK and Mech 10s. Rushing B seems to be the call, but that was the wrong call. I'm not sure why would you ever rush B in this scenario, but sure. They get 1 in return, yes, though this is a 3 versus 4, low HP. It seems like it's going to be a done deal. I don't see this going into overtime. Map 3.
Oh, I think so. It's a very, very poor round here. Into all these, Hildy getting spammed, but no one even gets out of the smoke. They turn tail immediately. Making the entire round just one where they have nothing to work with. Like, you commit to that B push or you don't. And Sabre, they are going to be taking us to Inferno. I don't see any way out. I usually try to keep a bit more of an open mind in situations like this, but right now that is not the case. The call of this pause, simply put, does not really give me any confidence. Nater, though, still does get caught. Onyx, yet again, approaches towards A.
Looks like Hoodix is in a bit of a tough spot, especially if he's spotted, but Dosic baited by his teammate. Dune literally baits Dosic. Did you see that? Dune hides as Dosic dies, and that's map 2 done. We go to map 3 confirmed. I don't have words for this. From a 11-6 to 13-11 is what happens here.
7 rounds in a row. CT side, we at least expect the CT side to look good. But this one, still a very well-played return to form for Sabre. Right? Like, I just don't know how to feel, because we still just get glimpses of what we know we can get and what we wanted to see from the team. But it's so inconsistent. That fall from form as well when it comes to now Delta toward the end. It's just so awkward. And I just don't have a good vibe when it comes to this game at the moment. It's just not really anything that sticks here.
It's just, I don't know. There's not much that kind of, as you say, lingers on my mind that really was memorable. There were more mistakes than anything else, and it feels like in the end it's just a weird trade-off that somehow works. But look, map 3, Inferno, you said it yourself. You think we won't see map 3? And I was so confidently, arrogantly proud of myself when I said no, absolutely not. It's a 2-0. Well, I guess we're seeing it now. Ladies and gents, 10-minute break. We'll see you in, well, map 3. And we are back.
1-1-3-2, 2-2-3. Those are the numbers our producer told us headed into this one. It gave us one hell of a countdown.
Yeah, pretty much. And this is map number 3.
Stopped working.
Ladies and gents, it's Inferno. We've come this far. Sabre T side, rushing B. It looks like it's going to be the one and only defending. Homeboys, let's see if he gets it. He gets one at least. That's a good start. I mean, he holds the attack. And now the flank comes in. The crunch. And the sandwich is complete here. Sabre, they have to push forward to B. They catch Homeboys at least. But is it enough? The answer is no. No chance. Fake Reality even gets knifed.
Good start.
Very.
Good start when it comes to now Delta on the board. Some chaos here. Obviously, the dual Beretta spam with the smoke's always going to cause some of that. But round is done.
Just like that.
One in the bag. What else? No bomb plant, but it's still a force. That is
Interesting choice.
Interesting. Yeah.
I can't say I'm a big fan, but if it works,
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
Inferno. I feel like this is one of the maps where you can get away with this, so it's not the absolute worst, and it's still at the start of the game, but not really one that I'm feeling all too good about myself either. So hoping for the best, fearing something along the lines of the worst, and currently it is at least in the mix of it with the 1v2 left. Hope's been dropped toward the A side, so have got damage, they've got a chance, but with Jackass left alone and not a whole lot of HP, that is what the problems really do lie. Making a lot of noise as well. You jump out.
Telegraphing.
Yeah, Goner at that point. 4 kills, however, for Homeboys. Not bad. But it thus leaves the question of, should you have force? The answer to that is very apparent. It's going to be a no. At least, that's going to be a no from me, dog. But, next. Moving on. Let's see what else we'll get when it comes to now. Well, simply put, all the C side. Kill or 2, maybe, probably not. We'll see. That's just Inferno. I'm just tired of this map. I want it out.
I know.
I really want
I'm
this out.
letting
There's
you go.
nothing interesting about Inferno nowadays. It's just the same protocol of wait for banana util, go into banana, go back to A if you maybe get a kill with your lurker there, and that's that. It's so boring. The only exciting things are when nades actually hit on banana. I think that's my very pessimistic take.
I feel you. It's, I mean, look, I'm still a fan of the map. It's difficult to play. That's what makes it fun for me.
Playing and watching it is very different for me, and that's why I hate watching it. Playing is different.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, I completely understand. Like, playing it is great fun. Watching, you'd wish you'd play it. And especially when, you know, perhaps sometimes we don't get to see the very best out of every single player and team. Sometimes that's kind of what leaves things a little bit missing, perhaps. In any case, Inferno is a tough one. Delta is going to start off again here with a relatively weaker buy compared to what the T's offer. Fake Reality, quick push to long. It's Dosic. It's able to reply, but it's Stripix instead. And from long, Fake Reality is already enveloped a site. It's the first round for Sabre guaranteed, as they are cleaning up the mess from Delta.
Bomb has been planted.
I say do go for damage at least here. Economy still low, vulnerable. That's what makes this one very best option he has. And looking at the HP as well with Fake Reality and Hot X, there is a very good chance he could get that done. But it does seem like he's more okay just letting it go.
So we start off Inferno. First round on the board for Sabre.
Terrorists win.
Four do survive.
Good money. Let's see if they can keep it up, though. It's going to come down to a few select rounds again. This one being amongst them. If Delta can immediately strike back, get on track, and kind of deny Sabre further attempts, incursions onto the scoreboard, perhaps the CT side is yet to be believed to a capacity of their capability, but Sabre, top mid again, very aggressive, very missed shot by Homeboys. This time the second angle gives them the entry. Donny traded off, it's still Dosick in play, but he misses the whole magazine. And there's already a player embedded in long. The Opera is denied re-entry to A.
Bomb has been planted.
3v3, man. This is going to be a tough one. I don't think Delta should go, actually.
I'm a bit unsure as well about it myself. They can't set up a quarantine zone, but they are still exploring through long. There is a kill coming through that might now let him go in. With Jackass down, having played an aggressive position, being punished for it, and there's a little bit of time still remaining. You can try to force this first to do as well on site, but it's not given immediately, and that's all you're gonna try, homeboys. No, you've got time. You don't have to go that wide. Come on.
That's just foolish. That's just foolish. Absolutely foolish. No excuse. Again, big mistake that costs them valuable money and even opportunities. I mean, hell, if all three had survived, as I said at the start, they should have saved, we possibly could have seen a buy. Instead, it's a force buy with a single op. That's how much of a difference it makes when you are dealing with such rounds. Round 6, fake reality. He seems to be on the forefront of the assault, Sabre. Every single time they get an entry, he's usually the one to guarantee it. I believe this is his 4th secured entry. Ooh.
Oh.
Deleted. Wow.
Oh, the whack-a-mole, and then not even a chance there. Instant deletion.
Easy. Ooh, Mixmeister. Good double, but without support, it's just not enough. Donny, he's got to save. And now imagine, now again, I know this round, you know, it spans out to half kills for Delta, sure, all nice and dandy, but from the get-go, it started off poorly. Here we see a nice, you know, double from Mixmeister, beautiful. Imagine if another player would have been alive, or at least if they had better weapons. Maybe we're looking at a different outcome of the round as a whole. Donny, last man alive, looking to save, does find the first lurk. Few more to go. On bridge, about to be contacted by Hoodix. Fairly certain he wasn't seen. But a third round secured for Sabre. They get themselves tied up, and not only that, they've perfectly...
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that is so good. That was beautiful to see. And like I said, Sabre, they turned the momentum back in their favor. It's like Delta never existed in the first place.
Yeah, for me, the problem is the consistency. Like, we're seeing so many rounds and mistakes that just never should be. And that's the worst crime with the series, I think. that keeps happening. Right, we see rounds and moments where, yeah, everything looks good. Fast forward, it doesn't look good anymore. Like, that's how this game is currently going.
Sabre. Not looking to test the B hold. Homeboy's yet to report in with the op. The off angle is nice, but here comes the B attempt. 3 players on the defense. Oh boy. Oh wow. Fake reality. Where was this on map 1 and 2? Well, map 2, I guess they got it, but map 1 especially.
Oh yeah, map 1 was just a
Map
massive
1 was,
fumble.
It's not. It's a different team on map 1. Like legitimately, a completely different team. Just the way they would play, the way they would approach every single round compared to already ancient is hella different. So, yeah. Donnie maybe gets a free kill here. Sniper. Never mind.
Nah. And so, we gotta move on. Next round. Hoping this one will at least give us a, give us an idea of what we're gonna be looking at here for the next, well, 2 or 3 yet again. So, let's find out. Weapons out. Delta. Gotta get things done.
Homeboys on the op. Yeah, we got the rifles. Steady as she goes. Let's see if they get at least something going early. Bit of damage on Banana, but nothing serious. Pretty default from Sabre. That actually secures them decent damage. Donnie, though, trades early and finds an entry. It's Jacast. I think he was on bridge, actually, if he was not underneath it, but pretty certain he was the one spamming. Jacast spamming the hallway towards balcony. And Hurix now gets tagged. Fake reality through... What? Trying to walk the smoke, yet somehow... Obviously, Delta's going to be cognizant of a possibility like that, especially when a counter smoke has been thrown. Lurk smoke, if you will. This is round 4. Yeah, this is round 4. Yeah.
Counter-terrorists win.
Low peeking. 1 by 1. If that also something we talked about is how both these rounds have been where it has to just been 1 by 1 by 1 a fair few times as well. Of course, like that first one, that's fine, that's whatever. That's not really it, but here, right, the fact that you're not trying to overwhelm the op, you're not trying to have everybody there. Sure, you can expect maybe that they're going to be rotating in from CT, that's going to be something they'll look as well, but... Nonetheless, some issues either way to be worried about here, I think. So. Down to man. Sabre. How do you come back? Do you come back? I don't think so.
Back, yeah.
I honestly, like, there's nothing. There's nothing that we can say goes one way or another consistently in this game, so it is...
It has been a chaotic, not even chaotic, but just a messy game all around. Like, let's be fair. It has not been clean, and it's at times been a little bit harsh to watch as Fake Reality alone on short. Why is the rest of the team not with him? What the actual hell are you doing, guys?
This is not a game that has left me fulfilled.
Am I having an aneurysm? Like, what is happening right now? Like,
yes. Far from leaving me fulfilled with
existential dread.
Ideas of good Counter-Strike. No, it's what I have been left with here.
Yeah.
Like, I had hopes and dreams of a much better show.
Same. Very much
But
same for me.
Younger me has been proven incorrect.
I'm still just trying to wrap my head around, like, what has transpired some of these rounds. It's been crazy. Hoodix, few exit kills. It's nice, but stands no chance when we see at the end there. It's just some of these like the decisions that some of these rounds, like the way these rounds have been played, the decisions that have been made make me question the game itself. Like, legitimately, I'm just perplexed as to how it's in a reality at one point in time. Fake reality. Name says it all, people. Fake reality, exactly. Reality is fake, and so are we. I don't know. This is weird. It's gonna be a full B swing. Sabre have the position for it, and potentially the kills as well. Dosic comes in close, doesn't check the deep corner. And that is round done.
Like, how?
The matrix. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's about it. There really is not much. There's very little that has been kept normal here. How many pistol losses is? I mean, I get that we get these now and then, but in this series there has been so many of them. That's a slight concern as well. Yeah,
lost count because there were too many to count. Effectively, I believe the only one that didn't go that way was the previous map, and I guess the first one here at the start on the pistol. But yeah, in any case,
yeah. Do you think we could maybe skip ahead to our next game here, Eklund and Copenhagen Wolves?
oh, that's gonna
Feels
be
like their things are gonna be yeah. It feels like their things are gonna go more normal and a lot better.
Yeah, no, I can't blame you. I can't blame you. I agree. It's been a hot mess, and this hot minute has been a bit weird one. Sabre, like the inconsistency is quite jarring, really, and I'd expect.
Man, we were sold a lie with the passion game.
Yeah, we were. Perhaps we were looking too deep into it, and they were just worse than we made them out to be. And you know, that's another factor we have to talk about.
I think like there we were going at it, and yeah, they've got a fair few things they can do. They've got some things.
Yeah.
They need to splish a little bit. Yeah, today that is unfortunately not really all there.
Yeah, a lot of pieces missing. And they will try here again. I love the attempt, but it's Mixmeister that is able to still get two and does critical injuries on Jacast. It's perfect. And it's done.
Ooh. HE is nice. Finishes it off. Number 6, just gotta get that defuse, and you've got it. Don't forget. There you go, just AK, any utility you can find. Alright, let's not get BMing here. No, actually,
you were saying?
Here's a fun little topic we can talk about.
Yeah.
Now, this is obviously a rumor, unconfirmed and all that, but I am very happy because I have been laughing at this individual for such a long time. BP's finally thinking about cutting Electronic.
Wow. Hello.
About damn goddamn time. I'll say this. Every single team that Electronic has ever been in since Na'Vi, I have put him 0-3 in my major pickups out of principle alone because I think he is straight ass. As an IGL, he has done not a single decent thing, and people saying, oh, Electronic IGL, like when it was Cloud9, I think I'm even correct though, but saying, super team, no. L, massive L. I have been laughing at that because he was coasting all the way on Navi, and I'm finally happy
Go
to
off,
have caught on
King.
and realize he's a fraud as an IGL.
Go
He's done
off,
zero good
King.
things. I am so happy people are laughing at him because I've been on that coast or on that line ever since Navi. The first month or two he was coasting with Blade, and as soon as he was told to do something original, he fumbled the bag so hard. And I'm happy people are laughing at him because he is that bad of an IGL. Not a single thing he's done right.
Well,
And he even gaslit Flammus, man. Like, oh, I don't know how to play the game. Come on. But anyway, that's my final little topic for today. If you've got anything
Fair.
to add.
fair. No, I'd say you're pretty much on point. I think you're
Great
right.
cheeks.
Preach it, brother, is what I'm saying. In any
Thank you.
case, we are 7-5 halftime, ending this first part of Inferno. I mean, Sabre, given what we've seen so far, I'm holding out zero hope, and I'm not even kidding right now that much will change. Like, I'm expecting the same kind of shenanigans we'd seen in previous maps, mistakes that are just quite uncomfortable to watch. CT side is difficult to play, very much so in Inferno. It demands a great deal of coordination. It demands everybody to be at least somewhat present with their minds, you know, and not just kind of lollygagging across the map. On the other side, though, the problem is you've got Homeboys. 14 kills for the man. He's doing a splendid job. Donnie on 11, the rest following. Mixmeister's been there as well, here and there. Everything just coalescing into a poetry of potential victory.
Using some big words today. Lollygagging. Say, it's one I've not heard in a long time.
Yeah. It's been a while.
It has. What other tricks do you have in your bag? What other words do you have?
Oh, come on, don't do that to me. You know, they come sporadically. It's chaos. For me, words are the same
You've got
chaos.
like 3, and they circulate every
I
once
circulate
in a while.
as much as I can. Yeah. No, but genuinely, it's this game has been so chaotic. It's leaving me more speechless than not. Like, this is one of the rare occasions where I'm just genuinely shocked at perhaps the lack of consistency, or lack of not even consistency, but just some basic principle CS that's just sometimes not there at all on both sides, mind you. Both sides have had that issue, though Delta seemingly after map 1 have come around to, you know, get themselves situated a little bit better. Well, let's see what the pistol brings. Delta T side, very aggro Mixmeister, Dossigun. It's enough. It's quick, and I think it's going to be painless soon.
Painless? No. But it can be over. That's what we're trying to get here as well. Because I really just want to move on from this series. At the moment, neither of these teams given me the interest right from that first game. I kind of said it right. Sabre gave us like a little bit of hope against Passion. Like, okay, maybe they're a team to look out for. Then we came into this one. Delta 11 losing streak, 24 or 22 maps in a row they've lost.
Yeah.
Like, there's just not much that we are seeing that even goes anywhere near. Like, okay, we're saying Sabre should have had an easy time. Apparently, no, they've made about 100,000 mistakes, yeah?
Yeah.
And they've given this series way too long of a runtime. And now they've just lost my interest from how poorly they've played. Like, it is that simple. Sometimes it is something that you gotta still put bluntly as well, and that's exactly what's happening here. I have very little interest in either of these teams at the moment, and that is all there is to it.
Sometimes
Prove
that's
me
just
right
the way
at
the
a later
cookie
date.
crumples.
Or prove me wrong at a later date.
I do hope that they will show improvement going into the next, next few
But
months.
not today.
Today, unfortunately, it's been not much that we can say. Like, there's been moments where brilliance is shown, but unfortunately, they have been far and few in between that haven't coalesced into much. All in all, look, in the general sense, the gist of the word, all I'll say is I do hope we get to see more out of both. They are clearly trying a lot, but there's a lot of work to be done yet to fulfill everything fully.
A lot of work still needs to be done. That's the takeaway.
Yes. Yes. Fake reality. Able to get one in return. Decent damage.
So,
Ooh.
Jackass. Him fighting the first and a 3-on-3. The trade is there, and Delta, 2 players are still tagged up. You gotta keep that in mind here, but for the defense, all you need is a headshot. And either one of those players is gone. Makes the job a bit easier. They are going aggressive. This is going to give Dosic a good chance here as well. The shadow advantage is there, but Hodex takes the kill instead. And every single one of Sabre's plays, by the way, on A at the moment. Keep that in mind. Now to explore venture into mid. That was the one chance. Donny taken down, takes away these opportunities, and it's left Mix Meister. We've seen him performing pretty damn well throughout, but in this one, too much for him to handle.
Yeah, doesn't have enough HP as well to even take a single fight. The fact that he wins the first one is already an achievement in itself. Delta denied the 10th, but far from a loss just yet. And for Sabre, it's a bit of a different story. They have a chance to make it 9, to make it a tie, and once again fight for a potential full return to form. Niter is not giving me a good impression as well. He's on 6 kills. He needs to step up. Tripex on 5. Both have been very quiet this third map. And it's time to wake up. Donny and Dosic, what is happening? Jackass and Hodex both die. Where's the support? The CT's aggro down middle, but they do not get assistance. And Niter, he might have been close, but he's let go of the whole A site. And it's down to Tripex to not die here. Otherwise, this round will be as good as gone. And Niter, the flank through short, immediately spotted. It's over.
Yeah, so it seems.
I think this is a game-winning move right here by Delta. They needed this round. Let's not beat around the bush. Sabre needed this round. They got no money. They got no
they don't get it.
advantage. They got nothing that brings them back to speed after this. Like, what is the boys? What is happening? Ten to 6.
Yeah. Like, what do we do? What are we gonna do here?
I feel like
What
you
can
don't have a
we
choice.
say? What can we do to make this game any more manageable? I don't think there is much at the moment. Because, right, like, I'm so lost, man. I'm genuinely lost here.
No, I mean, look, I get
I'm
it.
thinking back to Ancient as well. I feel like that is where it should have ended as well at the same time. I've got that still in my mind,
Yeah.
very fresh, and I'm thinking, okay, it doesn't end there. Surely there's more to be given here as well. But it is fallen flat. I mean, all credit where it's due. Delta, they like from in Mirage forward, they have played a fairly good CT side overall when it comes to how they've managed this game. They have mitigated a lot of these mistakes that we've been seeing.
Yes, they have. They have. Like, Delta has definitely done a better job at handling themselves against any sort of pressure they went up against. It seems like Sabre, when put under pressure, they just collapse. That under the spotlight, it seems like they're not ready for it.
It's not even that the pressure is being put on Sabre, it's just they're giving it up. Like, we go back to Mirage and Fake Reality. Like,
Yeah.
17 times in a row, 1/2. I don't know how that's well. You guys do the math yourself. He gave up the freebies, quite literally on B, pushing apartments time and time and time and time again.
Yeah.
Like, that's where it all started to go wrong. And we've seen that trend continue in rounds since then.
It hasn't really stopped.
Terrorists win.
Like,
And,
it legitimately
it's not
has
gonna
not.
stop either, because we've got ourselves on to 11. And trying to get to the end of this one. And so, 11 on the board, looking for the next one. Well, is what we search for. Can we get it? Can we avoid what happened on Ancient? Because this one, like you say, not good enough.
Hoodix, good start though. At least an entry that goes their way, I'd say.
Very little to celebrate.
No, yeah, not a lot to keep your hopes up just yet, but
Or maybe they are trying to cook up something here.
a shot. Fake reality makes up for it, and round 7. It's exactly the same as on Ancient. It was
a
11-6.
Quick shot. Yep.
And that's when the comeback began. And now, it's 11-6. And they're about to get 7. So, what in the world?
Praying it doesn't repeat.
Or maybe Sabre just have what it takes to do so.
Counter-terrorists win.
Clean round even.
I might as well. Feeling for a bit of wondering, waiting, just trying to add a bit of tension to the game here.
It doesn't help that we are completely in disbelief that once again we have the same scoreline and the same kind of, let's say, run of events, shall we say, as we had
Yeah,
before.
we're not running into this one and expecting a repeat or wanting one.
No. Obviously not. But it's just that it happens at 11-6 and now it's 11-7. Technical pause that we had also, if you recall, on 11-6, I believe. And now it's a technical pause by Delta.
Counting down and back to it. Now, hope for the best, please. We don't ask for a lot, do we? We want clean Counter-Strike. We want good Counter-Strike. Yeah, today. And more likely as well in the next near future as well. We're not going to be seeing either of these teams become a playoff contender. We can say that much. That'll be one thing we can say pretty confidently, I think.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. This is an unmitigated disaster for sure. Sabre, let's see if they are able to get out of it. They lose Hurix. And so far, They haven't seen much of a reply. Good headshot on Donnie. Nades flying. The challenge though from Homeboys as he is able to take out Triplex and still keep the advantage for Delta. They're pushing back towards B. They're going to leave one on short to make a bit of noise to convince them that this is still an A play. And oh, look at the rotation. Sabre. Never mind. Fake reality stays. I believe he must have heard something. As they walk into the side, the Molotov is good, and Sabre will hold it, perhaps with fake reality in tow. He gets two. It's the multi-kill that matters right here. The chance for this retake begins with him. And with the double secured, it's now Jackass the Niter.
One flashbang to make it work if we take. Kit is there. Meister, don't go away giving up opportunities here. Ooh. He went away to give an opportunity. Dossik in the CT. Smoke tries to be sneaky, gets caught instead. They won't waste fake realities 2K. They'll make it work. It is going to be an 8th round being picked up for Sabre. The game continues with map point still not gained.
Three to go. Eco in the play for Delta. We're going to be watching effectively Tech-9s hope to overwhelm the defense. They do cross mid, and Hurix is dead. He repeats the same angle three times. They lose the long player Niter. Jackass dies. No. You gotta be shitting me. Oh boy. Sabre. Oh, not like this.
Gave way too many opportunities. Sticking around for 3 shots too long.
Yep.
The retake starts quickly at least. Triplex in apartments already. Mixmeister jiggling for this. Played a little bit of an off angle. Not to say, but trying. M4 barrel spotted. And the retake is about to start and end quite quickly with 12 on the board. It is pistols that cleaned this one up here.
12 to 8, 4 to go for a full comeback for Sabre. And it is the force, well, not even a force buy because Dossik and Dune both had a full eco. It's a full, effectively, eco with a few Kevlars. Yeah, half buy. Let's say that. Yeah, let's say half buy.
That's what we call these rounds.
Yeah, sure. And it's this is like the 7th time I think Sabre lost against full zone. If it's not
getting up there, 7th, 17th. There's a couple of them.
Oh, boys. What is...
What is happening? Why are you trying to force these duels?
Why are you fighting A when you're pushing B with the bomb?
But you can have one lurking A, sure, but 2 and both having lost their lives is a mistake that is going to cost you the round here.
This is
Mixmeister? Not much you can do.
I'm trying to wrap my head around the logic from Delta.
I've tried. I stop.
Yeah, actually,
my brain's
actually
gonna hurt.
fair. No, I won't even try because there's no point. This is 3 more rounds and we have overtime. Sabre, you're given another freebie almost here, I would dare say. It really is nothing more than a freebie. And force buy. Wow. Are you kidding me right now? Like, they actually...
That's what I'm saying. Just don't think about it. It will hurt your brain, and trying to rack more and more with ain't gonna help much.
This is legitimately
short. Gothic attack 9. Somehow, this is gonna turn to a round.
It's a 3 versus 4, and if they're gonna give Holdix these shots, surely you're not challenging this, right? Dossik Why are you shooting through the smoke? You haven't even planted the bomb. Like, what are they? What is going? Like, what the actual hell are we right now watching? Delta, please stop
They're full
playing.
committing A, and the bomb only gets there 15 seconds later.
Yeah, like 20. More like 20 seconds later, but yeah.
Yeah. Here's the retake. CT side, they've been given this extra time to have everybody here. Molotov is not going to touch Doom, and this should be Lisa and Al-Gaib, although a tick still finds one. Make it two. Paul Atreides here at the stat, and it is done and dusted eventually here. It is way too long of a series, way too long of a game. And one I don't wish to repeat anytime soon. With the sheer amount of mistakes given away rounds, it is not a great game of Counter-Strike, we can say that for sure. And we don't ask for much. A good game of Counter-Strike. We were sold a lie with the previous game we saw from Sabre, where we had those glimpses. We thought they could be a lot better. And today they come into this one and they do not perform.
I don't even want to talk about this game. I'm sorry, folks, but this game does not deserve a lot of words. Besides, Delta showed up. They did a better job. Sabre, they're out of the tournament. It was to be expected if this is the gameplay they bring. We have about
Okay, I'll say this. Okay. Delta, punished. Sabre kept making the same mistakes. One by one. A player going to this and there. Desert Eagle, boom, boom. Like, you can't keep losing those sorts of rounds to expect to win. At that point,
no, absolutely.
Delta played the better game. That's
regardless,
as far as I think we can say in terms of upsides or positives to talk about here.
Yeah. Regardless, we have a short break, and then our second game, which I'm actually hella looking forward to. I'm hoping we will have a great one. Copenhagen Wolves versus Dynamo Eklot. As always, it's going to be two great teams going pit to pit, head to head for the elimination or progression. See you soon. And welcome back, everybody. We are live once again with our second series about to begin. Dynamo Klot facing off against Copenhagen Wolves. My name is Over, joined by Nexus. And after that first conundrum, shall we say, we are ready to jump into our second series, as we said. Do we need the schedule again?
How's your Sudoku?
Sudoku's fine. Old man games are all good. Solving it sub 5 minutes, which is great. But let's overview the schedule just one more time for all our viewers joining us right now. Hope for this game to start, just to know where we are. It is the second of the day at 1 o'clock, so approximately 6 minutes from now, Dynamo Klot versus the Wolves, we've already said. And then later in the afternoon at 4, Astrum versus Zero Tenacity, and TNL versus Passion UA at 7. That's going to be a great match. I would love to watch TNL versus Passion. I think I might even catch a few maps if I'm going to be having the time. But focusing back on what we have at hand, Nexus.
What up?
What are we thinking? Wolves versus Dynamo Klot.
Good question. I don't know. Klot's going through a lot of changes. We can actually bring up their roster now as well. Right, we know in the actual last few months, more than that, they've had the Alliance for a bit. Now they've recently benched him. I think just a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago, I don't know exactly. But they're testing things out. They're making sure they have a decent enough roster. And already, I mean, they did get a little bit of a decent result. They managed to get a win in the Rainbet Cup as well. First place there, win over Passion UA. You had Fnatic at 5 as well in there. Sashi, Partisan, like all these good teams with 9 ends. And a couple more as well. Came first in that one. They've got a little bit of confidence from that. They're trying to figure out what's going to be happening with the IGLing in that team now. So it's essentially a rebuild that they're going through, and things may not look their absolute cleanest for the beginning. But so far, so good. Well, that was until they got here. Now they're 0-2, but so far, so good anyways.
Well, hopefully it's going to continue to go a little bit better. But the team they're facing off against, personally, we've seen them quite a little bit lately. Not so much with Matheos, but nonetheless, the newest addition to the squad, Matheos and Quez, have been integrated nicely, I believe. They have slowly and steadily risen through these last few weeks. I believe even rose up to like... what was it, 100-something, 110 spot in the world, I believe, at one point. But speaking of the Wolves, Tapeware, the IGL, Bielani, a great player from Poland, just knows his way around with rifles, believe you me. Jaquinho, a steady Swedish support, shall we say. He's been around for a very long time, since basically when I started casting in 2017, when he first really played. Then had quite a little bit of a break before joining Fnatic at the end of 2021. But moving on to Quez and Matheos. Quez, we already know. Everybody who'd been following Sashi should know them, or should know him. And then Matheos, a complete unknown coming from Croatia. We haven't even seen him much beyond at the start of the year in a mix.
No, we haven't. What I have seen, however, is a couple of Matheo's highlights on Twitter. And he's been hitting some real nasty clips. A couple of spray transfers, and I think statistically as well, head-to-head wise, he should be up there for the Wolves, if I'm not mistaken. So, production, am I correct? Can we get that head-to-head? Please tell me I'm right, otherwise I look like a complete fool. I do not look like a fool. Not yet, at least.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, the sample size, though, like Kata said, not the biggest at the moment. He's not been here for the longest time, but the Wolves as well haven't had as many games recently. They still got like 64-ish for the majority of them, but they are still figuring things out. And that is where we'll eventually see how they do settle in. Now, my like my worry almost is, well, I guess worry was at some point, what's this team gonna look like without Shane? Because he was kind of that superstar almost for this team, but that form eventually did wear off. But seemingly, Mateos has kind of gotten that point back. So, speeding things up here a little bit. Individually, Mateos so far so good. Quez, pretty okay. Nothing insane, but let's move over toward that veto. Let's see as well what maps we're going to be playing that does decide a couple of things. Starting off, my day is ruined. Dust 2. I mean, it makes sense. It's a very weak map just so far. It's not been one that Wolves have really thrown themselves towards to play. It's 5 games they played. Every single game has gone at least to 10 rounds, even those situations where they've lost, or to overtime, or triple overtime, in some cases. So, I mean, they've got close, but they haven't had those wins on it just yet. So, Eklund still feels good about it. It's been one map where they at least have been playing a fair bit as well. They've been putting in the hours, the work. But for now, we'll see what we get from this one. Ancient second, Inferno a third. What are we feeling?
Honestly, you've said it yourself already. The Wolves have had a bit of a rough period, a bit of a back and forth recently that hasn't gone too well. They, like I said, they've risen through the ranks a bit, but have as well swelled off a bit. Now, I haven't seen Dynamo Eklund a lot recently. Knowing them very well, though, knowing the players, having seen them through the years, I expect this to be a bit of a test for them as well. Mango's just recently joining, as you mentioned yourself. It's hard to make let's say, I can't say for sure. I will say that Dynamo Eklund should be winning this most likely in 2, I believe. Ancient is good for the Wolves, but it's not that good to make me believe that they can do it if the players are not online, if Matthews is not going to be hitting his shots, if Bielani is not going to be accurate, right? They will have to be present as a team and as the individuals here, because otherwise Eklund might just eat them away.
All right, let's throw it to Dust 2 then, let's see what we get. Because that is an interesting thing. I just, okay, off the clips I've seen Matthews being, hitting on Twitter, I would just, from that alone, and the familiarity we kind of have with the Wolves, I feel like I'm favoring them a little bit more here.
I understand that, but I think that's just bias of knowing them better. And I would love to see them win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know both as well.
Yeah.
Like, you should have seen some of those clips. I'm gonna send them to you.
Oh, no. I get you. I think I casted a few of their games as well, most recently when Mattheus joined, but... And I'm very happy to see a Croatian player on the international scene that is not being accused of many things that he did do. So a little bit of representation for the Balkans.
Yeah, those who as well want to just go to his Twitter, Mattheos_CS. There's a couple of them there. Pretty good. Since you won already. But in the meantime, the pistol continues. CT side. Waiting for this option to find themselves the first. It's still being toyed with. They're kind of flirting with the idea. Now that stops. They've been rejected from B. Mangus, he at least found one toward the side. That helps them, aids them a bit. The bomber still needs to go down. That's an issue. Mikey checks the tunnels. In the meantime, a quick fake of the bomber. They will bait him forward. Second for Mikey. From 2 out of 4 now to just 2 out of 2 on both sides. Trying to get utility over as well to the side. Bombers yet to be planned. The Jorginho spotted a good jump spot. They need to get this one done somehow. Bomb this time being stuck out of the door into the grave. Copenhagen Wolves, they were not allowed access, but they don't care. They still make their way through and will convert a clutch here. 2 out of 4.
It's not good. The Wolves. It's Dynamo X. Sorry to...
Oh my god. So
Yeah, sorry. I didn't want to say anything. I thought we would switch the names on top. Yes. It is Dynamo Eklund to take the pistol. Copenhagen Wolves, unfortunately, unable to get the retake going. It happens. Unfortunately, we'll switch the names on top momentarily here. A bit of a technical error on the HUD. It happens from time to time. But yes, see, this is like this after plan, this retake is perhaps a good example as well. Not an example, but rather just a show and tell of how good Dynamo Eklund play. When they put their mind to it, the experience they have is immense. And they do have some heavy hitters as well. I think, in general, the Czech team is... not Czech team, but rather the Czech scene and the Slovak scene is oftentimes overlooked, even though they have some very big gems in them.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. But what do we get? It's Bloodbath.
Yeah.
Eklund still have managed to find their way toward the side. They have Mangus stuck at the moment at the Raptors. Smoke deployed, a bit of cover. We'll find one. Jaquinho trades, but with a single scout, there's not really a round here for him, unfortunately. Backing off. One of many saves for us two. Game time fans rejoice all across the globe. I sure love watching 30, 40, maybe even 50 seconds of nothing.
Terrorists win.
My favorite part of the game. But we fixed the HUD.
There we go. Problem solved.
My cynicism of Dust 2 will know no bounds.
Yeah.
That's familiar to a fair few at this point. Who've
I
been
think
here
everybody...
before.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you've been here before with me on the microphone, you know my thoughts.
I do.
You've been here more than once, I think. Right.
I've been here... I don't even know when we began at. Like 2022?
Grev retired at some point, went to school.
2021, 2022, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure. 2022. Wow, time flies when you have fun.
Yeah, time does fly. Wait,
yeah.
having fun?
Yeah.
You've
Aren't
been
you?
having fun?
Yeah, I've been having great fun. And Dynamo Eklund's about to have even more fun. Against an Eco, it's a round win. I mean, Mike is going to play the lurk through mid. Pretty classic. And that's round. But yeah, my Slavic brothers here from Dynamo Eklund, they are pretty much on point, I think. I've always praised the team for their commitment to team play, because it's a rare sight. There are a rare few teams that can sustain themselves on any level that maybe don't have the most known players, the best riflers in the world, or even the best oppers. But they have some great IGLs and great players that work together in tandem, in unison, perfectly. Example of that is Sinners, for example, or Dynamo Eklund here, to kind of put it into a bit of a perspective. And team play just works wonders when you put your mind to it. Dust 2 starts off great for them, but this is where the real challenge begins. Jaquinho has up. We do have a full buy. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm going through this. I get interested, but
Ooh.
detour. No detours there. There's a very quick opening. Entry access given at the CT side.
This could... Hey, they dropped the bomb. What?
They've dropped the ball in this round.
What? How is the bomb?
Mongoose does come back, but he's not ready for this. Why would he be?
What?
This is a massive fumble from Dynamo Eklund. You got the B side, you got the entry, but the bomb was not committed with the play, and now you'll have to go back. You're getting flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks, and I'm getting also worried. Jaquinho delivers the first, utility deployed, and that's the round at that point. Done, dusted.
Yeah, that's the round. I can't believe... Why is the bomb dropped in... Why? Who dropped the bomb? Who was the smart man that thought that was a good idea to do? I am in disbelief. Oof, missed shots. They do take one. Clear the flank, sure. But it's 3 guys you're going up against. They have the T side high ground. Look at this. Look at this barrel angle. I mean, yeah, you can hit the headshot, sure, but it's still such a good angle to fight from. You're effectively covered unless your opponent is very accurate. Goodbye, Forzy, and it's donezo. Wow, what a fumble. Generational fumble right there. Trauma unlocked for the next generation of CS. Why are you not biting at obvious attempt at humor?
Sorry, I'm very engrossed in our earliest DMs here, looking at when and it seems like
wow.
September 2021
I
was about
called
the
it.
time we started working together. Rev kind of faded out. He was starting to do schoolwork, you know, working on his bachelor's, I think.
Yeah, he pulled the Homer into the hedge maneuver.
Slowly backed away. Well, you also had Sirman who was starting to work on more TV stuff, more local things. It made sense. And here we are. Almost 5 years later, 4.5. Time flies when you are having fun, but for me it's been real slow.
I mean, when you get older, time slows down a little bit, but then it speeds up again, trust me.
That was an insinuation I'm not having fun with you.
Uh-huh, I know.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's your problem, not mine.
Yeah, fair
I'm
enough.
having fun. I don't give a rat's ass.
Skill issue, honestly.
Skill
that's
issue,
your
bro.
problem.
It's like your problem, man, not mine. Like, I don't know I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Fair enough. 40 seconds left. Molotov down towards Shodan Dynamo Eklund at about 35, 36. They'll start going in. Alright, Emma, let's find out. There's the utility. 35. In they go. Right at the exact time they say it. There's Mikey leads the charge.
Ooh, that was a close call.
Machine at times. He's kind of slowed down a little bit when it comes to this, however. Being in this Dynamo Eklund roster. Perfect Molotov. And now look at that pressure. All they gotta do is drop the bomb once. That might be enough. They've done it. 15 seconds. Been picked up again. Mangus. Now getting pressured as well. Quiz around the corner. Machine drops 3, but it's too late. It's done. Violani just run away in a couple seconds. Round is done.
So, what is
Big
this?
round for
Series
Quez.
1? Yeah, also, what the hell did Dynamo think was going to happen? Look at the time. Look at how long
Yep,
they
the
took
Molotov is what
short.
seals it here. It's that second molly that absolutely cooks them. They have to force themselves back, and it gives the Wolves just enough time to walk in as a group and take those duels. And then you have Quez who hits 3 nasty shots. Bada bing, bada boom. You do a little magic just down there.
Yeah, exactly. And it works. It's beautiful. Yes. What I'm still kind of shocked about is how Dynamo Eklund is so slow to do anything at all.
I mean, sure, yeah.
They
They
run
had short for like a solid 30, 40 seconds before they made
run
that
up
play. They were
short.
just waiting that utility out. The Wolves just had more utility. First
yes,
it was a smoke, then it was a Molotov with like 40 seconds remaining, then you make that play, and then there was another Molotov because you got slowed down just a little bit too long. And now, you pay the price, and it's not going all too well. Sure, you got 1 for Forzy. Okay, now you got 2 for Forzy. Now we can start talking about... That's barely anything to really go off of at the moment. You still got to get toward the side, and it's not going to be an easy one. Jaquinho waits.
Oh,
And the
nice
round
shot.
should be sealed there. That is a good first shot, but... Forzy, feeling audacious.
Hold
Phase
up.
5 application,
Hold up.
drop shots coming through.
He just pulled a 360 MLG maneuver, and he's moving
180.
towards the B side. Well, let's add another 180 just for good measure, as he's going to get the bomb plant, brother. This is
I
going to be a
love the bomb
1v2.
plant as well.
He's got the op. He can peek out window, get the first kill potentially. Maybe he peeks double doors. That's even crazier because he could see both. Does he anticipate both from CT is the question. And, oh, he sees the first. Now he's going to line up the shot. He doesn't see the crossing yet, but he's about to realize there it is, and it's a 1v1. Matheos.
Doesn't realize. Oh, he knows. This round, he's pulling it away. Oh, it's a 1v3.
Sick.
It's an ace clutch
Sick.
coming through. Holy hell.
Demon-like performance by 4C as he just skips through Wolves' territory and is able to get not only the ace, but also the bomb plant and secure a beautiful clutch at the end, a 1v1 against Matheos, the, let's say, the prime headhunter, the newest flagship addition of the Wolves side. And he is no match when 4C is wielding that AW. God damn, that is good. 4-2, tactical pause. I like it. Dynamo Eklot gotta talk this through. Makes sense.
Messed up there. Not having that second play from Long coming to support Jaquinho there as well. Now, in hindsight, is a bit of a mistake there. They just assumed he was going to go toward the A side, and then, of course, with B player, unnamed, I'm not sure who it was, caught at the doors, that was the option for 4C as well to just run away. Very well played. And continues extremely well. That was, by the way, an eco round with the save up. Keep that in mind. Now they've forced instead Copenhagen Wolves to USPs only. And this is a bit of a rough one. What's the one thing I talk about Dust 2? CT side specifically.
Can you repeat that, please? Because somehow it went
fair
in
enough.
one ear and out the other.
That's completely valid. I expected as much. But what's the one thing I talk about Dust 2 CT side?
CT side, well, how much you have to take control of that short mid position, right? How much you have to fight.
No, I don't talk about that. I talk about the money, because that's when things start. As soon as you lose that money, you're
But
saving.
that's a given one. Yeah, that's a given one, though.
Oh yeah, but that's still something that people just need to recognize as well
People
here.
tend to forget. Yeah, but it's like
You lose that money, you're saving half the rounds when you lose 2 players.
the thing is, you are gonna have to save because you need utility. Without it, you're dead in the water. Like, you can't even hold a single push if you have no util. Long, it's a free way to victory for Dynamo Eklot if you don't have those mollies up or nades. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like, money is obviously the one and only thing that's gonna make the end difference. But in the final pieces of the puzzle as well, I feel like on Dust, a lot of times CT-sided teams get caught in this idea. Okay, we have to just anchor down, bubble down, turtle up, and make sure they can't cross our borders instead of being proactive, which you have to be in the new days of Counter-Strike.
Surely Jaquinho's got to be expected now at least. Only lets them know that was barely up for a second before they hit the ground. Look, also put down, but they decided to go away. I'm looking at the site there. Tapeware has no utility. I don't like this adjustment that's being made here with the Wolves now. They know Eklot's got to be on short. They have no mid control. You're stacking it towards long gambling and hoping they walk back this way instead, where you can shut them down. And the problem is, Tapeware, not even a flashback, by the way, in this position. You can still come back, but the real play is coming toward the B side, so all that worry seems like it's not coming through. Force their way in. They've got mid control here. And the Wolves... What did he just say, money-wise? You're saving. You lose 2, you're gone. You leave. One of many.
One of many. Dust 2.
And it's that simple, right? It's boring as well for me to just keep mentioning this, but that's the way
this
the map is made. You have... Now, just... If you were to time it, I think from Jaquinho... Matheus or anybody here, or Tapeware as well. Like, the time it would take them to rotate towards that B side would probably be about 25 seconds, and then you add on top, how much time do you have to worry about? Or maybe a little bit, not that much. The mid doors, that's where lurks often get as well. There's so many of these things where it just makes the map really difficult to retake, especially that B side, so when you go for a gamble like that, and you don't have the advantage or the utility here when the round gets played out like this, you just tend to save because there is no other option. Unless it's a absolutely must-win scenario. It's tough, but that's the map.
That's why the map needs to go.
Yes, it does. Among many
Dust,
other things, but this is the bane of my
Ancient,
existence right here.
And Mirage have to be switched out.
Inferno.
No, Inferno's gonna stay.
I know, but I want
Inferno's
it gone.
gonna stay. Yeah, but it's not logical that it's gonna go. Mirage and Ancient will go before Inferno. And Dust, I mean, given that it was brought in because of Counter-Strike 2, right? Because once Counter-Strike 2 got into beta, Dust was the first map that was available. I feel like
God,
we're gonna see it removed as well. Potentially 2 new maps after the major. I hope so. I think that'd be great.
Really,
Cobblestone and Cash would be great because Cobblestone apparently, like Cash has been bought. That's what you told me, I believe,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Yesterday that was
and
confirmed as
Cobblestone
well.
is also
Valve had reached out to FM Bone the
FM
very
Bone,
first day it was released, so cash sold. It is coming back.
And Cobblestone as well. Apparently, it's making a comeback.
That I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard that apparently they are making like preparations for Cobble or something like that. I don't know
Oh
if
God.
like I don't mind it. I do like Cobble though. I personally am a fan. It's a different map. That's what I like. It's a bit different than what we're used to seeing, you know.
Hey, Web. Top mid takes the first duel. Ready for the second. Does not overextend immediately, but he is still challenging. Just wanted to get that reset and then reload, and then he's dead. Man, disadvantage only continues to grow with his next court. Biolani. Him and Mateos need to force their way back into this. They haven't seen the man behind the box. That makes things a little bit difficult, but Mikey's not going to enforce this one. Mateos. He's going to cross right past him. This is going to work out very well for Mikey. And it could work out very well for Mateos.
Unfortunately,
Not anymore. I think Biolani needed at least 1 kill there.
Yeah.
Now this is... Forzy is looking for it, but he has that bomb, so there's a chance. Give it a second. Hold on. Drop the bomb. Line up 2. That's 1. There's 2. Time is low. Running from short is Mikey.
Oh,
no
that
room
bomb
for mistake.
again.
There's a Molotov as well. Mateos dropping on the bomb right here, right now. A little bit too far. And HE as well, but Mikey is getting to the side. There's a flash, there's the swing, and Mikey won't turn. He'll keep his eyes on the prize and will deny a clutch here instead of picking up 1 versus 1 of his own. A 7th round for Eclod, and Wolves really could have used that. Still one of the best chances they've had.
pretty much. That was the best opportunity the Wolves will have on this first half to make it closer. But with it gone, it effectively means one thing and one thing only. Dynamo Eklot is looking to close this half at the very minimum 7-5, but perhaps even better. A 9-2, a 10-2, excuse me, a 9-3. It's looking like a very distinct possibility all of a sudden. Mikey, double door is going to be pushed. There's the flash. They'll know this. They spot one. Mikey responds. Mikey with two. Another player joining the door push. What is going on here? Quest misses his magazine, but at least is able to steal Mikey. It's still a 2-on-3, though. It's still a negative trade for the CTs. How did the molly extinguish? I don't know. But it's Mateos again. 1v2. Clutch once more. Up against the op. He gets 4C. He has the C4. This is madness. This is absolute madness right now.
Well, we're going to be picked up as well. This is a massive rotation Mateos making, but Mankas anticipating the A rotation instead. Taking his time, 25. Back to mid. Mateos, perfect timing. One more will do. And for him, Copenhagen Wolves managed to get this one.
Damn. What clutch. A 1v3. And this second kill was the best one we probably have seen in a long time. And these are the highlights that we'd expect out of Matheos. Third round secured, as you said. It's a clutch that saves them. And let's see if it's a clutch enough to bring them up to speed to 5. They're going to need them.
Yeah, second try as well there for Mateos on 1v3s, and both times makes it look like he has it under control. But there, I almost want to say it was more Manga's misplaying, just anticipated a different rotation. Then it was too late, and all the time in the world for Mateos had been given to play to his own pockets, and so he'll still get another round out of this one. 4-5, that is what the Wolves are looking for. If you're stuck at 3, that's where the things get a little bit awkward here, I'll say. But these had momentum, that's something as well people do need to keep in mind when it comes to Dust 2. A very possible scenario. Into mid, Mikey, pushing through the smoke and back turned. Tape where? Rain had not turned around. Didn't have eyes at the back of his head instead, and now with Quez looking to defend the B side. An MP9, great weapon for this spot. Ammunition's running low, but thankfully the Alani, he has not. He'll come to assist. They do manage to get rid of Mikey in mid, and they will force their way back toward the side to defend it. And not even allow for a bomb plant. Also a nasty shot as well to open things up here.
Beautiful shot, yeah.
People look for that a lot nowadays, and I do like it, right? With how much time T-side obviously do spend in Suicide, there is like a very good opportunity to do that. Most teams just don't run dry into top mid on the T-side. Most often you're going to have somebody there, and it just gives that option to touch things. Mangas! 1 and 2 in the meantime, hello. Goodbye. Oh my god, Quez, what? How is this turned into a deathmatch server? You got CTs going to top mid, both getting headshot, and up long is next,
I don't know.
And suddenly you've got the bomb down for Quez.
This is like the third time. This is like the third time that the Wolves have been able to steal the bomb, or at least get close to the bomb in this kind of manner.
Something like that.
It continues to happen for Dynamo Eklat. I don't know what the issue is. Like, I mean,
This
I know
time
what
I'm
the
gonna say
issue
it's
is.
not their fault as much.
Yeah,
a little bit. I'll give
maybe.
a little bit leeway there. Chiginio,
Maybe.
however, he'll take this one and now put it to the rest of his teammates. Quez and Bialani, they still got that bomb out of their control, and again with the minute remaining, Dieter has quite a few options available, but they're disengaging. I like the way the Wolves are playing this, right? This goes back to Matheos and his clutch where he's ran around the world. They're just letting him have this, anticipating his rotations and moves instead. There is now the spot coming through. They know he's here. Gets the bomb. If Quez doesn't see him in the next 5 seconds, he can probably make a mass rotation as well. He's got B essentially covered by himself now. A smoke toward A, that confirms it. Bialani already here. But he is alone. Quez so far, this is a massive gamble, but one that will pay off, because Dieter is looking the wrong way, anticipating the flank from long. It's still a decent turnaround for the Wolves here. For the CT side, I think that's respectable.
It's okay. Given how we started, it's handleable.
People do put statistically just to as a slightly CT-sided map and whatnot, and when you ask most, they'll say that's CT-sided. I hardly disagree with that, just because the money and the way the map is played out and the momentum. I have always seen it as C-sided instead. But I'm in the minority, but most people will still put this as a CT-sided map.
No. It always has been T-sided to a degree. It's just really, as you said, economy makes that biggest difference of them all, because you have very few corners you can work with otherwise. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Second half is soon to begin, surely, as, well, what we can see here is everybody kind of bringing their A game a little bit from the Wolves side as well. Matheos, Jaquinho, Quez, and Bialani.
I did go ahead and I had to double check this. 2022, funnily enough, was a very CT-sided time for Dust 2. 2023, it was a very T-sided one.
Yeah.
24, I don't think we had Dust 2. Actually, no, we had Dust 2 a bit more. It was a bit T-sided, and now in 2025 it's also still a bit T-sided. It's slightly growing to a 52%. But at worst, it was like 56 CT side, I think. So they have been very much sways when it comes to it, but then as well, depending on the filters, if you want to go to like 10, 20, and top 5 teams, it'll always change a little bit. It's because the level of competition is that high, and anti-shredding, everybody has so much more dirt on each other in preparation, yada yada yada. That's different, but just overall, taking into account every single game, Stick actually do put it as a slightly T-sided map. So good, yippee me, have been proven right. I can hold that over people's head when they say it's CT-sided. Milani, in the meantime, give it to Chiquinho, they open up B. The Wolves with the bomb plant here will almost secure themselves 6. Like, there's no reason for Eclor not to go for this, that's one thing. But what do you got?
I don't know why they wouldn't, but sure. Like, surely you send it here, right?
That's what I'm thinking as well, right? You have to, but they are just saying no thank you. Like, this is how poor Just 2 retakes are. You're saving with the pistol round.
No, yeah. That I think it's a great kind of showcase of how screwed up this map is, honestly.
I could not be proven any more right. This map saving in the CT side. Like, the pistol. Yeah. It's the pistol. Like, come on. What do you get here? Maybe a couple of kills? Just one? Are you going to use that money to buy, what, a Desert Eagle and go down to a Pyjamas next round? Like, just try it anyway. If nothing else, the fact they were saving probably does allude to the fact that they would have wanted the force buy here. And there it is. That's about the only thing I can imagine ever being the reason, but it's not really... Yeah, it's not great. But it is what it is. Mateos! He's feeling it. That's one thing we can say.
I'm not sure why they force buy as well. They're saving on the pistol to then just force buy the round after. I mean, yes, you can win. You always can do that, but it's all just... I don't know how to explain.
Can we get a huzzah for every single one who loves watching Dust 2? Because this is thrilling.
Thrilling action on Dust 2.
Like, okay, so here's my contradiction to this. The two best games I've seen have been on Dust 2. Both were Phase and Spirit. Like, those are the best games of Counter-Strike I think I've ever seen. One at Shanghai, one at Antwerp, semi-finals and grand finals, respectively. So, like, that's where my things go. Like, my hatred of Dust 2 does go away. So those games were straight fire.
La la. Hold up, hold up.
Apparently,
this
hold
could
on,
be fire.
we've got something here as well. This is cooking something. That same
Straight
level,
fire.
but... A chance given it to Eclor here. Jump shots, already connected. Trying to bait out that second car. That's an issue. Chiquinho, you're not going to live that one. And Quez, 39 HP. He is also dead man. Round of smoke. And dead. Wow. We talk shit about the force buy, but here they are to win.
Goddamn. I mean, yeah, look, force buys... Again, I think this is, how do you say, survivor bias in terms of what this is. It's like, how many times do you see a force buy succeed compared to how many times you see it lose, but yet you forget about how many times you saw it lose, right? Because that's why we keep... yes, there are obviously exceptions. Yeah, same. There's no getting in between me and hate against the force buy, but sure.
God, I love being a hater.
Oh, yeah, it's the best, isn't it? It's just so good. But 8-6, let's see if the Wolves are going to be forced by lovers, too, because they're about to try it out. Well, they are already putting it on the line. They bought it. So let's see what they do with it. Full investment here. Please don't push through the smoke.
They push through, but they've got good flashbacks with this. Mateos does a cartwheel in the background.
Oh, that's so good. Love it.
A little bit of levity in this bleak Dust 2. Honey, His tech not a struck for another. Surely we're not going to go back to back here. We're not going to trade these ones.
No. No chance.
There is a chance.
You say surely, I say no chance. It surely doesn't work. As Bielani
There is surely a chance.
is traded off, and voila, folk, it's Jaquinho and Quez. Tough one. Very tough one. Near impossible, in fact.
Let him cook. Never mind, that's it.
Kinda cooked himself, didn't he?
Good setup as well for the CTs. It's the totem pole that awaits the T side. There's no chance they're peeking into just one. Reload, back away. I said there's no way they're peeking into one. Guess what happened? Nubik unable to get into safety. But that is Eklot still. Round of 9 being picked up here. Alright. Stabilizing. And keep it in mind as well, ladies and gents, fellas, anybody in between as well. This is a map, or a map where the Wolves have not managed to win a whole lot. They've had games go into, or more than enough games go into overtime as well. They've got 5 games played, 3 overtimes, 1 13-10 loss and 1 win. So they know how to play this, but just completing those games is what really matters. They haven't had that. And currently, it does seem like Dynamo Eklund are going to be sweeping this start of the second half a little bit here from the force by win. So for the Wolves, this is not giving a lot of leeway here, because you have to win this one. If not, you're giving up a very good golden ticket to that 12 as well.
Yeah, you're giving away a lot that is going to be very hard to make a return investment on. So, as you said, that golden ticket, that number 12... is approaching steadily, and this buy from the Wolves has to work. We've got the AKs, we've got the util. Surely they've got the energy here to pull this away in their favor. Mateos, Tapeware, Quez, and Bielani. One man down. Doesn't mean anything just yet. Nubik.
I wonder how he feels about us calling him Nubik.
I mean, that's the name, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That's what he was going by. What? 2020 and 21, maybe 22 he changed it, I'm not sure, but
I don't know, maybe.
NBQQ just doesn't roll off the tongue as easily. And he was going by Nubik before, so
yeah.
Anyone who doesn't know. He's nailing shots here, though. Couple found. One still waiting at the tunnels as well. But the Wolves, they're figuring out which way to go, and Mikey's got to find out. Second or 2. Hold on. And never mind, Bielani's dead. Timing with that smoke is what mattered. There's down, and 1 more to go. Whack-a-mole. Not even firing a shot at the mole.
Whack-a-math. No? Okay.
Or a Mike Tyson? What do you got here, a Lith?
So good.
Yeah, being picked up here. 4 kills for Nubik. Nicely done.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing really good. 14 kills total, 17 on Mikey. You know, the rest are pretty much there as well. Everything's kind of coming together beautifully, and right now it is Dynamo Ekla that is looking to close this map out with success. Honestly, like, on the verge of it. And starting again, Nubik once more just keeps on putting more on the board.
They're giving him the options, and doesn't seem to be missing all too much there as well. He'll assist in the kill. One of the most important job in anyone who plays the doors there as well is survival. You can take one, know when and how you can re-peek that as well. That is a nasty shot in the meantime. Dave Ware apparently hit one of his own. Now for Nubik, right, as long as he'd survived there, all is good. We're still looking at a near impossible situation, but I mean, already he's had 2 chances, 1 victory. a 50% chance to complete this one for Matthäus, and I think those
much
odds
more
just
does he
grew a
need,
little
right?
bit now with that shot. But anticipation of Nubik? Surely not. Even pulled out the pistol, Nubik doesn't want to miss this in case he comes close. And if not, Mac turned. This is where Dynamo Eklot as well were caught once or twice in that T-spawn where the pushes were coming through. They dropped the bomb there once.
Yep.
Quez was there in Matthäus 1v3 earlier as well. But here, not ready for it. Why would you be? Why would you be? Nubik's on the off. He's not going to push speed, surely.
I mean, it's a bit much, honestly. That's
why you'll never see it coming.
Exactly. You never really do. And that's all there is to it. That's going to be another round here that Dynamo Eklot successfully convert. It's looking like it could be more to come to finalize it on a 13. But let's see, Matthäus traded out again already. He gets one, but he dies very soon after. Not the greatest of trades. Forsi finds Jaquinho. The counter-op battery is done. And it seems like it's just going to get worse from here, I'm afraid.
The first game where it seems like the Wolves aren't going to be putting at least the double digits here.
Yep.
Although, Tapor has a very good position. Wes, he's searching the tunnels instead of planting that bomb, and he is currently expecting Mikey. Lets them know the bomb was maybe searching for a way out, but it needs to cross on that site as well. I'm seeing Mangus up close. Don't think he's actually looking at B. Worried about the doors instead, and now they're looking for it, but Quez can plant that bomb whenever he wants. Tapeware. It seemed like they're so aware of him as well. That bomb will force their hand out of move. Did they?
Oh,
No,
well,
never mind.
There's going to be a close one, isn't it?
They're saving. Now, makes sense. Saving ops. Now, wanting to retake with those two, and a Tapeware will surprise. 7 being put on the board. A 2v3, and it's a very anticlimactic end to this one.
Yeah, a little bit of a quick downfall. Doesn't mean much yet, though. Forsi keeping that up. Money plenty enough to rebuy, so it shouldn't be an issue at all. Everything kind of going somewhat according to plan, I think. Five more rounds, high potential. Let's see if the Wolves got it. They're gonna have to bite down hard.
I was gonna ask how many more do you want to entertain here?
Honestly, I kind of potentially see them making a comeback. I mean, if Matthäus continues to play as well as he's been playing, I could see more out of the whole team here and more out in general from them.
This is it's a boost coming through. I like the geometry-based boost as well, where the bottom player never has to crouch.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Here, Nubik and Detour. Both dead. They get one and done for both of them, but for the Wolves, they went about this so early that the problem actually is there's so much utility now remaining for Eklot. They barely used any of it. That smoke, same goes for the Wolves as well. They've got plenty of util of their own. That Molotov can be deployed up close if he wants, but they are maybe thinking about flushing Jaquinho out instead, and that will do exactly that. Into the flames. Swallowed up by them. Retake begins. Not a lot of time, not a lot of room for error. Matthäus holding forward, can't be spotted. And one man waits. No more 1v3s for him. This is going to be 13 here for Dynamo Eklot. It's a nice retake here as well. They take their time. And it's their utility usage, like I say. They went about it so early. It gave a lot of room to work with for Eklot here. So first map, being picked up here by Dynamo Eklot.
Quite simple. Quite easy. Not as simple as my haircut. It's getting worse. It seems like it's progressing through the stages of
Oh, it's
grief.
going down.
Yeah, it's going through the stages of grief. But beyond that, Dynamo Eklot, they get map 1. I mean, look, map 2, it's gonna be a bit of a harsher one due to what we've already seen here, right? Copenhagen Wolves, they're kind of lacking a little bit of that consistency. A few of the players a little bit hit and miss. Ancient could work, but I wouldn't be holding my breath for it, honestly, because Dynamo Eklot also very good on Ancient.
Yeah, yes, they are. So we're thinking about that potential 2-0 here.
Yeah.
We're saying, okay, what are the things we look at for Copenhagen Wolves as well? From the first map, I mean, Mateos, right, has a neat little 1v3, almost has 2 of them. You've got Quez, who plays fairly well. He's got an important route as well there to play off the start of their CT journey. You have signs for the Wolves that they are awake, but there when it actually comes to Dust 2, in this case, it's about losing that second round for the second half. That's where it starts to go slightly and slowly down for them. And you don't always come back from those. In this situation, you did not. CT side, right, that's a bit of an issue as well, but oh well, that's something I'm going to digress from now. And instead we look toward Ancient, where the Wolves, they're going to be starting on that T side, most likely. And I'm looking at it, the number statistics they have, but it's nothing that's really jumping at me. Like, there's nothing insane. Both TT and T, 48.8 exactly with a percent. So, like, it's like, I'm kind of struggling to see exactly what they're cooking there, but obviously, we've barely had any time with Mateos and Quez so far, so we got to see what sort of impact
I just hope
they can
Ancient
bring.
is going to be better. I really do.
Yeah.
I really do hope it's going to be better and that they're going to be improving as... it's best we jump to a short break and get ready for that second map, the choice of the Wolves, and see where they're at once we get there. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Turning into action,
so
second
back.
map. Indeed we are. And hopefully the Wolves as well. Second map, their choice. It's Ancient against Dynamo Eklot. After the Conundrum of Dust, surely this is going to go better.
Maybe. And we're thinking maybe. I mean, we're also thinking there's a very good chance this still end as a 2-0.
Yes.
That is
Unfortunately so.
one thing we also do need to keep in mind, because this is a map where Eklot are more than familiar as well, or are more than familiar with as well. So this first half really will matter a lot here. How clean of a first half can we get out of the Wolves here? T side at like 5-6, you can make that fairly well. But for the retake itself, for the pistol round, we've got a bomb. Smoked off, no kit. That's an issue. Added mana power seems to be fading rapidly. That
gonna be
forced them out of positions into a couple of more slightly hopeful positions, but it does not seem like there's a whole lot that we can get done here. It's just one where Mikey's hoping for a kill or two at the end.
He's dead.
And kill one is all he'll get. Actually, 2 in total, but at the end, that is all. Copenhagen
Yes.
Wolves first on the board, and we start.
Yes, we do. Let's see where it leads us to, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to tell the story of this second map. And hopefully it's not going to be a disappointing one. The Wolves, what have they set up for us? We've got pretty much everything they need. Galils, AKs, very little util though. Up against the Force Buy. How do they handle themselves? Fast A, not a bad choice. Usually A is empty for a reason. Oh, this is going to be fun, isn't it?
Yeah, basic utility goes out. Nothing crazy.
And save. If you're
That's
Dynamo
safe.
Eklot, you're saving.
It is as easy as that.
Indeed.
But that's the price of forcing and not getting anything from the initial defense there. Not getting a crazy gamble and read correct either, so you just back away.
I mean, this Force Buy could still win the next round, so having 4 alive is beautiful. I mean, it's a smart choice. You lost the first player. Somehow you can evade Mikey out of certain death, and in the end, it's plenty enough for the second to, or for the round of 3 to still potentially succeed. Why not? Wolves, they're going to be smart about this. They're not going to lose any players. They are definitely not going to give away any free rifles, because that's just asking to lose the next one then. And beautiful little entry here. Tapeware, the IGL takes it upon himself to try and clear out the initial contact. A little bit lucky that he doesn't get immediately headshotted on that angle, because it's only his head poking up from where the CTs can see it. In the end, it works out well, and that is looking like it could be a third as well. Though, for good measure, let's see this pistol Force Buy once more. Where's the rest? Why is Mikey alone?
I don't know. I mean, it's not like he had it that much.
Sure, but
yeah, you're still wanting a bit more when you are at a buy like this, when you are gambling yet again on just hope or copium that they are going to walk towards you, and that you're going to be built different or you're going to be better.
I mean, at this point, we get what the plan was.
God.
Pushed A main. So, you know, the idea was Mikey shouldn't be dying immediately. Even better if he gets a kill, then it's a guaranteed potential even round afterwards. Sure, though, it feels like you could have put more with him on that engagement on mid. You know he's going to be facing trouble. It's surprising that nobody else decides to join him. Or at least that the call wasn't made in that manner. Yet, bit of a waste of an opportunity, really, as the Force Buy is gone, and the round with it, as nobody died on the Wolves again. Maybe. I'm talking too soon, perhaps. The round is about to finish.
Hey!
Okay. Okay.
That's nice. That's an AWP suddenly they can drop over. Never mind, Forsy's got one.
Nah, they couldn't pick
There's
it
an
up
M4
because
he can drop over? If they want a bit of extra util, yeah.
I don't think they're gonna buy M4s. I think if you're smart here, you keep those MP9s and just play like head on, right? You try to make the best out of the weapons you have. Let's see for certain. Oh, what?
Hey! That's not great.
400?
Flash does not affect Mangus either. Gets himself a 1 and dot with the MP9. That's okay, but with the loss of Mikey, that makes things still a disadvantage to work their way out of on the Icklot side. The initial gamble to challenge lane, challenge shelf, and B ramp, whatever you want to call that area, not paid off. They're at least making use of the other side of the map as well. Nubik is getting that information. And while Forsy's leaning towards the B side, guess where the Wolves are going?
Yeah, they're going to be hitting into Nubik, and he's going to get the first. It's a start. They'll trade it off immediately. Does not bode necessarily too well for the opponent's side. Here comes the boom, I guess. You got to start hitting these shots. 2 versus 2. Doable potentially for Dynamo Eklund to find their first. Position-wise, not the worst, actually.
Yeah, Detail, however, not giving himself much of a surprise factor in this. It's just Forsy that they don't know is here at the moment. But I'm still looking at this round, right? With Jaquinho having all this utility, that Molotov not going to be much use if Detail decides to smoke off that bomb. And HE, none of that. So, it's still a rough situation. The quick tag keeps spinning into the smoke and hope for the best. And now ammunition's running low. He's in here, in the smoke, and they blow it up. And on the defuse, I think just barely a couple of seconds to spare. The first round hits the board for Dynamo Eklund. And from a 3-on-5, from a continual man disadvantage here.
Not looking bad. Not looking bad at all to recover like this. Get yourself situated at a bit of an advantage finally. Let's see if they keep it though. It's going to be a tough one. Given that we're going to see a lot of presence towards B, it seems like they want to be a little bit quicker about this. The Wolves stepping their pace up. Mid-control contested as well through elbow. Leaving a lot to be desired. Detour finds Bielani. That's a good opener. Good recovery to begin. Make sure that positional advantage is in your hands, or rather that you don't lose any sort of ground, especially not towards B. Quickly it can develop.
For the triple boost as well. That is crazy. Is there like some lore here that we're unclear with? Have they been practicing against each other and this is what they've been doing in practice? Because that's one of the only reasons I'd expect Dito to be watching for the boost.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, it's kind of funny. If not, less funny. For Jaquinho, going up against 2 and he's missed the shot. We'll continue to challenge, but 2 men down. Now it's the Wolves' turn to claw their way back into the round.
Let's see if they do. Matthew Stapewear and Quez got the firepower. Do they have the opportunity to do so, though? Approaching B, it's going to be defenders ready to respond in a moment's notice, which means they're going to have to be quick, and they're going to have to refrag instantaneously.
Ooh. Vitor up for an ace, by the way. Thinking about it, trying to read him, and Theos might have gone. But now they'll spot him on a ramp, and it won't take more than Nubik. A very clean round in Dynamo Eklund. They'll love that. Get their finances up a little bit as well, and make sure they've got a safety net for that rainy day, which most likely will come
Sooner rather than later.
sooner rather than later, yeah.
Yeah.
Took the words out of my mouth. But quick pause. Hopefully nothing too major, but Chiquinho has disconnected, unfortunately.
Bit of a technical pause, yeah. He's back, thankfully. Nothing bad has transpired. Let's see if he's going to be able to get those shots in, though. As the AWPer, he's a vital piece of the puzzle for his team. So every mistake that he makes could be his ending. Let's see. Still technical. Possibly having a toilet break. You know, people do need to go to the toiletries now, here and then. Do their thing. Are Dynamo Eklat gonna do their thing is what I'm wondering, though, to be fair.
I don't know. I don't really have a grasp of this on this map just yet. Just going about it one route at a time and trying to now think about which way this one eventually will lean. Because, like, alright, like, just looking at the numbers and the statistics, as we kind of mentioned headed into the break, there's not really anything that stands out here. It really is the Wolves is settling in with Quez and Mateos. And that's where the change will come. And that's all we're kind of looking at here, to see how well that will start to look. Because I'm still comparing this to the previous edition they had, in which Jane was a menace for a good long while. But a different lineup now, a different situation. And we'll have to see how that goes. Mikey, in the meantime, he's got two. Back at the back lines, but the Pistols are fighting. One remains. Tech 9 on Vialani, spam through the smoke as well, and barely dodging those bullets. Taking a duel against Mikey instead, knowing 40's got to be away for a while. But Mikey slips in, 4K for him, and last return now it's him. And around secured, not even a bomb plant, by the way. And we get to see Mikey opening up as well.
We should.
Just barely for a second, if it was a bomb plant or not.
Well played. Well played, Dynamo Eklat.
Indeed.
They tie it up, bring the Wolves to heel, and this is where things get complicated. Economically speaking, now the opening inside is kind of exhausted. Left very little in the bank after all of that shenanigans and duels, so I have to perform above and beyond. Mikey is going to be caught early, though, and Forzy's already aimed into the corner, but he's going to be smoked off. Mid-control given to the Wolves. That means they could cross into B quickly here. If they take control of CT and Red Room, it's perfect. Counter nade is thrown, though. A lot of damage dished out. 3 players through Red Room. Most likely veering off towards that B site. Big, the Shadow, yeah. Doesn't know about
Almost.
2, but... Hold up.
Chiquinho knows. Has to read. Avenues toward A and B now opened up, but with D-Thought taking that Vialani, that does force his hand. Explore elsewhere, and Forzy, he'll wait for him. We'll find this one. Round is in the bag. Eklat, now they're starting to string these ones together.
And they're looking more and more convincing. I mean, yes, they're losing players for sure, but in the end, it's not even a close call for the final moments of the round. There are no Matthews clutches coming through. Mikey
Sylvie as well goes out immediately. Let's
immediately
force you
entry.
just focus in on this main position, and while his teammates focus a bit more in mid, they've cleared that out. You've already seen now that is Mikey coming back to... No, not another back. Spotted. One tagged, one bagged. next up with the flashbangs. They go in, only to fall. Oh,
Good shot by
might actually
Chiquinho.
take one back.
Oh.
Take two. Quest slow.
Imagine 3 there. Okay, it's not that bad, but nonetheless, it's a little bit worrisome given the implications of it all.
I would
Economically
agree.
speaking, not bad.
Ooh. Timeout.
Love it.
Makes sense. You go 5 in a row for Eklund. Next gun runs coming out here in the Copenhagen Wolves. Use this map. Show us that reason. Right, results-wise, there's nothing that really stands out. They've had their wins and losses. More wins in this last month or so than losses overall.
Yeah.
But it's nothing overly convincing, and that's the problem, right? The teams they've played against, right? Wopa, G2's Academy, Rage, only seen the name like once before as well. Sabre, who we just saw, and I want to forget about that.
Yeah, that
And
match,
against
I don't want to...
Expermida and Astrum, they lost against them as well. So, I don't know. It's nothing insanely convincing in those names. That is kind of start pointing out to me. And then the numbers as well. Right, like, CCT side, not a massive standout either in that regard. But I've got hopes of a better show. Milani.
I think everybody do have a hope
Flash,
of a better show.
back and forth. Mongoose still fighting. Supporting in mid. And Bialani's more focused on Detour. All this takes is for Mongoose to turn around and he'll spot him. Bialani instantly down.
There it is.
Round number 6 coming up here. A streak that continues on Eklund's side. They were down 0-3. Guess what? Now they're up 6-3 instead.
Golden tickets, man. Golden tickets. That's what they get here. Charlie's Chocolate Factory seems to be open again, and Chiquinho, just another victim of the Chocolate River here. It's going to be 6-3,
Skip
man.
the whole movie? Yeah, we're skipping the whole movie, saying it's Charlie's. Gets to keep it at the end, man. Come on. It's Willy Wonka's. You know that.
Yes, yes, yes. Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. But at the end of this one, it might be Dynamo Eklund's ones. We could be seeing a very quick turnaround here. This first half is developing very much in favor of the Czech team. And there's not a lot that can be done, apparently, by the Wolves here.
Yeah, like these rounds as well, right, with the pistols. Last one we saw Quez get a couple toward the end. It hasn't really been great. One of the ones they went toward the site here with, they almost got the bomb down, and then Mikey to farmed it instead, got 4K for himself. They haven't been all too amazing in that regard either. Mikey? Watch another fight. I wish, if he's going to go for this, I really need there to be some sort of utility to support this. Sorry, I got scared for a second there. Genio. Long-range spray. Not the cleanest, but guess what? They managed to get themselves some sort of lead here. HP-wise, not great, but they've got position to work with. I'm still looking at Quez all the way in A main as well. He's got a flash, but the bomb's been dropped. Both Milani at a tape well lined up. So close to breaking the streak,
Damn.
but guess what? Yet again,
Yeah.
it ain't happening.
Yet again, it
Quez-
collapses, man.
Actually, no.
Counter-terrorists win.
Took a little bit too long. Not seeing him try to trade and not making any noise, and him lurking a few times already. They're catching on. And I'm thinking, should I call the game or not here? Make me go for the prediction here.
Yeah. I think you should. Honestly, I think you should call it.
I have been fairly good at these.
Yes, you have. And I think your intuition is pretty much on point here as well. It feels like the Wolves have run dry a little bit. No bone
I'm
to
getting
pick.
a very boring answer in my brain, however, and I don't want to say it's the problem. I'm getting
well.
a 13-6, but I don't want to think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. I'm gonna say 13-10. Eklund, take it. Second half, we're gonna see them get back up there.
Perhaps
I'm
we're
just
lucky.
disregarding my initial 13-6. 10. Eklot 2-0.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going to be going. I believe in that second half resurgence. Still first half, still not over. We'll see what we can get on. M4 should not be able to be spotted here. No, it's not, but it's got traps being sprung. That's one. That's two. It goes south real quick. Matheos in a position to lead. Yes, but oh, Mikey might actually seen the shadow. He's chasing this. But Matheos on borrowed time. Just a sole Swedish man. And by my principle of my Finnish, but I have to go against it. Aquino does not get this one, but he might slip through here. Hello.
Slips through the net, man. Might escape to A if he's really bold and quick about it, but 20 seconds time is ticking.
Long. Oh, he's dead. Oh.
Every second could be his last. Smoke is passing. He's not been seen, has he?
I think he's on. I think the minimap might have showed him. Might have faded just a little bit, because look at that rotation they're making.
Yeah.
There's no time to plant a bomb here, but they should have an idea he's here. And 3 players to approach. Rest in peace. No, what? Aquino gets 2 for free. It's not gonna matter, right? The money is there, but that's just so funny. They all go past him.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy pull, by the way. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, I even started shooting back as well, but 8 to 3.
It actually succeeds. 8 to 3. It's unfortunate that it still doesn't bring a victory, but hey, at least stat padding a bit. When we resort to that, we know it's a bad thing, or at least the news is bad, as right now it's going to be a bit of a split action towards mid. Through shelf, through elbow. They're going to walk out here.
I guess let's try to bait him in. Biolani, there's the utility at least. He's not going to go in, and rightfully so. Just being afraid of that 2-man setup they might have there again. Trusting his intuition instead of saying, I'm not going to go in.
Can't blame him.
Angus. Crazy play. He's very confident.
Wild. That's wild.
Good utility. Good hold.
And good hold.
We've been seeing Nuvik at the second op here as well.
Donut.
Right, from just 2 to now.
Oh,
they barely slipped by Mikey covers. Holy.
Damn, Haddock, man. He does it
He
again.
just hit in the smoke and just barely saves Nuvik's life.
That's ludicrous. That's really ludicrous. Did not expect him to pop off like that. And I guess we got our answer. That's going to be pretty clear, pretty early. It's developing
Yeah,
into...
you know what? I'm still trusting my call here. 13-6 is way too boring.
Yeah.
I don't do boring answers.
No, you don't. I don't blame you.
Copenhagen Wolves, now's the time to lock in. Win the pistol, 2 gun rounds, and you've got suddenly
Full
9
comeback.
on the board.
Pull us to map 3.
Let's not go that far.
Inferno. Let's go.
Maybe not that good. Let's not go that crazy.
No, let's go Inferno. Let's go. Let's do it right here, right
I
now.
don't want to see Inferno. I don't want to see Inferno. I'm done. I'm done
You
with the map.
called
Let's
it.
get it out of the game.
You called for it.
Out of the game, please.
I mean, we've had a comeback today before, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see one again.
Nope.
And this is the game
Not
we
real. That was
expected
a
to be
mass
the better one.
hallucination.
What I am worried, though, you are correct in assuming this could quickly spin out of this game, because Tapeware, Matheos are both on 3 kills. That is not going to suffice. Step up or shut up is the current kind of ratio. Bielani is well on 4 and not to help much with 6 on Quez.
You know what time it is?
It's
It's time for Copenhagen Wolves to use this halftime break for Tapeware to say, boys, it's time to lock the fuck in. It's time to win.
okay. Let's go.
If you don't win this pistol, then sure, 13-10, that's going to be off the board, probably. But
Yeah.
I have belief. I have trust. I lose that trust. It is Glock train running at you. I'm so sorry. You are suffering the worst fate known to man.
Bielani,
Bielani's
hold
the
up,
fucking...
King as well.
Oh, they're trying to knife him. Oh, that is crazy, but he does
Chill
get
out.
taken down eventually. He might have done enough of the
Definitely
Wolves
locking in.
because only Detour remains. 1v2 against Dakota Theos, who's not had a great map 2 here. We talked about him with map 1. He was great. But now, Detour, one of us is 2. Jaquinho down. And Mateos, up to you. Come clutch here. Dueling's picked down. An instantaneous headshot. He barely had them out. A
There
real
you
cowboy
go.
just pulls them out. Instant headshot.
Good recovery.
Wild West, and he is definitely inspired by the Ulster Major, man. The Cowboys coming out.
You know,
If we can get that on the replay, I think there's about half a second from when he goes with his knife to the dualies and the swing. That is that close for Eklund instead to take that. For Dieter to hit that shot instead. If we can pay close attention this as well. The Glock train is criminal, but Bialani gets away with so much more. There's a lot that happens in this round.
Beautiful.
If we can see. There you go. Look at that. The shadow. Oh my god, I forgot about the shadow as well.
Yeah, it was a dead giveaway, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. That's so criminal. That is so criminal. On the B side, Mangus. Detour. 1-2. And apparently we take the highway express lane.
It's
Yes.
looking like it's 9
Uh-oh.
to 10. Maybe not. Maybe a little bit of luck still serves the Wolves here.
Oh
But-
no.
No luck at all, actually. My bad. Didn't want to curse them. I know what you did there, though. I know you went with the classic caster counter curse. But I also
was
know
just
you weren't.
really- I was
weren't
just really expecting the Wolves to lock in
Yeah.
for the second half.
I
but
was about to say,
sometimes
but
the B rush just works. When you it's a round like this. The Wolves won that last round. Problem is, you still have a jack all for utility in these
Yes.
rounds. You're gonna be strapped for cash. A B rush is just such a good player that is making me mad. And then when you get these entries, you take the XM down in just an instant as well. It's headshot, bada bing, bada boom, and even to take down a teammate. It doesn't matter. It's just insult to injury with 10 locked in here for Dynamo Eklund. It's the Wolves who have to fight here to survive. Scraps they need to feed on. And it starts with pistols and 1 M4. A fight out mid. Opening is good. Continuation. Traded decently. But in cave. Hello. We got something. We're cooking on the Wolves side.
Yes, we are. It seems like they've got a little bit of life in them just yet. Found a new bone to pick with the side of Dynamo Eklund. Perhaps the 5th round should be the easiest one of them all.
Okay.
A lot riding on this one. That Forsey doesn't kill Jaquinho, keep that money going. The bank for the Wolves starting to pick up the slack.
They're keeping the hope alive here.
Yes, they are.
It's their chance to stabilize here with this round. And the problem is, of course, Eklund will keep forcing here. It's the early part of this half. This is where things can go so wrong so quickly. So I do respect the time out of it. You don't want to get caught in this sort of loop of going for this buy over and over again, thinking, okay, we're this close to resetting them. We're this close to making or really getting into this game, taking the momentum away from them.
Yeah.
So recognizing that you are playing this sort of game is the most important part, because we have seen some really bad situations from these circumstances being born recently.
We really have, haven't we? There's been quite
Yeah,
a
we
few,
have.
like...
I'm trying to remember. It was X-Thick versus somebody, I think, on like an Inferno game. It was force by, because it kept being like 1 or 2 survivors on the CT side, and then it was just a
Yeah.
like a 12-5 sort of game from an 8-4 half. Because they kept forcing and thinking we have this one, we can just one round, and then they got stuck in that loop. Like, that's a very extreme example, but definitely a probable one. Here and now, however, jumping Galil, information that he sort of wants, and he has actually pulled the rotation. Mateos has back to support the A side. The gap in mid now. But look at the adjustment the Wolves are making. Black animals, they call them. Out of that pack is gone.
Oh god. Unfortunately, there's a
fair
few natural-born hunters in the woods, and it seems like of the deadly kind. But Bielani, what is this triple? Switches out to the Galil, continues shooting. It's Dieter and Mikey. This is going to be a difficult one. What has just happened as Tapeware finds Mikey? The Wolves, they might have lost a few in the pack, but the pack survives. Stronger together. Wolves together strong, and that is...
Don't say that.
That is another round.
The only thing I can think of is wolves together strong, but you say it's just apes that are strong,
Yes,
and that is too funny to me.
That's what I wanted to do. That's what I went for. I love it.
That as well. That's just like the pistol. It goes so back and forth there. Bielani, yet again, by the way, picks up a massive 3K. Same as that pistol. Here he's had 2 massive rounds for the second half to wake up. And guess what? The Wolves in faces on.
Yeah, it's time to
Time for a feast.
time for a feast. Exactly. Time to show
Unless-
who's the alpha of the pack.
You lose to a single Desert Eagle, which would be really funny, I'll say,
No,
but I don't
please,
think it's going to
not
happen.
Like that. Not like that. Surely not like that. I refuse to believe it.
I am on the side of comedy.
Yes, you are. And
I'm on
comedy
the side of
comes in
comedy
3
and
and all
good
that.
Counter-Strike. Desert Eagle run would be really, really funny, and that just takes the cake over anything else.
I mean,
A jumping Glock burst, Eagle headshot,
would-
pick up a weapon, 2
yeah,
more,
it
and
would
1 man
track
saving.
with what we've been seeing so far, right? So I guess in a way it's appropriate. The first match of the day, it was. Let me tell you something. It was a big no-no.
Last night was a movie, man. You should have seen
Dude.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what kind of movie, but definitely not the kind I watch usually.
Night of the Hunter, 1964, I think, was released. Was kind of it. It's a very obscure reference. Not that many people have seen it, but it's a really good movie, actually. The Night of the Hunter, to anybody who's wondering. Matheos! Hey, he's cleaned up here. Waking up for the
Yep.
second half.
Let's go.
I'll actually have to check. The Night of the Hunter. Was it 1964? Ah, 1955, sorry.
Too much of me.
1955. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay.
It's black and white. Of course, believe it or not.
Okay. And what
To
is
anyone
it
else
about?
who's, it is about a man. He was in
Yes.
jail with another man, and the other person having robbed a bank for $10,000 back then, massive money, multi-millionaire.
Okay. Yep.
And this man died in jail. The one who robbed the money. But then that's
Yeah.
just this setup. Then the movie actually starts, and it is this man who goes in to the town where this man lived, because he's assuming his family, wife and kids, would have an idea where the money is that he has stolen, and then he trying to becomes part of the family, and Sashi
Okay,
tries to find
okay.
out where the money is, and then it begins.
And then
That is just the setup for the movie.
pops off. And then it pops off, you say?
It's a really good one. It doesn't pop off. It's not like nowadays blockbusters and such, but it's a slow thrill and
I know.
pretty good one.
I know what you mean. But yeah.
Peter, in the meantime, opening found, and we continue our movie talks later.
Yeah, can they get
Making those earlier,
number...
make it obscure and old movie references. What have you not seen and such? The one you should probably watch.
Yeah.
Are they all? Looking for the next one. Tape Wedge joins with Taquino and a toe. The CT side to keep the advantage barely alive. One remains, Forsey dead, and he is gone. And
Another
who's
round.
looking all the more likely to be correct here?
Well, third map, I am.
They locked in.
They locked
The
in.
Wolves
Third
locked
map
in.
possible.
Pistols. What do you get? Surely this is not the round where you finally decided to break through this.
I mean, if it would be, it'd be really funny, and it would follow what we've been seeing, as I said before, throughout the
you.
whole game.
Into donut. Quez, not immediately checked. Holds the ground. Wonderfully done for him. Right there. If he doesn't immediately get checked, it leads to a freebie. In this case, 3. And Jaquinho
Easy.
supports 2 more. They keep it flawless as well. Very nice.
Okay, so it's no longer a joke. It's a fact. We are going to a third map, perhaps, here. Dynamo Eklat, can you lock in, revitalize this, or... Do you believe, is my question. I guess you don't believe, you already said, yeah.
I'm still sticking to it. It went away from 13-6. That was the boring answer. I'm happy I didn't stick with that, and 13-10 is what I'm looking at here for Eklat to close it out. Now, the Wolves, they're trying to entertain you at a third map here. While you were less believing in that option, well, Eklat, they're trying to break through. 1 and 2 entries. This time they're clean. They haven't lost anybody just yet. Watch out of tapeware. Oh, I guess not. Hail from every direction. Not even to get away, and that is the Wolves backing off.
Yeah, I think they realize they've just lost the plots round. That's 11. So much for the 10, so much for the equalization. It seems like it's not going to be as easy as we might have initially believed it to be, given they started so strong. But hey, it's only 11. It's not 12 yet. And the doomsday clock is not yet at midnight. So I guess a minute to midnight would be the correct expression in this case.
Maybe.
Terrorists win.
Well, let's find
Two
out.
entries. Oh. Yeah, no, RIP tapeware. Man from 2 different sides there. 11 being picked up, and that is the streak of rounds for the Wolves coming to an end. They were down 5 rounds in a row? 5 rounds in a row they picked up there.
Yeah.
10-3. First of all, it was Eklat who won that pistol. Oh, sorry, no, they did not. It was the
I
force
was
play.
about to say.
Yeah, it was the force play afterward. That felt wrong getting out of my mouth. I had to check.
Bit of a slower show right now, but seems like the Wolves are anticipating a B take, and they're not really eager to take a fight on mid. I like it. They're being smart about this, but pushing down B ramp could be an egregious error, especially if they're anticipated themselves. Detour with the refrag. Important that they got that kill, though the damage severe. And the Wolves at least delay the push here.
They were next once, Mikey. Every single bullet in the magazine used to chase down that one. And Jaquinho gives up his position. Shot taken and quickly missed. I'm liking this round for Eklat. Mikey is cooking. But most importantly, it feels like a round where Dynamo Eklat are more than aware of the financial struggles of the Wolves. They're playing it slow in the sense that they want them to waste that utility on the CT side, assuming there's not going to be enough of it going around. And they wait, then that push down B tunnels, or B ramp comes. Same time, Mikey as well decides to get a couple of his own. Definitely helps in that regard, because there was going to be some sort of reaction there. When you run out of utility, you have a manpower, or some sort of manpower toward one side of the map, a stack of some sorts. You have to make use of it. You don't want to gamble that early on. And Eklat, they played that well. They take 12. Now we'll see.
Looking for more.
Enough? Am I correct? The prediction from the soul. I said 13-10.
That is correct. You did say 13-10, yeah.
I did say that.
That would be a crazy
they
shout, especially if it comes through right here, right now. Because it's very much a possibility, as we can see, given what's just happened. They wear XM in his hand.
I'm waiting. Wes, I like that position as well. Slightly ahead, there's a flash. Don't spot him immediately, but it's Forzy who comes looking. Couple more found and 1 remains. I am sad to say it does not look like 10 will be reached. Yelani, he had masterful rounds, yes. But 1v3 now required an ace clutch is what he's looking for. Mikey up close. Tagged up, bagged up.
Soulful
more to go.
attempt.
Both players tagged up at least here as well, but down to half HP only doesn't make his job that much easier. He has to anticipate where the man on site has gone. 4CT how did a big fork swings through and the game. It will be done here. 13-9. One off. Close. We did see Copenhagen Wolves lock in for the second half here, yes.
Yes, we did.
But it was not enough. From that first half alone,
Yeah.
you can see there were some struggles.
They were starting to fall apart. They couldn't handle the pressure that was coming out of Dynamo Eklot continuously. You know, they had to fight for every position they went for. If they played passively, Dynamo Eklot was kind of spreading across the map, were able to take advantage of the information they would gather, and in the end still would find themselves at an advantage, even in bad rounds for Dynamo Eklot. And well played, 2-0. They eliminate the Copenhagen Wolves here, unfortunately. This is, after all, the elimination series, of course, at 0-2 result, which means Dynamo Eklot persevere for 2 more best-of-3s at max, or at least 1 more. But for the side of the Wolves, that's all there is to it for them.
That is unfortunately all there is to it. You could kind of see as well, right? For that second half, I'm going to say this much. If the Alani doesn't lock in for 2 of those rounds, it's over way earlier. Is that pistol round? He gets 3. It's, 2-3 rounds until the end as well. He has another 3k in a red room coming through smoke. He's given the Wolves there a lease on life that they definitely did not have for a while. But it is good to see that these individuals can be coming online as well, because we have Forzi, who's Matheos on the other side, who has a great map 1, kind of quiet until the end. They were starting to wake up. But it all comes down to then that first half, because that's where Yolani doesn't have much to say. That's where nobody has all too much to say.
Yeah.
And it was Eklod through and through who had this one in the bag instead.
Yeah, there's really no denying it. You encapsulate it perfectly. The team play was just better. The individuals showed up when they needed to. Quite a few clutches that went awry, first map especially, and in the end, that's what it accumulates to. A 2-0 elimination of the Wolves spot for the Dynamo Eklot team. It's not over. They've got more games to come tomorrow and the day after. But for us two, that is it for the day. If we can quickly go over the schedule before we say our goodbyes, just to give you a final round out before we continue today's broadcast. At 4 o'clock, Astrum versus Zero Tenacity, so about an hour and 15 minutes before they begin the pregame for that one. And then afterwards, it's TNL versus Passion UA. Now, would you happen to know who is casting these 2 best-of-3s?
Ooh, putting me on the spot here. Putting me on the spot. I want to say, I think... Okay, now, this is before I ever actually look at the schedule. Oftentimes, it is you and I in the morning shift, and then it's going to be Zola and CMD on the second one, but pulling it up, it's actually Trav and CMD.
Yeah.
No, Zola, not available today, it seems, but I was half right. We're going to have Trav and CMD 64 take over for the evening shift here, then coming up in about an hour's time. So, for all of you guys at home, Astrum, Zero Tenacity, 1-1. So we're moving away from the elimination games for the next few ones, and then 2-0 to end the day with TNL and Passion UA.
Yeah.
We've got a day full of games to go through. Yes, and we've gone through the first half. So, with that said, Signor, thank you for joining me. Production, thank you so much as well today. But we'll still be back with more Counter-Strike in an hour's time or so. And thus, bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone, to CCT for more action. We've got 2 more BO3s to bring you this afternoon. I'm looking forward to these because Astrum versus Zero Tenacity is where we're going to kick off. And I've had a chance to watch quite a bit of these two recently. And they're both on just this inconsistent form right now, Charlie, where you want to see more from them, but you're not really getting it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it feels like, for Zero Tenacity, it does break my heart from a team that was sort of shooting up the rankings pretty consistently to a team that it feels like they've stagnated now for honestly, the better part of a year. And it feels like you said, inconsistencies kind of feel like just how they're playing right now. And it feels like we need to see a little bit more of that Z team magic that we were seeing beforehand. But it's not quite coming to them. On the other side of things for Astrum a little bit, yeah, I think this is an exciting one for them because I actually do think they're on a slight upwards part of form. But yeah, in general, they have, like you said, been pretty inconsistent. Results haven't necessarily been going their way as much, but I definitely think it makes for a pretty interesting game. And I'm pretty happy with the games that we got to cast today. Look, we get to see this one-on-one game firstly. We get to see the first team progress on through, which I think what a joy that is. Yeah,
no, genuinely, it's really, really exciting because I think late game later there's many factors to it, which is going to be really exciting. And of course, I've actually been a big enjoyer of TNL lately, so we'll see how that goes. But here, of course, the little schedule that we've had so far today. Delta got one over Sabre, 2-1. Dynamo Eklot got an expected 2-0 victory over Copenhagen Wolves. That's pretty comfortable for them. And now let's have a little extra talk about these two teams we're covering right here, right now. Astrum versus Zero Tenacity. Look at Astrum, their roster first. Weird state, I feel like, for Astrum at the moment. They've got some great name value on this team. Kenzie and Norvi were once the duo at the top of Tier 2 that were pretty much unfaceable, it feels like, at some point. Like those two on 4s and early days of Aurora, and maybe 2 different separate stints, actually, on Aurora. At 2 different times over the last couple of years, where just pretty much one of the teams to beat at this level. Now it's not really the case anymore. I think Norvi's struggling a little bit individually to go along with the in-game leading that he's having to do. I think Klax is very stable. I think Patsy's still a good player. And their main star, Grix, is amazing, of course, their Orpa. But he's kind of the only man that's really delivering consistently at the moment.
Yeah, it does. It is always interesting to look at this, how these teams kind of formed in terms of how the stars. It feels like they kind of shifted a bit. It feels like Patsy's normally the second player up there with Grix, and even then, he still has moments of inconsistency. Yeah, it feels like a lot of the weight of this roster is being relied upon the sort of 19-year-old former academy graduate, obviously now not under the Aurora banner, now under Astrum, but still, I've still been massively impressed by Grix. His sort of step up to the main roster. It didn't feel like him any time, very much took that upgrade in his stride, and he is, like you said, amazing. I don't think there's any other better way to sort of explain this guy's form, and he's keeping it up. It does feel like, though, if you do see Astrum go quiet, it normally means Grix isn't having a great game, which is always a little bit of a worrying sign. But I mean, I look at the last Series 1 for Astrum. I don't know what your thoughts of it were, but for me, Astrum, it felt like getting to playoffs was something where I felt like they had to, but it was still a bit of a success story, the fact that they were able to, just because they were super inconsistent before that. Even then, they had some really poor results before Series 1. I looked at a playoff run as kind of this thing this team needs, because there are super talented players on this team, but results just aren't exactly showing that. They did make it there. I thought that was pretty successful for them. They sadly did get eliminated, I believe, in the round of 16 afterwards. But it's still something that, for me, is a step in the right direction, and something that hopefully they can push on and forward to in this series here. Look, they're 1-1 now. There's nothing worse than sort of very early doors being knocked down to where you're one game away from elimination. So for me, this is massive for Astrum. But same thing on the other side of things, really, isn't it?
Yeah, for Z10, it's a bit of a weird state for them right now. I think they are, they've obviously stuck together, which I highly respect. The fact they're willing to stick with the project and sign new contracts and kind of not stop playing with each other, even though you do have clear inconsistencies and maybe fall-offs, I think, from some of these individuals. Nemanja is not putting as amazing numbers in as he obviously used to at some point last year. They don't have like a locked map pick anymore. It really feels like Nuke is their best one by far, but they don't have Anubis anymore. That one's way more inconsistent than it used to be. You know, it's kind of an amazing story how many Anubises they've played in their career across this roster. But yeah, I think a Brute Monster as well is looking really up and down, which worries me slightly. So That's going to be the question mark for me. I'm looking forward to seeing them play, though, because, of course, I think this matchup is a pretty interesting one because they haven't actually got a map over the Aurora or Astrum team in the last 3 matches they've kind of played against them. So, yeah, it's going to be tough. Let's have a look at the veto to see if that changes up at all from where we've seen these play before. We've got Train as a pick for Astrum. That is one they're actually very happy to go into lately. I like that. It's also a weakness of Z10. It's one they play a lot themselves, but have found really not a huge amount of wins and good wins on lately. The only 3 wins they've had are against Fireflux, Saber, and Alliance, and they're not really 3 teams at a great level, I would say. So I think Astrum are heavily favour them on Train. Inferno could be a different story. Both teams play it. Interesting that Z10 decide to pick into that and don't decide to pick into Nuke. I guess they're just trying to go for a team that, or go for a map that's maybe a little bit more comfortable for them recently rather than overall. But I still would think that Z10, with their current pitches and their win rates and everything, they would have maybe gone for that Nuke. So, or it's left as a decider, but fair enough. I guess that they're looking to do it in a slightly different order today.
Yeah, you do worry though slightly if potentially they don't get Nuke. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think Nuke probably should have been a map that ZT looked to choose. They've opted against it, and hopefully it's not going to impact them here. But we're jumping straight into things now, Travers. Train is going to be kicking things off underway here. Astrum versus Zero to Nasty. Astrum's a map pick, of course. And I think this is a perfect way for them to start things off. Like you said, I do definitely favour them on Train as well. They've looked pretty sharp at this map. They've played tons of it as well. And that's one thing that feels like, with Train still being reasonably new to the map pool, there's still a lot of teams that, although it's in their map pool, they might not have sort of necessarily be confident enough to pick it still. But, I mean, Astrum, regardless of results, yeah, it's certainly a map there they're more than happy to select into their map pool. But Kyofo kicks things off with the early kill onto Patsy. A couple of spams through the smokes, hoping something else will connect.
Oh, it's a bit of a bloodbath over toward A, and Simki's done quite well to find 2, considering the position he was in. And it certainly helps out the pistol for Zero Tenacity. It'd be interesting to see if they can get a win on Train. This would be the most impressive win on Train by far if they're able to get this one over the line today. But a long, long way to go. That's only the start. Sure, CT start, which might help them. But looks like Astrum, even without the bomb plant, are going to go for a force here.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of this sort of... Feels like the meta shifted where second round force buys just kind of feel like the nature of the game now. And I don't really know how I feel about it in some occasions. Because, yeah, it's a T-side vibe. You do get a bomb plant, you can see a few Galils, weapons like that. But the buy's pretty lackluster, and I'm not a huge fan of it. Brewmonster does find 1 kill through the smoke. Push through Ivy, gets a 1-for-1 trade, but still, of course, favouring those CTs quite significantly here. They do actually look to wrap their way towards Open. What a find, though, from Grix with the Deagle. Back to 3-on-3.
Nice shot, and that flash is so damn good. Nemanya's trying... You can see the way he was angling his vision there. He thought he was trying to walk behind the train, but he was so blind, he completely misjudged it. And this gives him a chance here in this 2v2. One more kill came through, of course. Simki will get that one with the MP9, but AVN's in a really good position with that M4. That will deny Grix getting into an afterplant position. And now Clax with this A1S, 12 bullets for 2 kills, will be difficult. Good judge on 1. And he has time for a reload if he wants it, but he's going to go for the straight-up fight. And he's going to be confident in himself to hit the headshot. 4 kills from Clax, and that's exactly what Astrum needed.
Yeah, and I was sort of criticising the buy that Astrum had in that round there. They started with a 2-man disadvantage as well before a quick trade came through in Ivy, but even still, they played that whole round basically disadvantaged and still found a way to make it work. Clax, definitely the leading man in that one, spearheading Astrum to their first round victory and instantly putting Zero Tenacity in such an uncomfortable spot. 5-7s across the board, you've got a Deagle and Simka as well. Other than that, there's not a huge amount to talk about, not a lot of utility, plenty of flashbangs. We're going to need to really see these 5-7s work their magic. Otherwise, Astrum could start to run away and string a bit of a lead together on this T side of Train, nice and early.
Oh my word, the flash from Brute Monster does really good work to send in Chofo and Nemanja, but Astrum have done really well there to kind of cling on to this slight advantage. Patsy can't really afford to go down here considering Grix is 6 HP, which is why he's playing this one a little bit more carefully, hopping back toward the spawn side of main. So, awkward toward that Ivy position. But Z10 are not out of this round. Avian's all the way through Brown Halls. He's got this big flank possibility. Klax is keeping an eye on it, but could easily look away at the wrong time. Thankfully, the shadow advantage is there, and there's the information. Now, Avian knows it's a very disadvantage. Big disadvantage on the swing, but he plays the angle really well. He continues to strafe back and forth there across the doorway, and it makes it really difficult for Klax to track. So, 32 seconds left in this round. Grix and Patsy, not exactly healthy, have to make a decision now where they want to plant this bomb and where they want to go as a duo.
Yeah, considering how sharp Klax looked in the last round, that might be a moment he wishes to forget there in that brawl against AVN. But it's like you said, there's 2 versus 2. CTs are quite out of this round just in terms of positioning alone. So Astrum are going to have free range onto this B-bomb site where they can get that bomb planted, and Zero to Nasty start their rotations now. Grix is the player with the M4, but just 1 bullet from death with near enough anything. Nasty's sort of the man to keep your eye on. He's now starting to use that U2 AVN, drops out the Molotov. Grix taking a forward stance here. I don't mind this, seems to catch off someone like AVN, but Bruin wants to clear the angle, and Patsy's been spotted. Bomb has to sort of be stuck now or whatever, and Patsy gonna swing out, but AVN finds, and the force by wars are gonna continue here on train.
That's crazy. I mean, he's got really no choice there, Patsy. If he goes toward lower, I feel like it's just the same situation. Obviously, he's not to know where that second player is repositioned, because he's kind of mostly focusing on upper from playing back bomb there. Brute got great timing. The AVN here doing the right thing by hiding behind the back of the bomb chamber and knocking until Patsy has to go for a swing and making noise about it, of course, as well. So, very well played. Back and forth early game here between these two. Force by Wars will not let up. Klax on the AK alongside Grix in this round with a couple of Deagles and a Tech 9. Can Z10 stabilise first? If they can, they've got a chance in this game. If Astrum get a lot going here on the T side early game, it could be a very different story, especially with it being a slightly CT map.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, especially if you're not particularly confident on train, it looks even more CT-sided, really. So I think this is going to be massively vital for Zero to Nasty's chances to actually be able to overcome Astrum on this map to be successful in this Force by War. But it's a great way to get an opening kill, double pop setup. They do find that first side. Weapons can be retrieved. But it's just these 2 AKs, and now Astrum with advantage, and not a huge heap of utility. They might need to look to brute force their way into a bomb site. Right now, the A-call wouldn't be too bad, as the CTs have quite a decent lean in towards B. But still, Astrum slow things down. Bait out this smoke in A main. Oh, we've got Klax going towards Ivy. Oh, and the Nirman is now taking this space. It's just going to make this map feel so claustrophobic, whether the T's know it or not.
I just don't have a good feeling about this one for Astrum on this occasion. Still might have the 2 guns available, but they're going to have to hit some crazy shots. Nice off angle from Brute. Flash will come over, but the flash is brilliant from Norway. The delayed flash completely catches them off guard. They were given the space to get out main, and that might be their only way through, because Norway's now digging Simka. It's completely fallen apart, but it didn't look like it would go that way at all. The Mania tries to clutch 1v4, gets 2, fair play NT. But in the end, probably the best call they could have possibly made there, Astrum, with that utility they had available to them.
Yeah, I mean, that was a concerning thing, wasn't it? The lack of util that we actually see out from Astrum, but they made every piece of it look so perfect. None of it wasted whatsoever. Flashbang's perfect. And the fact that Klax had a bit of a brawl there towards Gyotho in Ivy and just dropped the smoke grenade, pushed straight through it and said, I'm not taking that fight, I'm going to help my teammates on the bomb side. But yeah, really quick flurry of kills, and I cannot believe that that's the round for Astrum to win. It's back-to-back. Not only have the Force Buys won it, but they've won it while being disadvantaged. So since round number 2, Astrum kicked that one off advantage as well. So even without the man advantage, somehow these Force Buys working, and I think this is a scary sign for this game to come, where both teams, on their day, I mean, they can be stacked with individuals. And I think these Force Buys are showing that perfectly.
Yeah. Again, they're going into a bit of a double hold here, Astrum. They've kind of had enough, I think. They're finally going to try and go together. They try to continue that strategy. But AVN, a little jiggle with a 5-7 instant headshot. There are 2 players upper. They need clean entries, and now surely it'll be a bit more comfortable. AVN is stuck. He'll be removed. 3v2. There's again flanks to worry about, though, and that's an issue. That's the bomb. Look where the bomb's been thrust into there. It's been pushed forward or thrown forward onto the stairs after that kill, of course. The bomb that gets thrown forward where you're looking when you die with it. And, well, made it very, very awkward now. Norvi and Klax have not been able to pick it up yet. The AK is in position, and now look at Chofo going very aggressive out heaven. There's a smoke down toward that lane position. It's very, very weird. Norvi's going to give it a look. He's been allowed to go through that, but then they're kissing in the smoke. What on earth is going on? Klax now needs to reload in the open. He's got a 5-7 long range to headshot. Can the madness finally end? Looking for an elevated position, but gets swung on as he tries to go up the ladder. And now, backsight for Chofo. He's found the AK. That's the all-important factor, and it's literally an instant swing on the headshot. What are we watching early game here?
I mean, talk about what a way to kick off a series. Absolute chaos from both sides. And that 2 versus 3, just the double push ramp somehow works out. It's the fact that Norway isn't aware that both players have emerged through upper, emerged through the lower smoke, and made it onto the bomb site. So he just tries to ray scream through, but gets caught out, gets stuck on another player. If he pushed through the smoke, flanked round Pop Dog, there's a free A site waiting for him, but obviously just not aware of that. And somehow the buys continue. No bomb plant means Astrum are still a little bit limited in terms of cash that they have to play with. I mean, that could be the difference make on this T side. Just sort of have a couple more Galils. Maybe have an AK or 2 extra, but it's still a good enough buy, I suppose. But you've only got 4 pieces of utility. That worries me slightly. Alongside the weapons that we have elsewhere. But Astrum's fast hit towards B, not successful in the last. And it looks like maybe going to slow things down, but still, the aim looks like it's going to be towards the B site.
When will this game settle down? Been one of the longest Force Wars I've covered in a while. It's quite common for the first couple of rounds, maybe a 2-2 to sort of reach this stage, but now we're going to be at 4-2 or 3-3 before it gets broken. 9 for AVN, upper, Patsy on the other side of this. There is a flash available to put him in toward this position. They're going to go for it now. Could be a massive lineup, and AVN's done well to get 2, considering there are pretty much 4 players up there. Good headshot from Grix to deal with Brute on the instant trade, but 2v3, and the bomb is not planted just yet. So Klax is going to get flashed into con. Chofo's playing it defensively, smartly in that position. They still have not got it planted yet. Grix is going to finally get it down. Klax is trying to find an after-plant position that works a little bit better to play off of Grix. Now Nemanja rotating in from CT. Shadow advantage spotted. Instant headshot on Klax. But Klax did take Chofo. This makes it very winnable for Grix. Perfect crosshair placement on 1. But he hasn't seen where the MP9's coming from. A little bit too brash there maybe to swing just dry from oil. Could have taken it a bit slower. And Simki will take advantage of that. Finally, the war is over.
See, this is actually an interesting spot for Astrum to find themselves in, because they could continue it if they wanted to.
They're going to,
and they
aren't
are
they? Yeah.
going to. It's just the fact that Zurich and Asti only have 1 player survive, and there was a bomb plant that came through from Astrum, so there's a 1.9k loss bonus on top of the 600 that you now get from the bomb plant. And yeah, it spurred them on enough to actually give it another crack, and I really don't mind it, because it means we get to keep this chaos ensuing for a little bit longer on train. But if Zero Tenacity can win this round, I mean, it'll look like quite a dominant scoreline, considering it's been pretty back and forth all this game. It could end up being a sort of 6-2 scoreline, nice and early doors.
Yeah, genuinely, it's a completely understandable decision. But you're right in saying if it goes right for Astrum, they're going to be under a lot of pressure to recover this T side and get some small rounds on the board. 10 could be streaking clear. Linky going aggressive. There are lots of players where this first will have come from, and he's able to get 1, but surely he gets triple swung, and he does get double swung in the end. but he's done really well to find 2. That's a good hold from Simkit, and now a bit more of a comfortable advantage for Z10 in this one.
We've seen what these disadvantaged teams can do on both sides already this game. Always is a chance for Astrum, but they are very much neglecting A in these last few rounds. Very much hedging their bets towards B, and it feels like Zero Tenacity in that round in particular had so many bodies ready for that sort of early aggression. They ended up sort of leaving a few players and just leaving Simka on his lonesome, but still finding 2 kills. That feels like it could have been enough just to win the round from there. Kenzie's feet spotted. AVN doesn't do enough damage to find the kill, but does enough to force Kenzie back towards upper. And now it's Patsy out onto the bomb site. AVN still finds 1, dropping the bomb. And they've got 2 Astrum players with 15 seconds on the clock, trapped towards upper.
Sure, this one will go the way of Zero Tenacity. Grix is going to try and play it super aggressively, but there are 3 players to fight, all set up, ready and raring to go. Finally, now, I can say it for sure this time. Now Z10 have stabilised their money. Astrum have to full eco, maybe a couple of deagles, but that's it. They didn't have a great path to work with on the CT side. And these I mentioned, right, they've got a really poor record on train recently, only finding wins against Fireflux, Saber, and Alliance. Losing against Ecstatic, Betera. I casted that game, it was a poor performance. Favbet, Paravision, 9. They've lost to Astrum just a couple of days ago on the map. So I think situations like this, where they've won the early economic duel on CT side, that they kind of need. Otherwise, it would be a very difficult game for them. They could still lose, but now I feel like they're in the driving seat in maybe a position which is not replicable in those other matchups.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have too many occasions like this. We can get quite a nice early lead from the Force by War. But it is going to be something where Zero Tenacity have to put this pressure up, can't take their foot off the gas for a moment, and rounds like this, where they are just up to a few upgraded pistols, no armor, no utility, these are rounds that Zero Tenacity have to aim to win and win it comfortably. Start to grow some economy, start to get some bank going, because we can see the reason why Astrum were going for these that force buy in the last round is just due to Zero Tenacity not having a lot of cash. So ZT definitely do need to stabilize, otherwise they'll be reset. And next thing you know, Astrum could have a reasonably leveled up scoreline. But hit out towards A starting to come. The Mana finds the first kill. Simka at the back of the bomb site. Just trying to maneuver around, spot targets, and pick them off from range. And Avian's doing most of the work here, and it looks like it should be an easy cleanup from now on.
There we go. A more normal round in this game.
Finally.
Even though Clack's got a lovely 1D to begin it. So it's taken this long, obviously, considering the Force by War that we've watched. Grix has barely had any opportunity to go onto the AWP. He's been mostly rifling. So finally we're going to get a chance to see it in this round. And it's still not perfect, right? Utility isn't amazing. It's enough, but it isn't amazing. He hasn't got a helmet. So very susceptible to these M4s are Grix. But it is a AWPers map, of course. Maybe not as much as it used to be back in the day. But I think it's one of the reasons why it's one of the maps that Astrum are happy to go into in this modern era of Train and of their roster. Oh, good cover.
Yeah, it's the cover that makes it all the more impressive. 2 players to back up Grix. It is Norway to find the first kill. Molotov's perfectly placed onto the Mana, but it's the low HP Norway who Mana takes a fight up against. Caught in between a rock and a hard place, in between A-main and Ivy, just gets picked apart. Advantage Astrum as they take the majority of this A-bomb site. 2 players in Pop Dogs and Molly keeping this 2 CTs at bay. And Kenzie's actually fighting this. I love this. But is going to be a bit more reserved from here on out. And as soon as this bomb goes down, Zero Tenacity are going to be a bit of an awkward spot where 2 of their players have been spotted. They might just have to save.
Yeah, it does kind of make sense, right? Exciting game, not had any really many saves at all to have to fill over, obviously. But first one will be coming through here for Z10, saving amount of utility and kits, of course, and the AWP, pretty important. Only got a couple of rounds left of the half, obviously, but it's not like they've got money until the end of the half, so this save will be impactful.
Yeah, it just gives them something a bit more flow with. I believe it's the first round Brute Monster has had the AWP as well, so both him and Grix not really getting to do too much with their big greens just yet, but there's no need just to throw it away. Have another buy here if you are Zero Tenacity, and it is a pretty important one. You're not successful in this, likely gonna have to see that eco, and next thing you know, Astrum are 1 round away from opponents on the T side of the train. And like you've already highlighted, Zero Tenacity haven't had a great train record so far, and it feels like you've got to take every opportunity you can. A lot of fighting towards B from both sides, actually. Zero Tenacity not taking too many duels just yet. See, there's 3 players primed and ready towards their side of the map.
I like that.
Shot from Brute Monster, though. It's a nice setup, but just a shot from the AWPer.
Yeah, I actually do like that setup as well. We're seeing that common now on CT Train, where you have that sort of 1-player close ramp, and you could even have a second playing close right as well. So a little duo. Quite a tight line you can hold when the AWPer on the left hand side of that bottom portion of the stairs. Good peek from Clax. Chofo tries to go searching for something. Maybe not necessarily something I would be doing in a 4v4. And Clax will punish.
I'm going to see if he can catch timing for a bit of space, but there's always a bit of risk to it. And Clax, we've seen him lurk towards Ivy quite a few times, and he catches the timing onto Simka as well. Knows that there's a player there. Simka doesn't even spot Clax, so it actually gives Clax even more room to maneuver as Grix is the one to find the kill. AVN solo A defender now. Overlook towards E-Box as of now. Kenzie does fall, but just too many players, too many targets. AVN eventually does get traded. And Aman on the other side of the map. No choice but to try to concede and see if he can keep this M4 alive in the next. But that is going to be 4 on the board now for Astrum. Ooh, Aman wants to save this AWP. I think paranoid that he's getting hunted.
Yeah, he's waiting till the last few seconds of the bomb, right, to grab it. So he's more maneuverable with the M4 first, and then try and grab it at the end so he can guarantee it. Astrum could hunt with 1 player if they wanted, but it's not like their money's been built up even when they were getting toward the end of the first half. So understand why they're not going too ridiculous on this one. Having a look now. But 4 on T side, I think they're going to be pretty tent with that. It could be a lot better, considering the fact that Z10 won that economy war after that long drawn-out sort of clutch on clutch at the beginning of the game. This is a respectable T half from them now.
Yeah, I was questioning, due to the fact that we saw Namana save, I mean, on paper it always should have been an eco for Zero Tenacity, but I was wondering just due to the save, to drop to AWP, were we going to see any sort of shenanigans with some sort of buy? AVN could have invested. But no, they are going to be more restrained. Going to not necessarily concede this one up to Astrum, but definitely rely heavily on the 2 saved weapons. And Kenzie fighting Namana, that's the M4, that's the only armoured player gone from the round.
Yeah, and Chofo will actually be able to grab it from the smoke. Even though he's going to get caught as Norby goes super aggressive over the top of Com there on the bomb train. Well played. Astrum very much in the game now. Warmed up into this one. It could have easily been a half that went their way after the beginning of it, of course. Just think if a couple of those clutches went the other direction. That one, I think, from Grix when he was oil train on B, for example. If that goes his way, that totally changes the complexion of the half, and it could be them winning it about, like, I mean, maybe 8-4 or something at this point.
Yeah.
But now they've got a chance for 6-6, and that would still be very, very good, considering.
Exactly. I mean, already, given the context of this game, they'll probably be reasonably content with this half, but the fact that there's a chance to find another would be even better. What a close duel there in Ivy. Both Kyofo and Clax brought down so low, but Kyofo wins it with 1 HP remaining. The missed shot from Brute Monster will eventually cost Kenzie his life, and space has been taken out towards B, but AVN found a lot of good timings out here and will continue to do so. So Zero Tenacity, as things stand, they are going to be going into the second half with that 7-5 lead as AVN continues. Double spray down there at the end. And Zero to Nasty confirm it. 7-5. I mean, look, I think for me, this still has a lot of action to be had on it. I don't think Zero to Nasty have necessarily capitalized on that forced by war success that they found to have a huge half, but this feels reasonably standard for Train. And it feels like both teams still have opportunities to be able to bring themselves back into this game. And look, I'm hoping it's going to stay as interesting in the second half as it was in the first.
Yeah, and I think 7-5 is actually an accurate reflection as well, because they got their deserved lead after all the good work they did early half. So 6-6 would maybe be a little bit harsh on them. So yeah, there's something to work with. Astrum on CT side, I am expecting a good performance from them. AVN, as you already touched on, 15-7 at the end of the half there. He's not usually the guy that should be the main man for Zero Tenacity when it comes to the fragging. So the fact that he's playing well is, I think, probably quite a good sign. Because no one else is really lagging behind badly, right? So yeah, I think it's a good sign for Z10. But now second half is about to get underway. Double dualies on Patsy and Norvi. No defuse kit in this pistol. So if Z10 get a plant, it could be a bit harder for that CT side.
We've got Patsy's dualies early towards Pop Dog alongside Bricks by his side. Got Norway set as well towards B. So Astro are reasonably primed and ready for Zero Tenacity if they do look to hit towards B, but so far they just completely slowed things down and the gunfights come through. Bricks actually finds the first kill. The two Ts don't look too confident, but in fact it just allows the CTs to be the one to activate, and Grix and Patsy do advance forward again to find the final two. Looked like they wanted to back away, but we see Norway activate from the ramp position, and that's just the go call for Astrum to start to crunch on these players. And the two sort of lurks, the two players holding for any pushes from Zero Tenacity, and now the two left to win this one 2 versus 5.
Oh, it's all over them, right? All over the Manu and Brute here. It's going to be almost impossible to get anything done. And there we go. Run down by the Norvi dualies. 2 kills for him. Yeah, as you can just feel so claustrophobic in that area of the map. Straight into the AUG. Got enough money to be able to buy that one up. We'll feel quite comfortable, I think, on this anti-eco, playing a lot of ranges. I played a bit of training the other day for one of those new missions in the game. I bought up the AUG second round, thought, yes, this is a great weapon to have against pistols. And, yeah, I got one scouted.
Not a fan?
So.
Oh, see, I'm still sort of locked with the belief that the SG is as good a weapon as it used to be.
I know, it's not, is it? But,
it's not the same, but I still do like using it. But yeah, it's certainly not the same. I mean, look, we're still seeing a few AUGs being purchased. I
just crouched around Ivy with the AUG. I was like, I'm on a nice safe angle here, like, on off angle as well. Like, it's not going to be pre-fired, and I just got pre-fired by a scout, instant headshot. So, listen, it feels like it's super comfortable, but I do think the AUG is great. I think it's very viable. I'm saying it's a skill issue for me. I'm not saying it's anything to do with the gun. A bad workman blames his tools, obviously. But yeah, I think it's still great on a map like this in particular.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Give us an overpass. We might see a few more as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly seen a lot on Train. Even before the map was removed, after the AUG got nerfed there, still saw a few people purchasing the AUG. Yeah, definitely feels like this is the home turf of a gun like that, and really can be utilized. But it is this full investment from Zero Tenacity here. A decent bit of util considering the buy that they've got. Just these upgraded pistols. An early look towards B, but no contact being made. So it could actually be a fake considering AVN and Simca, some of the util that they might have. Could just look to play this round very slowly, wait for Ashman to burn their util, which already has been done. Opening kills found from Namana, in fact, as Kenty gets aggressive towards A main.
Yeah, now it's a little bit worrying, because Klax obviously is with 2 separate positions right now too. So once he leaves Ivy, that spot will be open. He's going to force himself forward with Patsy. So at least they're playing together. We know how the first half began. Let's see if we get any more of that here. Good hold from Patsy and Klax, but another just instant D comes through when you think it should never really. One more kill comes through, and there's just a push through the smoke. It's ridiculous. Now the Org has to clutch on Norby. 1v2. They'll spot the second player crossing the site. Already found one, and he can reasonably assume that Chofo's in the corner, but he's got an M4 picked up, and it's going to hit the double headshot. Oh, dearie me, it's happened again. And honestly, I just don't know how it's happened again, because those pushes that came through, Astrum didn't even necessarily play it badly. They had players in the right position. They had players at the right angle. You could say Kenzie goes a little bit wild there to go for a check there against the Deagle. I think that's a little bit too much. But all these good positions being played, and a PT50 can just push a smoke and get a headshot, and Simki gets a 1dig when it looked like he shouldn't. So strange that these shots get randomly hit sometimes.
I mean, that's the thing. Considering how unfavored some of those gunfights were as well, sort of pushing through smokes, grey screened, and still they're the ones coming out on top. I mean, the fact that P250 is well of all weapons, they want the Force by War to continue. It certainly is. I'm curious, and you might know this better than me. Can you still spam the bomb planter under the train? Is that still a thing? I
think you can.
Okay.
I may have seen it once on the new train, I think.
I've never even seen anyone try it.
I think it was a game I covered the other day. It was I'll be honest with you, it was an absolutely awful match. It was one of the lowest quality matches I've seen in a while. It was Avbet versus Leo. I think they had a train game in that series, and I did see a pretty wild round at the end of the BO3 on train. I think that did include one of the bomb plants denied from underneath the train from Con. So, if memory serves me correctly, you still can. Patsy and Kenzie go aggressive here in this next round. Try and look for something on the force buy, but looks like Z10 are once again going to be having a good chance at winning this force buy war early half. They've managed to get... Oh, never mind. Hang on. Grix, he got one, which was a pretty normal trade. That one was a dirty wallbang through the corner of the pop box. And it forces Z10 to get out B ASAP.
Yeah, it's a shame that Grix's heroics here with the scout might not actually make any difference. The bomb is down, and all this space needs to be cleared from Astrum. But it certainly gives them a bit of a glimmer of hope in a round like this. Going to need a few more finds like that from Grix. He just deagles on his teammates to start to connect as well. And Clax find one, dropping down. The player in oil has been spotted and brought down solo. Look at the HP of the final two players. 11 points between them, but Zero Tenacity do just about clinch a victory. And like you said, this is Zero Tenacity winning both Force by Wars. And I mean, what a huge buffer it gives you in a game like this. It should give them such a big lead. They should be able to find 10 here. I mean, what a find this is from Grix.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think I've seen a wallbang kill through that just yet, especially from that angle. Good hold here from AVN. He was walking wounded, obviously, and Nemanja couldn't help either, so holds the line. AVN having a very, very good map. And yeah, they're going to get the reward of double digits right now, Z10, and they're going to look at it later. If they end up losing this map, that's going to be like, guys, we had literally everything go our way. It couldn't have been better. We won the Force by War on both sides, and we end up losing. Like, that would be a huge question mark for them. And it shows that their train is nowhere right now in the gun rounds. I'll have to see where, or if that happens, I should say, and where the comeback trail begins for Astrum, if at all.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very concerning if Zero Tenacity aren't successful on train after this fact. Grix wants to save the AK. Only a possibility, but being reasonably low HP, Simka might not even be interested in actually taking this fight. He's already lost 2 of his teammates to Grix. Do you want to give a 3rd kill up eventually? Might be late into the round, but no chance. Grix able to keep hold of this AK into the next. Zero Tenacity, they will find 10 as skip, but there's 2 AKs being saved over, so considering the round and the buy from Astrum, it's a reasonably successful outcome. You find 2 kills, get to carry 2 weapons over into the next. Grix can easily drop that over, reinvest in an AWP himself, and this is where Astrum's CT side truly begins.
Yeah, this is where Z10 need to put the hammer down, really. And they know it, because they've been gifted a pretty positive situation here. This 4-round lead. The B anchor eye on lower, as Grix obviously has got that upper position. And it looks like Zentin are putting in quite a lot of utility over towards this site already, and that's going to be a very awkward lurk smoke upper as well for Grix to deal with. He's going to have to wait for them to push through it, which gives them more space to push through toward this corner where Simki is, as you can see. So a bomb can go down. They're going to have to play retake, and retake B is going to be very awkward. You've got a smoke on Kenzie, you've got 2 kits between him and Norvi, but this is now a really tough one to find.
Yeah, it feels like from the outside, this kind of just feels like a save call. The bomb's a third ticked already. There's just not really any util in this round, but it's still a 5-on-5, and it's still a gun round where anything can happen, and the CTs are coming out on top. Namana going late now from the round, starting strike. Kyofo and Kenzie strike, but the round's gonna go the way of Astrum just about there, as there is a Deduce kit in play, thankfully. But yeah, you can see how awkward that round is just without the utility. Very chaotic there, just shooting in and amongst the smokes. Feels like a very coin flippy round that easily could have went the way of Zero Tenacity, but them themselves didn't really take a huge amount of control of that B site to really put Astrum in a difficult situation. But it is a round victory, and it is reasonably comfortable at the end of the day, only losing 1 CT in the process. Money started to be drained from Zero Tenacity. You can see 2 Deagles on Brute Monster and Namana lose this round, and an Eco is going to come through, and that's when Astrum can near enough tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, I can't tell you how important that is to be able to win it with 4 alive as well, right? To retake the site when it's a full 5v5 and only lose 1, that's pretty insane. It gives them a bank to kind of build off, perhaps. And Patsy's doing amazing work to get 2 in the meantime, while we're watching Chofo force himself through Ivy and deal with Clax. He's done well there, but Grix is still lurking around, and he could have a good timing on this re-swing. Got a bit of help from Patsy as well. I'm kind of worried about both angles, but before that flash really affects either of them, Grix will get 1 more. Good kill from Brute, getting that 1 dig on Kenzie. I think Kenzie will be a little bit frustrated so far this game. He's 6-14. I feel like he's been in a good position to flank on a couple of occasions, but he's just been destroyed by a Deagle. I can understand if he's giga tilted right now, but they still have a 3v2.
Because in this really advanced position while Brute Monster is just actively searching towards A main. Still just jumping around. Simka finally strikes, and Patsy's being spotted, but does have this information back and forth on both sides. Patsy fluffs his lines, and out of ammo, has to back away through the smoke of A main.
Has to be Norvi. You know where Patsy is. That's going to be quite a good incendiary. He's going to force it to the open, but he's got space to be able to get all the way around. Now, it's going to be interesting. Patsy's decided to go all the way round Ivy. Do you expect late Ivy in this situation? I would say it's very unlikely. Brute is open to it right now. Patsy clears it properly. You know he was in main, and there we go. It's going to work out. Really well done, Patsy. Best plan you could possibly put into play there. And then Norvi forces his way out con. Simki will go down. That's well thought, considering that was a kind of manic situation for Patsy. He gets 3 kills in the round, and that experience paying off.
Yeah, very quick thinking there to make your way towards Ivy, especially after you've just spotted towards A main as well. And completely gets a kill for me there, and they can just loot the crunch on the Stinker. Will play 2 versus 2, and Astrum come out on top. And that is the round that breaks the money of Zero Tenacity, so Astrum should be primed to find 9. And that's when we could have a bit of a photo finish at the end of train. Both teams' chances, honestly, could depend on how stable they are financially. So a round like this could be important for Astrum to try to win cleanly. But it's a standard eco, really, isn't it?
Yeah, for
Just
sure.
see a lot of players split across the map, just trying to burn utility, making a bit of a presence. Chance of finding any real success is going to be slim, but maybe a kill or 2 can be obtained. I mean, to be fair, in the chaos that we've seen in some of these rounds so far, there's a great chance Zero Tenacity to win this.
Yeah, they're just hitting random digs, aren't they? Just to give extra pain and extra economic damage over to Astrum. But this one, if it's not an Astrum round, I will be incredibly surprised. They're kind of just waiting out the utility, knowing that they're going to keep using a little bit of it every now and then. Or whittle their money down bit by bit, having to repurchase that, of course, into the next round. Working toward main, a boost will come over, but I think that Enzi is aware of that possibility. Will decide not even to face it. That kind of shows you how much he's been burnt by these digs, these random shots coming toward him so far this game. And even there, he only gets one right, instantly dinked. Bit messy for Patsy, but 2 is enough. He'll get helped by Norway in toward Con, making sure he doesn't just reface with the pistol, making sure he just hides, keep himself alive. And, well, I mentioned it at 10-6. It's now 10-9. If Z10 find a way to lose this game after seemingly everything going their way, then that would be a bit of a heartbreak, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly will be something where Zero Tenacity, if they aren't successful in this map, but I definitely think that's where you do need to finish this series today and probably have a bit of a look in the mirror and really go back to the drawing board when it comes to this map, because it feels like they've had so many opportunities. Both teams have, in fact, but Zero Tenacity were the ones who just about clinched them and still couldn't get things over the line. And yeah, that's definitely where you have a few question marks as to what this team are doing on train and whether there's anything really to it, any real substance. But Astrum burn a lot of their utility early. It is a bit of the nature of train, I suppose, but there's a lot of these rounds pretty early on that Astrum don't have a lot of utility to play with.
Little angle here from Norvi. If any shift peak comes in here from Z10 toward Heaven, well, we should have them dead to right. Bit of an exchange of utility outside toward A. See on the minimap right now. Kenzie once again is trying to move himself a little bit further forward. In comes this triple toward Heaven, and they're going to have a proper swing. Brute is jiggling it. And Norvi, that could be the one thing that could counter that Orb. And Orb on the angle, but he's going to hold the line well. That's what the Orb is meant for. Gets himself 2 kills on the spray down. Patsy gets 1 more. Easy advantage of seeing Simki's body way before Simki can see him. But Simki somehow hits a headshot. I'll give them a sniff here in this round, but the bomb is still upper. And with 20 seconds, they're going to have to scramble to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Zero Tenacity, I say luckily, as Flags does actually find Simka trying to retrieve that bomb. And Griggs as well, just ready for that. Astrum were very hesitant in terms of how deep the tease could have been, and rightfully so with Namana's position. But it kind of gave a brief chance for Zero Tenacity to retrieve that bomb and get it planted, but a little bit too late to do so. Allowed Astrum to start, have a bit more of a glance in, and we're in a leveled up game now where Zero Tenacity are forced back onto weaker buys. It is a half buy though, and we've already seen plenty of rounds like speed 1 from either side. But money's starting to grow now for Astrum, and this feels like Zero Tenacity don't change up their game plan, don't fix some of these issues. Maybe train could be over reasonably soon and not in their favor, but Yofo's Tech 9 instantly hits the head. Kenzie caught reloaded.
Oh no, man.
It's too easy there.
It really is too easy. And as soon as I saw he'd use his entire clip, I just knew he was going to get run over by one of the Tech 9s. This round's pretty much over. Like, they shouldn't really look for the recovery on this one, I feel like. They're going to find the way to the random aggressive push. Just Astrum have found no way to stop any of these rounds from being at least a bit of an issue, right? Like, they've always lost a couple of players, even if they've won the round. So, yeah, that is something to look at for the future, perhaps, because seemingly every single one of these crazy situations with these Tech 9s pushing them so aggressively is catching them off guard significantly, and there's no way that M4 is saved. Grits will get a quick trade, but he can get pushed here and will go down. So they've lost everything. Thankfully, they had a little bit of money in arrears, but not perfect.
Yeah, gonna have no issues in this round. It will be what happens in the future, though. It is where that bank is really going to come into action. You can see everything's been invested now. And it near enough is perfect. You've got one piece of utility missing on Grix, but I think besides from that, there's not going to be really too many issues. But Zero Tenacity, they do it with the half buy, and like you said, yeah, Astrum have really struggled to counter the half buys, the force buys from Zero Tenacity. Whereas at least that's one thing ZT have been able to overcome. sure they've definitely lost their fair share of force by the half in this game, but at least it hasn't been like a continuous issue for them. They have been able to actually win rounds from it. The Astrum really struggled against them. And it's allowed Zero Tenacity to keep their lead and deny Astrum taking it from them, at least for a little bit longer. And you give Zero Tenacity win this round, I mean, Astrum have scraps to play with in what could be the last.
And it's 1:10 on the clock, Charlie. They've already used nearly all their util. They've got an HE and a nade left. Sorry, HE and a smoke left. That is, yeah. I'm not sure how much that's going to hurt them as we get into toward late round here. They've got no counter flashes, so if they had to retake, it's going to be very awkward. Hopefully Kenzie has the opportunity to put that deep smoke in toward main, but Nemanja could just go through this one with the Molotov, and that is a perfect way to go about it. With the support from Brute's flashes, well, I've got to say, those flashes have been pretty MVP flashes on the outside bomb site in this game. Once again, it gets some 2 openings. Clax needs to find this kill, which he won't. And that's pretty much round done again. Here's a little spam under the bomb train that they're attempting, but even if it denied the plant, they would have been able to scramble and get it down in good time either way. So, yeah, I can't really believe what I'm watching here on this outside bomb site. It seems like Z10 have really identified this weakness on pistol rounds and gun rounds.
And there's no reason for Zero Tenacity not to actually hunt this down. They're surely got to be aware that Astrum's money isn't great. As of now, it is just Patsy saving 1 M4. But, I mean, it could be a difference maker in terms of him being able to drop over something. I think he can drop over a FAMAS into the next, bring in over an M4 himself. Just him surviving could be a pretty big difference maker. But Simka seems like he has a pretty good idea of this. Patsy going to be ready. He does turn in time. And luckily, the steps from Simka have been heard. And Patsy can keep the M4. Can actually drop over one himself. And, I mean, that's going to make a big difference to the buy. I mean, if we see 2 M4s, if Patsy goes down, I don't think we see a single one. But like you said, those flashes are excellent. It's AVN again who's been lighting up the server. Slowed down a little bit on this T size. But I think that's sort of rightfully so. He definitely isn't the sort of player you see at the top of the leaderboard. Had such a good first half to keep Zero Tenacity competitive. And then just entries like that just shows that, yeah, he's had a very good game.
Trying to go aggressive on toward this Hall's default here for Z10, but that is the 2 biggest weapons and threats removed. Goodness me. I said Z10 will be kicking themselves if they can't find a way to get over the line in this map. It looks like they're going to get away with it. Simki checks the next push towards Pop, and an MP9 at range is not going to be able to do much. Look at the damage that Clax has taken in finding that kill. All in Z10's arms here, and they're gonna win on train, which is a very unlikely win on train considering the losses and the wins against pretty low tier opposition they've had lately. Let's see though, because I think over the course of the series, I don't think Astrum will just go away in this one. Bricks is 1v4 with the scout, so you keep going 1 by 1 into one pop, because you kind of had no other choice. He'll only hit a tag. Brute Monster had some great flashes over toward A to help out Z10 on a couple of these rounds in the second half. At the end of the game, he gets 3 kills of his own, and that will get a unlikely train win for the Serbs.
Yeah, really big result there from Zero Tenacity. And yeah, it felt like Zero Tenacity was struggling against a lot of these full buys. They were struggling in plenty of rounds, and we said they needed to sort of find the solution, otherwise they will fall flat on a map that they won both force buy wars that gave them so many rounds, especially in that first half. But simply those final sort of 3-4 rounds, they found that solution and they were able just to push on to that finish line and leave Astrum stumped, it seemed. But yeah, Astrum, it is going to be one of those maps that they watch back and realize how many of those rounds in that force buy war, especially, that they could have overcame. Both teams had so many disadvantaged rounds that they ended up winning. Both teams certainly made a lot of mistakes there. But Zero Tenacity, they ended up taking it on their opponent's map pick as well. And now moving on to Inferno. We did question the pick instead of Nuke. Hopefully that's not going to come back to haunt them. But they've got a huge leg up in this series now.
Yeah, they do, and I think people who look back at recent results for Zero Tenacity are probably going to look at this game and think, okay, finding some progress on train again. But of course, we all know from casting it that it came with lots of caveats of things having to go their way to get the scoreline they got at some certain points of the game, right? So lots of mistakes being made by Astrum on that CT defense towards outside. They had good crossfires on quite a number of those situations, but just got burnt by counter flashes from Brute and from Z10 overall, and these Tech9s and Deagles just doing insane amounts of damage. So we'll see if that continues, that pattern continues over on Inferno, but for now, a quick break. Welcome back. We are back for map 2. Zero Tenacity have done a real good job in grinding out that map 1 victory on Train. A lot of things had to go their way, but they'll take that every day of the week. Inferno now, in front of our very eyes. Astrum looking to try and bounce back on this CT side. It's not a map they're that bad on, but it is Z10's choice coming in here today. What did they see last time that they want to try and fix this time?
Yeah, there's not normally a huge amount of pressure being this early in the Swiss stage, but very quickly that pressure can ramp up. Obviously, the luge of this goes to that 1-2 record, so instantly backs against the walls very early doors. So a necessary series victory for both of these sides, but Apartments control, and Kyofo kicks things off. How ZT ended it with a double kill from him, and now he's spearheading this attack through Apartments. Better to go now rather than later, as it is just Patsy alone on the site. The Molly forces him out, forces him forward to Cold Zera, and does so much damage. It almost finds AVN, but the kill does come through from the 1 HP P250. And now just a 2 versus 4. The ZT should be able to comfortably take down.
And he's just looking for some kill reward here. Might as well tap away for a few, but Brute will hit the headshot. And Zero Tenacity to find a excellent pistol with just a good straight up call. As I mentioned, these two teams have played against each other quite a good amount.
Yeah.
Lately, they played in Galaxy Battle just around 4 days ago. That was a 13-10, 13-10 for Astrum. They played Nuke and Train. They played Mirage and Nuke in the starter stage of Galaxy Battle, when Astrum, of course, was still called Aurora. And that was a 1917 13-3. So Z10 are changing up this veto by going for a different map between these two. Going for the Inferno, thinking, okay, well, those maps before didn't work. Let's try something different this time. And I do have a feeling it might work out, you know, considering they have now found that pesky Train to made that one go their way.
I mean, we've already seen in this series so far, these 4 stages can find a lot of success. So I don't think Zero Tenacity can breathe too easy just yet, as, I mean, we saw quite the force by war in the first half of the Train. Even got to see a little bit of one in the second. Big, heavy lean in on this bracket setup for Astrum. If Kyofo doesn't respect it, easily could get taken down. Also all about timing, does get punished by Clax. Is from Astrum rotate towards B as well, that being Grix and Kenzie to bolster up the defense that was previously solo held by Norway. But ZT seemingly have a good idea of this. Look to exploit towards A.
Axel managed to find Nemanja, looking for one more, but they have got this boosted player, of course, of Patsy. Will get one of his own, but even though they are a man down here, Zero Tenacity, do you have a feeling they're going to find a way to get this one over the line? Especially when you've got an afterplant on Inferno. Always seems to obviously be favoured in the T side, knowing the afterplant positions you can get and how difficult the crossfires are to penetrate for a CT retake. But a dink taken there, extra damage being done. There is an AK available for Norvi here. Kenzie on the 5-7 will try and make some progress too. Try and set a bit of a fake to set up that AK, and now there's a bit of a whiff coming through. And guess what? We're doing it all over again, Charlie. Another second round win. I swear to God, it's not just this game. It happens in so many matchups. Overall, I'm convinced the percentage on the second round wins is higher than the team that won the first round.
Oh, I mean, it has to be, doesn't it? It feels like in the current meta where Force Buys does feel like a near enough locked-on guarantee in that sort of second round now. I mean, so many Force Wars come through. It always leads to some super entertaining CS, but it always does feel very risky with MR12 for me. Just if the Force Buy Wars go on for a little too long, one team eventually is going to come out. And with there being so few rounds now, it feels like it just gives one team such a big leg up to be able to see if they can just go on to steal that map. But it felt like Zero Tenacity had obviously a huge helping hand on map number 1 thanks to that. You imagine if we didn't see any of those 4-5 walls, perhaps Astrum could have just taken the game if they looked to play a few more gun rounds. But look, it's the nature of the beast sometimes. And welcome to Counter-Strike. You never know what's going to happen. But Zero Tenacity's turn and a Force back. Plenty of Tech 9s in play as it's going to be this Apartments pop. Max in the flames. To back away, but it's Patsy on the side.
There we go.
His team so heavily. Both players have been chips away at. Namana eventually finds with a Glock. But apart from that one kill, well held there from Patsy and Grit.
Yeah,
Patsy
I mean,
Clack, sorry.
you can say the main reason that one comes through for Astrum is because they are trying to force their way through an app smoke. Like, that is probably not going to work in a month of Sundays, but still, it's at least a good one for Astrum to double down on that force win. There's no war coming in like we saw on Train this time around. It's straight into the MP9. They recovered 2 AKs on Kenzie and Norby. Even the Galil on Grix as well. They're willing to play super aggressive here, even in this round. I think they're only going to be Glocks, maybe one Deagle in play. Manya's not dead just yet, and Clax hasn't got a helmet, so that Glock of AVN will actually find that kill. Punished there is Clax for pushing aggressively, but even though this M4 is found, there should be no risk.
I don't really think so, but it depends what AVN can do. It looks like he might look to wrap all the way around and flank towards B. I mean, part of you has to think Norby's going to start to consider it and already turning his sights towards the B bomb site itself. So he's going to be aware of AVN's position as he looks to flank around. Obviously, no armor behind this. He needs to hit some very crisp shots, but Norby's positioning far too superior. So, well, reasonably well managed from Astrum with just Nirvana to find. Bomb is dropped, so Nirvana's kind of on his lone mission just to see if he get one more kill perhaps before going down. It will be that 3-1 start, and that pissed round success from Zero to Nasty quickly falls away.
We'll be confirming the money in the bank too here with the majority alive. 3 up. Now the buy for Zeta can come through. Brute trying to get on the AWP straight away. It's maybe not something you'd see necessarily too much on T-side Inferno, but always prefers the AWP. I'm going to commit to it, even though he's helmetless on the T side. Doesn't matter too much. I think only would matter against the Galil on the M4, but still.
Well, he dropped early towards on mid, but it's the Util and B that finds Norway early. Oh, Util traded back as a nade strikes and finds a second player this time. It's on the CT side coming out on top. A lot of gunfights here. Griggs needs to get out of dodge quickly. Drops a smoke to allow him time to stay. And AVN, in the meantime, finds Clax out in A. So both teams are sort of split in this buddy system. Griggs is through the smoke, and that leads to his death. And it's all on Patsy, who's sort of caught in between enemy lines. And you can see Brute Monster still doesn't really know what bomb site to go to, because they've got full reign of both sites. Where's this final player? And here he is towards apartments. Kyofo does find. And Zero to Nasty, first gun round that they have. Or first proper gun round that they have. It's a successful one. An instant timeout from Astrum. Do love when teams call these instant timeouts. Instantly wanted to change things up. Instantly wanted to strike back. Before having to go on an eco, don't allow Zero to Nasty to get themselves back into this game. You've still got a great buy. Still got almost everything you could ask for. And Astrum can very quickly turn the tides of this game again and shut Zero to Nasty down.
It's a tough early game to really get a grasp on it like this. Of course, it's one thing that Astrum have in their wheelhouse, able to buy one more time. Let's see. And again, of course, utility is at a good state for Biff. Leaning 3 toward B early, probably dropping some utility there for Patsy on that little off wall to more to use in that position. Backs, good find. And yeah, going aggressive toward apps already be removed, and the nade actually does good damage toward Chofo as well. Didn't gauge that one coming through toward that position, so it's a really good find. Got an early advantage here on round 6.
Kyofo being tagged away at as well. A lot of advantage in this round for Astrum. One thing that they're not going to be too confident about is they don't have a huge amount of utility at this 1 minute mark. It's something that we pointed out on their T side of train, that they kept on feeling like they were burning a lot of utility quite early. It's tough to hold on to all of this map control re-smokes towards certain parts of the map where you don't have any smokes left. So Astrum at the mercy of ZT, but the kills have been going their way until AVN strikes onto Patsy. Grix still not smoked off. Has smoked Arch in library, but the flashbangs strong enough to force Grix back into this bomb site. Gets sight of a player in apartments, and Grix, he knows what's coming, but the shots aren't connecting for him to stop it.
Be tough now. 19 seconds to try and force your way forward, and Clax will easily hold the line. Grix helps out for the third. And Brute might only be allowed to get away. He feels like he needs to reface there to try and find any exit path, but he's going to be swarmed either way. And Clax, of course, will get the kill with the USP as Brute didn't have that helmet. Good hold. Good round overall there from Astrum. Just solid across the board. Had the right players in the right positions nearly every single time. Even after they lost that kill toward Long, it was a nice setup.
Yeah, I don't know if that was sort of misinformation there, but after the first player went down towards Moto, you see the second player does almost the exact same swing there, not even looking towards balcony. Maybe didn't catch full sight of where they were. Yeah, not entirely sure of execute, but things look decent. The utility alone, there was 2 players on the bomb site, sort of isolated and swarmed. But like you said, Clax deals with it perfectly. What a start to this game he's having, 9 and 4. Made a bit of contact again, but just playing for the information, waiting for a team to rotate in, and Rick's getting caught out with the open hand. And this bomb site could fall pretty quickly. Clax able to find 2 before going down, but it puts Norway still in this 1 versus 2 clutch for him to try to pick up the pieces from Brute Monster and Library Deep, and now operate as a flank under Norway of 1.
I feel like these are always impossible. Needs to be a mistake made by either one of Brute or Simki to give Norway a true chance here. Even with the kit, even with an incendiary. They're in some slightly different positions. The thing is, like, Norway's going to have to try and gauge that neither player is in pits. I'm not sure he's going to be finding too much success from that one. So I think he's just playing aggressive exits here. That's his goal. He'll get the 1 kill. He forces Brute to be the only player to remain alive for Z10. That's fair enough, honestly. They're on low money, but now, of course, Z10 are too. So now down to Astrum to make the call on whether to force or not.
Yeah, it's just with these weaker weapons that Zertanasi are successful. Obviously, it was full investment from them. But it's that slight timing that they caught on Grix as he tries to back away and reposition into pit that the apartments player strikes. And Clax does his best work to try to see if he can give a bit of life to Astrum, but not to be. A bit of life is pushing in mid in this round, though. It's back and forth trades. It's a 2-on-2 until Brute Monster finds his 3rd of the round to give man advantage finally to Zero Tenacity. But I love a call like that from Astrum. You got weaker weapons to take the fight to them, but the trades are just too strong from Zero Tenacity. The positioning, there's so many players there in T-Ramp. I think maybe hoping a couple of players already made their way into Banana, but it's just not the case. Not as successful as they would have for Kyofo. There's no need for him to push forward. So Clax isn't going to be given a kill. He's going to have to actually search for it.
I almost had the crosshair in the right place. Kyofo will get the kill, and now Zero Tenacity are in the driving seat. That was the force from Astrum, like we discussed. Chance to get a slight lead once again. The game continues to be very back and forth, and very. I kind of did have a feeling it would be a very tight matchup over the course of today. I think our final game of the day as well, TNL versus Murray, might promise to be the best game of the lot. Even with a certain stand-in coming in on map 2. I think map 1 will be very exciting either way. After watching quite a bit of TNL in Tier 2 lately, one of the more exciting teams, one of the more aggressive teams at this level of Counter-Strike at the moment. This is not a very comfortable round for Zero Tenacity. They are losing a couple of players, even against the full USPs. Idstat came through, got 1 kill, and one for Kenzie as well. So, Goffo will do well to find the last 2, though, even though he was very low HP. They survived with 2 players alive, just about. So, again, won't be unhappy with the damage there, will Astrum. They can now go for their buy here, feeling like they've got a chance to kind of do to Z10 what Z10 did to them.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity starting to find their footing here on this T side, it seems. From, what, 3-1 down, 4-2 down, they've started to mount a few more rounds on the board and have now taken the lead over here on Inferno, and it's going to be an important one for them because we've said they've been a bit shaky. Both teams have up and down in terms of form recently. Their nuke is a very comfortable map, so they certainly do have that to fall back on as well. But Inferno feels like it's been a map that Zero Tenacity at times, when their Anubis has fallen a little short, it's been a map that they sometimes have even looked at as their home turf. But again, it's another disadvantage for Zero Tenacity. Trying to pick up the pieces from Simka, had a chance to get the kill back there, but Clax just evaded any of the util damage coming his way. Tenacity, they've got plenty of time to play with. Not a huge amount of util left for a site here. With this disadvantage, they're going to have to be absolute most of it.
Oh, back and forward. It's a dry peak, and actually, if he committed to it, he probably would have got that second as well, because that second player of Brute Monster was looking the wrong direction, kind of playing anti-flash, I suppose. And, oh, like that. Doesn't matter too much at all. The key is 1v4, and Patsy will get that final kill. 4 players alive for Astrum. Immediate bounce back, and now once again it's Z10 who are double eco on 2 players. So here it is. It was Brute playing anti, but Clax didn't gauge the fact he probably had a freebie on the spray down. Didn't matter in the end. We're back even at 5-5.
Tactical timeout. First one being called now for Zero Tenacity, as he's just got a couple of rounds remaining of this half. But something quite interesting to sort of point out, in terms of what we've seen out of these rounds, is a leveled up scoreline, but we have actually seen 8 of the opening kills go the way of Astrum. Zero Tenacity just can't seem to have a round where they're not losing the first piece. I mean, you've got to give respect to them for being able to actually have a leveled up game when you have only had 2 opening kills yourself. Because your sort of chance of winning a round after losing or after gaining the opening kill, I think it's like 70 to 75%, depending on team. So Astrum, you feel like in terms of the amount of opening duels that they've actually won, they should be able to have converted probably quite a few more of these rounds than they actually have. But it's certainly something to look on for Zero Tenacity in terms of maybe why they haven't had as much success as potentially they could have. Also, I haven't really seen Zero Tenacity look to pressure B that much. A couple of banana takes here or there, but most of the finishes for the T side have ended on A.
Easy. Holding the line, and once again, it's Kenzie actually to get burnt by that. That's the thing that, you know, hurts me when I watch this Astrum team now, right? I feel like this Kenzie and Norby duo is just not what they once were. Kenzie's having a struggle this series, and even though they had a good setup there with Norby toward the bottom of Banana, it's not working out. Yeah. And their setup is getting completely destroyed. It's going to have to be Grix to recover it, and just as he tries to hop up past the little bit of brickwork there, it'll be Brute Monster to put him into that brickwork. Pat's quick trade. Still a vaguely winnable 2v3, but wouldn't surprise me if Patsy doesn't find 1 kill in the next, well, 10 seconds. He might just pick up the AWP and try and get out of there.
Yeah, smoke's faded, giving a bit more vision for Patsy to like to play around. Flashbangs coming over for Clax. It looks like they do have a bit of a glance into the bomb site, hoping something's given up, but Like you said, no kills found. It is just going to be the save. The AWP will be retrieved from Patsy. Whoever is going to be able to leave is a different story entirely, though, as AVN looks to go down with the ship and removes everything from the hands of Astrum. But you can see the tactical timeout on that occasion does pay off for the D's. But I mean, I'm fully there with you. It feels like the setup in Banana should have found significantly more success. Though, I mean, Kenzie, like you said, is having a really tough series as it is. But you're against weaker weapons in general. We've got a few Galils, you have Brute Monster and Deagle. You feel like you have to at least, even if you go 1-for-1, if Kenzie's able to back away and keep himself alive and just use Util to delay for teammates to be able to rotate in, at least that's something a bit more successful. A lot of fighting in apartments here, though. Brute Monster very trapped, goes for the peak and eventually does get taken down. So it's another man advantage for Astrum as they find their 9th man advantage of this half. Did they get the opening kill in the last? It could be the 10th opening kill they've had of this first half.
True.
Yeah, they did. They found 10 opening kills this first
Yeah.
half.
Yeah, that's what I felt that way, didn't it?
I mean, that is a little bit concerning, though. The fact you've got opening kills, and right now you're just sitting on 5 rounds.
It is pretty crazy. Feels pretty egregious in a way. Norby's continuing to try and go with the AUG here. Agree with it on train. Inferno may be a little bit more difficult, but obviously it does plainly do more damage. So let's see if that helps him here. Re-smoke for a few bullets with that smoke, perhaps. And there's some significant damage coming through. And he does just force his way through it. And you know what? There we go. The AUG shows up with a sick triple kill. I reckon that second kill was actually close enough to be a one-shot headshot. Pretty sure was he full HP, that second player? We'll see a replay of it now. Was the man full HP there? Missed that in the bottom right. Because I know the AUG from a very close range is 101. So, yeah, I think it may have been. Either way, great hold. And Astrum will get another in this series, second in a row. Wait, it was 7-5, wasn't it? I tell a lie. See? My brain corrected itself immediately. I knew I was wrong. Got a 6-6 in the half.
I mean, Astrum, I'm not particularly convinced by the CT side. Found quite a few of their rounds early, obviously 4-2 up, but did finally manage to put a last few rounds at the end there just to keep it even. I mean, I'm honestly massively impressed that Zertanati have found 6 rounds from just 2 opening duels. I mean, that's a horrific stat for them as well. The fact that they've struggled so massively to find these early kills. I mean, you can spin it in 2 ways. The fact that, it's great they've been able to find all these rounds despite that, but you can't be coming into a series like this on your map selection and just losing the first player time after time. But it's a clean slate. It's an even scoreline at the half, and Zertanati now on that CT side, of course. Potentially might find a little bit more comfort here on their map selection on this CT side. It is slightly a preferred side to them, but like Inferno in general, it doesn't feel like it makes a major difference what side you really play on. As long as you're comfortable on both. A couple of sets of dualies, one in the apartments, the other towards B. Astrum are indeed making their way into apartments.
Oh, Brute's been spotted. Good little jiggle from Kenzie to do more, and Clax will actually be the one to deal with him. So now it's going to be awkward because you've got that short player of AVN who has got that kit, but you can't really play off of Choffo in pit here. You have to be flashed off the angle, of course, as well, which makes it even harder, and they're getting run down. There should be no way they hold on to this, and there we go. Patsy and Clax close it out. It's almost a guaranteed pistol. I know Simkey's stuck in the corner. Somehow they haven't been able to find him, and Grix goes in. And you know what? Why not? That gives him future money for the AWP.
Yeah, with the blade just swinging away. Honestly, he could actually bring one out in the next if he wanted. I think it would be a bit too big of a risk. Against some of the weaker weapons, Zertanasti, but I mean, if he wants to, can bring it on up. Obviously, would be at the cost of any armor, head armor, but he's gonna opt against it. I think that's probably the smart call. But good pistol round from Astrum, just overwhelming all these CTs, despite some pretty decent CT positioning at times. And Astrum, they win the pistol round, and they know what's coming. So they're calling this tactical. Both teams, particularly Astrum, spoke about on map number 1, struggled against these half buys and force buys of Zero to Nasty. So they want to make sure they don't get burnt the same way they did on map number 1. See if they can try to find a way around it. After discussing a few things over, they've got their call, they've got their read. Are they going to be ready for a 4-man Zero Tenacity hold on this force buy? So much stock into this bomb site for the CTs. Brute Monster tasked with holding 8 alone with a Mag 7 of all guns. Right now, the call's not looking too bad, as Astrum are slowly but surely starting to take space towards Banana. Double nades come through. Players looking to retake this and instantly reclaim Banana and back away towards A. Zero to Nasty, they've got the right call, they've got the right play. Can they make it there in time? Brute Monster Departments is going to be facing off against Clax. And the Mag 7 does fall to the Mag 10.
Yeah, it's going to be tough now. Fire 7 probably will get taken down, even though they haven't cleared it properly. They just have too many players in position. Astrum doing well in the site clears so far, right? They're just, not just going all in the same position. They're kind of sweeping the site on toward A there. A couple of players pushing on the right-hand side. A couple of players pushing it through the left-hand side onto the site itself. And yeah, I think that is just too much to handle for any CT side in that sort of situation when you've got weaponry disadvantage, obviously. So, Force Spy will be removed. Zero Tenacity will be full ecoing in the next. That will be 9-6, almost guaranteed for Astrum. There is a good flash. Even that bit of diligent work there to even flash in toward Church, right? So, get that one done cleanly. I'll be rewarded with 9 in a matter of about a minute and a half.
Yeah, no real resistance should be seen here from Zero Tenacity. 3 HE grenades being purchased though, and plenty of positions on this map where they can rain down some shrapnel onto their opponents, and all this time to play strike do a serious amount of damage, and a few of them are towards B. There were tons of damage to Kenzie that Brute Monster goes on to finish off. So man advantage found from Zero Tenacity, one of the few man advantages they found, and it's from the nades and pistols.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Super chunk down, but again, Astrum is going too ridiculous in this round. Like, they sure have lost a player, but again, they're waiting to group up. Again, going into a stack, but surely the firepower will be a little bit too much. MP9 on Norvi pushing forward. You've got low HP of Brute. They do check the boost a little bit as well. There'll be a late attempt on that. So if they don't check it, there could be a chance. And now there's a crossfire to worry about, but they are going to clear it up. It's all good. It's all good. Chofo's miles away on 2 HP. So it will be 9 like we suspected. Good chance to push forward to a third map decider now. Looking for the weapon. I think he sees it on the roof there. That's pretty comedic for Chofo. Desperately trying to pick it up, but will not be allowed. Leave that weapon alone, says Clax. Take this. Take 9.
Weapons back in play now for Zero Tenacity, who are getting around on this CT side, of course, losing Pistol Force and that Eco. First weapon round for them, Brute Monster AWP in hands, the challenge, Grix. Neither AWP really set the world alight on this map, but it is all, of course, one of those maps that it's not exactly the easiest, particularly on that T side, to find a huge amount of impact with the AWP. Brute Monster goes for the peak. Wasn't far off Grix, despite not actually spotting him. Looked like just a bit of a timing shot while blinded. Would have been a great way to find the opening kill, not shying away from these fights. with sort of previous iterations of Monster, it feels like there's been a couple of times where maybe been a little bit too passive in his career, but I certainly like I like a couple of fights now, and he definitely seems like he's got over moments of that, but that was sort of years ago.
Flash. Quick. Peeking toward mid. 2 players there for Zero Tenacity. Quick check, and it could be a little bit of fake info. It's not going to hurt them too badly because they've still got a decent setup over toward A. Now they know there's Apps presence. They know they've let top mid or left it open as Brute has to fall back away. The long completely open. The Maske doing a peek from that library smoke from Brute, but even though there are 2 players on site, it's going to be very hard to hold on. AVN trying his best, but he's got 3 players about to swarm him, and he didn't take the initiative early enough, it feels. But they might still have a chance with Simki. He quickly trades Grix. It's unlucky that he doesn't get that kill toward Grix before he takes down Nemanja. But Patsy, 33 HP, not exactly healthy. No kit, but he's very close. And ready and ready to win this 1v2. Unfortunately, this crossfire is just way too difficult. You would think, but it's not too difficult for Simki. That is a critical clutch and a brilliant spin to take down Patsy too.
Yeah, 1 versus 3 there. The awareness of what the setup was, the ability to find the first kill as quick as he did in just 180. Quick flick towards apartments. I mean, that could be a game-changing clutch there. That denies Astrum hitting double digits. Potentially denies Astrum hitting 11 as it would have been a weak buy in the next Zero Tenacity, and just keeps things competitive here as we're approaching the latter stage of this game. Still, money for Astrum to buy. But that could be a real turning point. And what a clutch, what a moment that is from Simka. Rumors for the opening kill here onto Grix, skin down his counterpart there. With a peek down middle, we saw him go for something of the sort last round, but not finding that success. Goes back for it this time and does get the kill. Fights towards B, but a trade comes through. Still favoring Zero Tenacity.
That clutch may have just enlightened and reignited them once again. Manya realizes he's got space now to push forward. Can even swap weapon to get a few extra bullets in a clip. Now,
Clax
feels comfortable.
out towards A. Might just go on a bit of a solo mission, see if you can get a kill and give Astrum a bit more of a look in this round. As yeah, right now things are seeming a bit comfortable for Zero Tenacity here, and they should blue that way. But we've seen some good slight hits and slight takes from Astrum. 2 defenders up against. Got the MP9. That's going to be the initial contact. With time ticking down, Astrum, it's sort of now or never. Each piece split. If AVN finds his kill onto Kenzie, that's the bomb dropped as well.
AVN will get that kill. That all-important frag. And now it's just impossible, it feels like, for Clax and Pats. Even though they've got that ability to maybe try and clear Chopper from pit, they won't be allowed to. Chopper will hold the line. He hears Patsy coming toward him. And now they're waiting. Yep, trying to wallbang him out. Clax, 60 HP. Just about surviving. Yeah, surprised they actually didn't go a little bit extra aggressive on that one. They did some good wallbang damage, and they probably would have gauged that. But even though there was a few players lost there, that was good work from Zero Tenacity to hold on. And now, that clutch from Simki truly has reignited them and given them a chance in this game once again.
Yeah, a bit fortunate that Clax actually had any money in the bank. Because it means Astrum can comfortably eco this, and Clax can still get a buyout on the next. And the caveat on top of that is they've got an 8 gauge play within this one as well. So you can still certainly do some damage. We know what these upgraded pistols can do. We've seen it from both teams. And then throw Clax on an AK. What a series he's had. Even just an individual level. Sort of been playing above and beyond, I think, his sort of standard form that he's currently been on. So Yeah, never count out Astrum in a round like this.
Game continues to stay close. We thought it would. Pax, Patsy, and Norvi are having a bit of a solid performance across the board between those three. Grix 8 and 9, Kenzie 4 and 9, and you're going to need all of them to step up together, it feels, if they're going to get this game done and dusted and try and get it into a third.
Simka trying to use the range advantage as he knows plays towards CT. Just going for the one kill, not getting too greedy here. As he is still towards Banana. Flax. Oh, Grix actually strikes with that AK. And now Namana only can get one, so it's a 3 versus 3. Kenzie, the only player without a sort of superior weapon, and he's the only one with armor.
That's big. That's the important one, I think, Charlie. That surely will make it really difficult for Grix and Kenzie now, because if the fact that they have a rifle so far up and quick to a Banana, just unexpected for Patsy. If it's a 3v3 retake and you have, these crossfire set up, it can be very difficult, even when you've got no armor in play on a couple. It still could come through. But Chopo should be the player holding the bomb. I tell a lie. I was going to say, I don't know why they were taking so long around the site there. I would have wanted to see Chopo being the one to try and hold the defuse and have his teammate covering either side. They had that kit available. It was the only one there picked up at the time. And Astrum just take advantage of it. They push through the church position, face from CT, and immediately get the kills. And Z10, despite getting that really important win from AVN into a Banana, they couldn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's a really big slip and fumble there from Zero to Nasty. I mean, I think the most important kill that gets Astrum back into the round is the kill onto Brute Monster, because at that point, Astrum, the only way they can deny that bomb is by re-peeking from Ruins. You have Brute Monster posted up towards the CT part of Ruins. There's no way that they can get into CT and look to fight from there. He misses a few shots onto Grix, who's just kind of just jumping across. And Brute Monster eventually, I don't know if it's lacking confidence in that round or something, but he just switches to USB and tries to take a heads-up duel against the AK, which he just gets outgunned in. Feels like just go trust your open, go back to that, and eventually, surely that shot will hit. But instead, see Brute Monster goes down, and then it just allows Grix and his teammate there to swing from either side, and they just absolutely obliterate the two players on the bomb side. But yeah, certainly a little slow. Took them a while to clock that both players were in Ruins. Zero Tenacity, that's a big mistake, and that could be a costly one.
Painful. Just when it looks like they could have a chance maybe get this one done in 2. We've got them back even again. Now it's Astrum been given another lifeline. Some of these rounds have been very messy for both when it comes to these lower investment holds. PT and T, to be fair. It's been one or the other. 3 MP9s now for Zero Tenacity, 2 M4s for Chofo and Nemanja. Full investment, obviously, for both, but Astrum now have some leftover cash for winning on a half buy. Every little helps for them.
Indian finds the first, but Namana solo towards B. And Astrum dropped the smoke to isolate his position. Does rotate in, but gets instantly found from Norway. A little cheap, just trying to sort of shift peek into the bomb site that you know is under the control of your opponent. And Grix posted towards B. Easy find on the Brute Monster. And Zero Tenacity, they're looking like they're calling it off. Although Simka is still here, wants to get an upgrade. Now the steps away have been hurt. But we'll be able to get away with this info. So Zero Tenacity, they give up 11. Getting 3 into the next round.
Yeah, even losing that opening pick, they actually play that one quite well. Utility down, lock Zero Tenacity out of the site. 4 into this 3-man save. 3 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 into this 3-man At least it'll give them something in the next round. I mean, they could even look to maybe drop another rifle if they want to really invest. Thing is, of course, you want to commit to full util. So maybe they don't drop like an M4 from AVN or something of the sort.
Vital round here for Zeratanast. Lose this one, chance all the map goes with it. And it comes back to that, what was an eco from Astrum, with just Klax's saved AK, and Kenzie with an armor and a Tech 9. Other than that, it was Glocks, an upgraded pistol or two, and losing that one on that B site hit. That really sort of gave Astrum that platform to sort of bring themselves a little bit more stable on Inferno and bring them so close to the finish line here. For round number 20 underway. And Zeratanast, they're not fully committed, yeah, and there's these pistols. Still got 3 rifles, so more than enough chance to be able to go on to take the round, but you are definitely looking at these players to be the difference maker. With not a lot of utility, it kind of feels like Zeratanast might need to take some early duels.
Actually, but not a huge out. 5-7 for Brute. So just flying lightly around the rifles, probably the right decision to make. There's a little bit of T utility, as you can see there, over toward Long, but they're going back in toward Banana with 3 players. And Bomb will now be able to leave as well on the back of Kenzie. Little boost here for AVN. Great crosshair placement, considering that boost was in place as well. And I actually like that little play because it allows him to hop back up immediately to that boost, but he decides to just go straight in. That is wild from AVN, but you know what? It actually works for one more. And the Manya's here in support. It's happening again. I'm losing count, and they're going to even go for a counter boost because there's another rotator coming through. Kenzie tries to plant in the open. How many have we seen today? I swear to God, this might have been like the 9th or 10th half-by win. What on earth is happening in this series?
Oh, there's definitely been a crazy amount of them. I mean, both teams certainly have something to look back in the demos and try to right the wrongs of. Because, yeah, it's been a crazy amount. And Zeratanast, I mean, look, they make it work. I mean, they did have the 3 saved weapons, but it was just those 3 saved weapons, really. Namana and Brute Monster didn't have a lot to play with. And still, a successful round victory, 9-11. It's now Astrum's turn to have to take a bit of a hit financially, as you got Norway on the Mac 10 and Klax with the Deagle. A lot of brawling towards Banana earlier. Simka finds the first kill, and Namana forced to back away on 25 points of health. As an even trade, feels like it favors Astrum here, just due to the sheer amount of damage dealt to the other B defender. After that, quick up towards A.
On the fadeaway, she's going to do a lot of damage, and yes, look at that. 3 players taking a tag to that. I managed to fall back into safer positions as well. Brute will get the one toward Norby. That's an important hold. Flashes are okay, but it doesn't affect Choffo. And he's standing tall and doing good work here. Even a team kill in the mix. It's falling apart. And they're now going to have to eco themselves here. And they're ecoing, obviously, at a pretty rough time in the game.
Yeah.
That is painful. They're going to be 11 all. This game could be destined for more extra rounds, perhaps. We shall see.
Yeah, overtime's certainly looming over the horizon. But, I mean, I can see a pistol on Klax. I can see a Deagle upgraded, one on Nori as well, and Kenzie. So, definitely the chance Astrum can win if history wants to repeat itself. But this should be Zeratanast's chance to level up the game. And when there'll only be a couple of rounds remaining, oh, it's anyone's game to take. Oh, HE grenades are good enough to find the opening kill. Norway, no chance. They're just getting dunked down with 2 HEs straight on his head. And now it should be business as usual for Zeratanast.
be all good this time. I guess we will have a proper buy at 11 all, right? It's not the ultimate nightmare where you're kind of forced to eco at 11 all and maybe you have to give up that point.
Yeah.
But there's a chance for Zero Tenacity to get this one done in 2, as I said, in a bit of a crazy fashion, but still. 11 all is 4 kills away. They're going to have everything they want as well. They're going to have 4 AKs, as you can see, most likely on the CT side here. Keep playing on the front line, letting Kenzie force his way up. Still happy to stick around as well. But with the cash they've got in the bank now, they actually can afford to lose 2 rifles, and there's no real issue. You're going to probably want to buy up the Brute Monster AWP anyway, right? So if Simki goes down, Brute could just drop the AK to him and buy up the AWP. Obviously, it doesn't matter if you have a rifle dropped in. It'll be handy to take if you need to go for a retake, but catch my drift. Won't matter either way. Simki will get all 3. And we'll see if Brute goes for that AWP straight away here. He'll run boost at the end there. What on earth was going on?
Yeah,
And
sort of styling on them.
They were styling on them, yeah. I wonder why on earth he just sped up out of nowhere. But let's see. So, interesting decision here. It looks like we're not going for it. We haven't made the final decision just yet. But I would have understood if he went for the AWP here and left a rifle in spawn for a retake. But clearly he's feeling a little bit more comfortable here to play in certain positions on the bomb sites themselves, to go for a rifle over that AWP decision.
That's what it honestly feels like to me. He's had a couple of opportunities with the AWP at times, and it's not sort of worked out as well for him. And yeah, with the AK in hand, might honestly just, until probably the option of the AK to no longer be with him, he's probably just going to stick with it as long as he can, because had a decent bit of impact, you think, a couple of rounds ago. A lot of kills found with it, but so many bodies pushed his way. Brumos finds the first, able to slip back into Archway. And his advantage found by Astrum very quick up here. Chance for Patsy, but misses it. And this could be a bloodbath here on A. Astrum very early committed into this. Kyofo just playing around the smoke. Briggs all alone. Desperation spams as Kyofo finds his second. And that is a very strange call from Astrum. They take so much space towards brackets, lose an early player, but they don't instantly pounce off of that. They take a bit of time, and it allows more players to rotate into this bomb site. Look at the time of this hit. You've now got Brute Monster and Amana both towards Arch, but it's just the smoke down that Kyofo plays around that buys even more time, and he just finds so much impact around it. And somehow, Zero Tenacity the first hit in that point here.
Yeah, and look at the buy that Astrum have on round 24. 2 Tech 9s, Mac 10, 2 Galils, not a single AK. Brute, of course, dying in that round after 2 kills, being the decision not to go to the AWP was the right one, but now he can afford to, of course, having gone down and having to repurchase everything. So that might change things up slightly in the Mania. Great reaction to catch Patsy. Here's the change up for Brute going to the AWP. That removes Kenzie from the situation. And this is what I'm talking about with Astrum lately, right? They've clearly got quality in some of their individuals, but they just lack that killer instinct that the duo of Kenzie and Norby used to have. And they lose games like this far too often for the name value of these players. I mentioned it the other day. You've got players like, all the 9 Pandas are benched right now. I'm convinced there's a team from other individuals in Tier 2, that 9 Pandas project and this Astrum project, that can make a team that can contend at the top of Tier 2 again with the likes of a Bait or something like that, right? But I really do wonder how long we'll have to wait until we see that. Game's not over just yet, but it's a good setup for Tenacity. See, Simki will get 1 toward Norby. No, there's a player toward Paul, and the setup is excellent. Milania should go down, but Simki's wasting a lot of time. I say he's wasting a lot of time. The rotation has taken a very long time to get anyone anywhere near the sites here for Zero Tenacity, so there's a glimmer of hope for the T side.
Yeah, there's 5 versus 2. Could actually see if he can find some success here. It's just this one-man disadvantage now, but no utility for the T's as they just hunker down on the bomb site. Clax in an advanced position. Brute Monster has to be aware of it, and is finds Clax and his own Bricks, whose position's been made known. AVN finds, and Zero Tenacity do mop things up here on Inferno to be successful. And they've had their own issues, if we're being honest, in the past. So this is a big result. I mean, look, it was messy. I think we can all admit that. It wasn't exactly a super clean game where your game probably went exactly how it was supposed to. But it's the fact that they had the resilience to be able to battle back, particularly on the train. where it felt like their full buys were really limited, but still towards the end, they found the solution to bring it over the line. And they're on Inferno as well. I mean, look, it wasn't the greatest moments from either team. Both teams lost plenty of half buys and plenty of force buys as well, but still, Zero Tenacity managed to make it work on their map selection. They mounted a decent bit of a streak at the end, 5 rounds in a row, I think it was, from a game that was pretty back and forth, and they finally found their footing at the end of both map 1 and 2 to bring them into this now 2-1 record. But important game for them. Yeah, certainly some worrying signs for Astrum, but hopefully it is just a blip.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to give credit to Zero Tenacity there actually at the end, because it's not just that final round, which they actually played really well with the AVN jiggle there, playing it uber careful against Grix. Like, he didn't want to wide swing at any point until Brute was near him. Didn't even commit to the fight properly. He still just continued to jiggle pre-fire to make sure he didn't just go down instantly, right? And didn't let Grix clutch what would have got the team to overtime. But the other rounds that they played as well toward the end of that map, that was just kind of just locked it down, played good crossfires, didn't do anything too crazy, and it was too much for Astrum to deal with. So very well played Z10. They deserve this win. And Astrum's struggles of finding consistency will go on. We have one more game to come today. That'll be coming up in around about an hour's time. It's going to be TNL versus Passion UA. Should be a really exciting game, this one. I've been a big fan of this Passion UA project, but TNL in particular, with Kane, of course, as the coach, has been helping TNL get some really, really good results in Tier 2 lately. So it should be fun. They've got a very aggressive style. We're seeing that go down in a little bit. We'll see you in a few, probably about half an hour, 45 minutes. Should be having a lot of fun with that one. Cheers.
vanishes. Everything must fade.
I'm happy like a child. Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Welcome back, everyone. One more game to come today, and this is going to be a pretty exciting one, I feel. It's TNL versus Passion UA. It's the 2-0 bracket match, of course, as well. So we're going to go straight through to playoffs. And it is, of course, a Ukrainian derby as well. These two teams have been played multiple times before as well. Got hugely talented players on their rosters. And honestly, I can't wait.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a derby between these two, like you said, and I think it's going to make for a really interesting matchup. And both teams being 2-0 record right now, one series away, one win away from instantly getting to playoffs, and doing so flawlessly without sort of having to play these extra games, have a bit of a break in between. And we were actually seemingly going to have a bit of drama in this game in terms of Zinchenko going to have to stand in on Passion UA. Luckily for Passion UA, not going to be the case anymore. They actually get to play with their full roster. So I'm sure a few people probably saw that on HLTV, where they were going to have to substitute from map number 2, I believe, onwards throughout the rest of the series. Luckily, whatever issues they had there, not going to be the case. So expecting both these teams at full capability. And this is what we want, because I think on paper, this is going to be a super close game between these two.
Yeah, I'm convinced of that as well. I mean, they both play, I wouldn't say a similar style. They both play exciting Counter-Strike, I think. So we're going to have a quick look at the rosters now. Let's have a look at TNL and look at their roster, because, of course, they have a team, for me, that is just incredibly exciting to watch. And this is what I kind of want to talk about, right? I had a chance to cover them the other day. Actually, no, I'll start here. I had a chance to cover them back a few months ago when they played in the IEM Dallas qualifier. They played against Falcons, right? And Falcons struggled to beat them. Obviously, that was, had a lot of ammunition for people to make fun of Falcons. Only just scraped it over the line in a map 3 overtime, I think. Nico had to win a couple of crazy clutches. But TNL, clearly that put them on the map. Clearly they've gone from strength to strength since then. When I covered them the other day, they clearly have this incredibly aggressive style that just continues to catch teams off guard. Onyx a bit of a nuisance with the XM. He can be a bit of an expert with that weapon. Ken is incredibly exciting to watch, and Flyrax with the AWP is pretty exciting to watch as well. And their style is so aggressive, sometimes rounds can be done before you even blink your eye. It's going to be really interesting to see if they keep up that style coming in today. Because, of course, they haven't just proved themselves online recently with some of their recent results, Charlie. They also won that LAN in Sweden recently. So they've really got something about them, and pretty surprising and exciting, because they are pretty much a team of 5 unknown names.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Literally in March, this team, in terms of where they were sitting in VRS points, I mean, this team was all the way down in 226th in the world in March. And it's been a few months on since then, and already they're, pushing into top 30 now, not too far away from that. Yeah, it's been quite a come up for this team. And it's been a team that I've only actually got to watch a few times now, but every single time they've made me super impressed and so excited to see what these guys can do in the future. On the flip side of things, with Passion UA, I haven't actually got to see this full 5 just yet. So this is going to be my first time to actually get to cast this full 5. But obviously been following along, had some decent results. And look, it feels like this has got to be a bit of a no-brainer pickup for me in terms of Demka and Woro. The experience that these two have, as well as the firepower that they bring, still a lot of growth in their careers to go. But it feels like the experience, especially someone like Woro, teams like Mad Lions that he was on there, Monty for a time being as well, and now on this Passion UA, I feel like there's something really about this team. And already there's a lot of very special players, and it feels like when you look at the removal of, when you do look at certain players leaving this team in the past, Jambo, Fear, a little while before, it feels like this team's had a lot of big hits in terms of sort of names that have left, and yet they can still pick up the pieces and still move forward. And I think that's a really impressive thing when sort of as time goes on, your team gets picked apart, and still you can have a roster like this.
No, I completely agree with you. I mean, this is a team, for me now, with these names, arguably, it's better than the previous roster, which is just crazy to think about, right? I think that maybe the one question mark I'd have would be, Topper as the in-game leader, because I think at some point it wouldn't surprise me if Woro takes the reins as the IGL AWP once again in a roster, like we did see him do on Monty for a while. But I don't think Topper's been doing too badly. And yeah, it is the two easiest slam dunk decisions, Demko and Woro. They're not there yet, don't get me wrong. They've had some weird losses, which I'm surprised that have come through, like losing to Zero Chastity, for example. They lost to Eklot a couple of times. They've also had a loss to Favbet a little while ago, like a week ago, which is a bit of a strange one. But I think that there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that by the second major of the year cycle for Starlight Budapest, they should be a serious MRQ contender.
Oh yeah, they have to be. I mean, the pieces that they have, if they can't make this team work, I think there's going to be bigger issues because they certainly have all the pieces to make a really special team here. And you're saying about major qualifiers, other event qualifiers, all about those VRS points. Last CCT Series 1, they had a bit of a tough time. That loss to Valve actually was their elimination. They didn't even make it to playoffs there. This has got to be a bit of a turnaround for me. This is where Passion UA have to sort of move forward. They had a bit of a, I'm hoping a bit of a poor patch of form, and this is going to be where they get to playoffs. No nonsense here. No 2-2 record. None of what they had beforehand. Instantly get here 3-0 and look to show us what they can do in playoffs. Because events like this, I mean, for me, there's a lot of teams at this event that I'm looking at as this is their event to take. Passion UA are one of them. This is where I want to see a deep run. I'd love to see if they're able to take the whole title of it, but at very least, I'm expecting a pretty deep run in the playoffs, and this is the first step to be able to make it there. But look, no easy challenger on the other side of things in TNL with the form that they're on. So I think this is going to lead to an absolute brilliant series. But let's find out where we're going to be playing on this series. Moving on to those vetoes. Is there any early expectations you have for either of these? You've got to watch a bit more?
I'm seeing it right here, obviously, in front of my eyes, but TNL love Train, and they also have a really interesting style on Dust 2. They don't have a great record on Dust 2. That's actually going to be our decider coming in today, but with how aggressive they were on CT side, it was borderline unbelievable when I had a chance to cover them the other day against Partisan. I think Mirage and Train are two maps which really fit their style excellently, especially Mirage. Interesting that Passion UA are happy to just to stick with their own strength here. TNL are good on Mirage, obviously. They've beaten Astrum recently. They've beaten, like, 9, for example, as well. They're not a bad team to beat, but Passion UA have previous of beating them on this map, of course. I've played it against them before. I was in Galaxy Battle. They beat them, I think, a couple of times on the map. TNL had beaten 13-3. They played Train before, have Passion UA against TNL as well. That was Passion UA coming out on top on that occasion. I think what's interesting about that previous time they played, of course, is it was a BO5 Grand Final in that Galaxy Battle tournament. So, yeah, lots of maps were played, giving you some great examples of what to expect between these two. We saw Dust 2, Mirage, Ancient, Anubis, and Train. So it doesn't surprise me at all that we get 3 of those 5 once again. Thing is that for Passion UA, they have tons more reps on Mirage than TNL do, right? Passion UA played it 31 times last 3 months. They're clearly very, very confident and comfortable on the map. So, listen, I'm pretty confident in the TNL Train, but Mirage could be where this series is decided, whether it's a 2-0 for Passion UA, or sorry, a 2-0 for TNL, or a possibly a third map decider, because I don't see a world in which Passion UA win Train.
Yeah, I do think just even the stats of previous maps that these two have, I mean, TNL have a pretty daunting veto and map pool for any team to look to pick and ban into. The maps that they play, and even the maps that they don't play a huge amount of, the win rates are so sort of skyrocketed to the top in terms of some of the maps that they have looked so good on. Mirage, 75% win rate, Train 88, Nuke 81, 79 on Ancient. And there's a decent amount of sample size on each of these maps as well. That, yeah, it certainly doesn't feel like it inspires a lot of teams with a huge amount of confidence when you are playing up against them. But look, I like that Passion UA are playing to their strengths. I mean, by far, Mirage is their most played map by a significant margin as well. So I think Mirage, I think statistically, yeah, it backs up your claim, and it feels like this map could be decided on this series could be decided on map number 1, depending on what version of Passion UA we do get to see on the day. Because TNL, the glimpses that I have get to see from them, the players that they have, players like Ben, I mean, he's looking absolutely monstrous. Flyrax as well, I mean, I'm a big fan of watching him. I'm a big fan of anyone who abuses the AWP like myself. So I've always got a bit of a soft spot for players like that. But yeah, Flyrax had so much impact in the last series that I got to watch. And all of these guys are so young. Like you said, came out of nowhere, but it feels like the pressure of playing against some of these teams, some of these more experienced players, isn't getting to them whatsoever. And I think we've not even really scratched the surface of what this team's skill ceiling is. And I feel like only in the next few months we're going to really get to see a bit of a clearer picture of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm quite excited to watch this game in general, because it's, as I say, only the second time these two have gone up against each other. The previous one is hard to give a gauge as such as to how these how these teams will go up against each other, as it was a BO5. Haven't seen a BO3 yet, or even a BO1, obviously. So Yeah, I'm really excited. Ken, of course, is one of the players that we've been talking about and talking up. His rating is amazing. It's not just because of his rating, from just a pure eye test as well. He's very exciting to watch. Kvem, also in that same vein, to be fair. He has historically been one of the up-and-coming players from Ukraine, right, that has been talked up for many, many years. Even when he was on IKLA and in that contract jail for however long. He can often pick up the secondary AWP, by the way, alongside Warrow, and that can be a pretty dangerous little setup they have there. But game is live, Mirage is ready. Let's see how these two fare against each other today.
The early flashbang forcing Onig back slightly, drops the Molotov and the HE grenade behind it. So much pressure, so much work for him to deal with, and just the overwhelming force of the T's does come through, but Flyrax up from short with a quick double kill to instantly turn the tides of this round into TNL's favor, and Kvem does try to tap away, give advantage back to a neutral playing field, but it goes against him, and you just see the CTs connect their shots a little too quick for Pyjamas to handle. And despite Onyx going down early, really quick rotations there from TNL, manage it perfectly, and Flyrax, what a round from him to kick things off.
Beautiful retake. Might be a plant for Passion UA, which means, of course, the force fire will likely come through, but sometimes it can feel very difficult to retake on a pistol round, but occasionally easier than rifle rounds, as those taps can often be jiggled out and forced into the open, forcing T players to fight. The advantage with the USP, and look at what we've got coming in here as well in round 2. Considering Flyrax got the 3 kills and the defuse, we're pulling out a round 2 AWP here. And considering it's not against like a full eco Glock round, I think it's the right call.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, get Flyrax on his superior weapon as quick as you can. Allow him to really get a feel for the game, bring out that AWP nice and early, can catch off Passion UA as well, most importantly. Might be a bit lackadaisical in terms of pushing some of these angles, not ready for the sort of scoped weapon to be posted up there. And yeah, of course, TNL, we're going to be aware of this force buy. I think me and you have had sort of our own fill of force buys today. So getting treated with another nice and early here in this series. But Passion UA with 3 Galils and a couple of pistols alongside it. Not a huge amount of utility, but maybe enough to go for a quick burst into the B bomb site, which it looks like they might be looking to head towards. The bomb is going towards TV now. But Warrow's lurking out in middle here. You know, not exactly contesting of this area. Not even holding it too massively, but it does look like Passion UA are sort of hoping that Warrow might be able to find the opening kill before we see any sort of actual burst out. Do see the dink from the Tech 9 from Chikazmo in lower mid, and that is bringing Knifey super low.
Knifey will manage to deal with Demka, and now the MP9 of Onyx will continue to jiggle from the back of the site. Ken will be removed, and this force is not getting any progress whatsoever. TNL to a great start. And one of the factors, of course, of the team that I haven't actually mentioned in the pre-game yet, maybe you did and I misheard, maybe I'm losing my mind, but they've got Kane as their coach, right? And obviously he has a lot of experience. He's been in that setup for a little while as sort of like the owner / staff of the team. They have JR involved as well. Of course, has been a player that's been around for a very long time on various teams in over the course of Counter-Strike history. We're talking Vega Squadron for 3 years. He was a big part of that team. Running right with the MAC-10s, of course, at Majors, really became a big part of Counter-Strike history. So they might have 5 very unknown players to most people who maybe even do pay attention to Tier 2. But the staff they've got behind them are names that can be trusted and respected.
Yeah, 100%, and bring so much experience themselves. Isn't it at a level of CS that TNL haven't yet played at? So, yeah, it's certainly going to be so valuable to this team, and it feels like the work that these guys are doing behind the scenes to help support this team very quickly get to this level. I mean, there's nothing short of brilliant. Because I can't really think of many teams that have just come out of nowhere and been able to sort of stomp so many Tier 2 options the same way that TNL have. I was sort of just following this team, not having cast a game and just being, oh, TNL, they're sort of smashing some teams. who's even on this roster? And then, luckily enough, get
exactly.
to cast a couple of their games. And yeah, I mean, I've been just as impressed as watching a couple of the games.
Exactly right. I mean, I as I say, I haven't actually had a chance to cast as much as I kind of would have wanted because they're kind of the hot property of tier 2 at the moment. But I think obviously it was that Falcons game which put them on the map, and then of course they had the LAN win in Sweden, in Lund, and then of course they're at. They've been putting even more good work in online. I had a chance to cover them yesterday against Partizan, and it was. Yeah, it was a wild game, but if you look at the names on Partizan, you would say, you know, historically they should be winning that game, but Partizan's forming all over the place, moving on from Emmy, and yeah, TNL's is most certainly not. They've just got this synergy of playing well together. And one thing as well that is a small point is they're actually involved in IESF as well, TNL, at the moment. They're the representative for Ukraine in that tournament. So, you know, you would look at that tournament and say, oh, okay, well, Big should be winning that tournament. There's no way a team of Big's quality shouldn't, or maybe even Sashi, of course. You've got that the representatives for Denmark, but TNL are on better form than all of these guys. All these teams with better name value, and I'm really convinced they're going to continue to stick around as well. Not just going to disappear.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you really got to hope so. I mean, the thing that impressed me so much when I watched them is I saw a lot of the stats of certain players, Ken being the sort of most notable, and thinking, okay, it's a team full of sort of fraggers or whatever. But they feel like a really well-oiled machine as a unit, and it doesn't just feel like 5 individuals put together or anything. It feels like they really work so well as this collective. But here in middle, Passionway absolutely decimating TNL. Brute force their way, put a lot of stock into skin middle, and Topa with a double, Jacasmo with 2 of his own. And at least Flyrax is 1 versus 4 as this round's pretty swiftly going the way of Passionway. And finally, first gun round, they will get something to take home with them. Warro's even going for a bit of a hunt here. We'll be able to find Flyrax. Going for the knife?
Yes.
Love to see it early.
Worth. And that'll obviously get him a great chance to pick up the AWP even faster on T side, quite possibly. So he's got 4,900 in the bank now, but I don't think he'll buy it now. I would be surprised, but we'll see. He's still got a bit of utility. He's deciding. There we go. He went for it. Always trusting Warrow 2K to get it done. But yeah, important first gun round, of course, for Passion UA. TNL already calling a timeout straight away, which I actually respect, right? Just to think about what they do in this next upcoming gun round. 2 MP9s in play. They figured out their money fine. So, another exciting round to come through.
Yeah, I always love when teams use these timeouts nice and early. I don't see it as much anymore, thankfully, but even just sort of 6 months ago, so many teams neglecting to use these timeouts. In fact, I say that. I watched NIP yesterday, 7-0 up on Anubis. They lose 13 out of 14 rounds or something like that. And we see 1 timeout. I'm like, surely, guys, use your timeouts. And, yeah, I mean, I love when teams use their timeouts nice and early. Look, they lose 1 round instantly. What a battle back. Discussing finances, discussing what sort of round they want to play out here. And we'll see if it does pay off for TNL as this MP9 of Doorway gets closer towards ramp, where Warrow is posted with that AWP.
Pretty exciting battle, of course. It deserves to be said. Flyrax versus Warrow. Also was as I said, in that BO5 that they had played back in Galaxy Battle at the beginning of this month. That was a long, drawn-out BO5, and actually none of the maps actually went further than a 16-13 in overtime. It was quite a lot of quick maps involved there. 3 of them didn't get more than 10 rounds for TNL or Passion UA. But it was Ken and Warrow dealing the biggest amounts of damage in that series. So, see if that's be replicated here. Warrow looking to try and go for a peek from ramp, but there's an MP9 close. Leg spotted. Flyrax is positioning a little bit off and exposes him to that position, but he still finds 1 kill toward Kvem. And Dowie does well to find a 1-for-1 as well. It's forced Passion UA back away. And they might still stick around toward ramp. They kind of have to with the positioning of the bomb, but it's all going to be difficult, I feel like, them to work their way into this one. Flashes are going to be delayed. It does work out. Jacasmo's entry on toward Knifey. That's an important one because now Demka can activate from Palace, a very important Palace player. Now Jacasmo, he can peek with him, and it works to perfection. Flyrax, who was tagged in the first contact of this round, has no choice but to fall away.
That's fine there, actually, on to Jacasmo.
Yeah.
Might be able to maneuver towards short if he wanted to have a bit of a look into the bomb site, but he's just wanting to keep this open to the next. No interest in making some sort of fancy 9 HP 1 versus 3 clutch happen, but the setup initially was really strong from Passion UA. From TNL, sorry. It just looked like towards the end, TNL very much caught out in positions. You had 3 players sort of crossing from triple box, looking to maybe get into CT. They just got picked apart from the Palace player. And with Ken going down, it really limited the sort of versatility of that defense. A big response in that one for Passion UA, just when the bomb dropped down, being disadvantaged, still managed to make it work. And it's the 2 newest additions of the teams, the final 2 to survive.
It's such an evenly backed matchup here. You've got 2 AWPers, one on the come up, one who's a known quantity. Both I would feel like playing at a good level. You've got a couple of stars at this level too, with the likes of Kvem, Jacasmo. Jacasmo isn't even necessarily the guy that has to be, hard fragging for this Passion UA team, but historically he has when he was alongside Fear and Jambo. And on TNL, you've got Ken, who is looking pretty stunning as one of the individuals. I would say maybe Onyx is the one player that... Onyx and Knifey maybe are the 2 players that maybe aren't as lights out as some of the others on the roster. I think Onyx is often the guy that can sort of play the tough positions. But with experience, that will get you an opportunity to improve over time. Just look at the ages, of course, of some of these players. They're not exactly old. Knifey's done well to find Demka there, incidentally, on this what is a full eco. And the AWP's in play, so there's still a chance, maybe, but now they're going to be pretty much pinched together, so it's all going to be good. Topper will get the kill. They know where what that one more player is, or do they? Topper, okay, completely ignores Sandwich, just lets his teammate deal with it, focusing on Firebox. There was a second player here, which they haven't seen until now, but they could still be found. He needs so many dinks. He's still hitting these dinks. Fair play. But now he's 29 HP. He's delighted with the economic damage in this round. Will TNL, but Passion UA will get it over the line.
I mean, nice couple of kills there at the end from the in-game leader of TNL. Just doing, that extra damage there, softening the economy up of UA and seeing if they can bounce back and get a quick reset. But tons of damage from just pretty much a full USP round. I was a big fan of Topper's play there, just sort of allowing himself to tank all the bullets from the player in Sandwich while desperate to find the player on the belt. But doesn't make too much of a difference for him, at least initially, until we start to see those kills come through. But weapons in play all across the board. No AWP for Flyrax, notably. Saw him do some big things with the rifle anyway, though, so certainly should still be around that TNL can look to take before we find the first kill into Kvem. On a call off. It looks like he tried to jump up. Denka doubles down. Still, the T's all departments. Flyrax does rotate in. Has been spotted. Head nearby as well. Demka's position is good enough for him to find his 3rd.
Oh, that was the kill, I think. If maybe they were given one more flat fragging response there, that actually could have worked for something. And I think it actually still win this. I mean, there's 3 HP and 26. Passion UA need to be careful. Bomb might be down, and there's no kit on Knifey. He's not exactly healthy himself, but so much damage has been done from TNL over the course of this round. It's going to be a right-side peek for Knifey here, and actually does get that one more kill. Has an AK on the floor, but Jacasmo realizes what's going on, goes for the instant swing and takes the frag. With 9 on the board now for him, Passion UA will grab the lead in this game for the first time.
Close and competitive round there towards the end, but Demka just sort of decimating anyone who tries to peek up. Passion UA it felt like you can see a lot of teams kind of force themselves into a bit of a sticky situation when they get trapped towards the apartments. Kills were being offered up, and Demka was taking every chance he had, and you had Cooper finally taking some space towards short. And as soon as Topa emerged, that's when you see the rest of Pat. Demka just outgunning nice and early. With TNL just being forced to a weak investment here, Passion UA can look to extend their lead even more. Obviously, you highlighted the importance of map number 1 and what it means to both teams and what it means potentially to the future of this series. And how key this one really is for Passion UA to be able to find. And I think we've got certain players stepping up. Jacasmo, he's been a little bit quiet in the last few months. But a 9-4 start for him. Something like that, nice early portion of the game that can really breed confidence within the team.
Yeah, indeed. Quick bathroom break for players from Passion UA, apparently. I'll get back underway very soon. It was Demka who was going to be replaced by Zinchenko, of course, the main man behind the Passion UA project at the very beginning of things. Of course, the Man City and current Arsenal footballer. He has actually played officials before, which is pretty crazy. And he hasn't even done too badly, which is pretty wild, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure he's like level 10 facer. He's not like an awful player. So it's pretty funny that he's had to play before and not done too badly whatsoever. Unfortunately, for the content purposes of this series, Demka could play the entire BO3. It was communicated beforehand that he was probably going to be needed for map 2. As it is now, Demka now is free for every single map in this one, even if we go deep into a third.
Yeah, definitely would have been interesting if you got to see that. Like you said, for content reasons. To be fair, yeah, like you said, decent enough player. Last series, he beat 22 and 26. For someone who probably doesn't have a huge amount of time to grind CS.
No,
I mean, that's a pretty respectable scoreline. It's against Bleed as well, their last game.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, only when he's injured, though, I suppose, right? That's when he can truly grind.
Yeah, true. So probably a decent bit. Nice early pick there from Woro, but it is obviously just a partial buy from TNL, so it's going to be a bit more damage. See if you can get a couple of kills, but with the early damage on the Ken, the early frag on the doorway, it's not going to be an easy one for TNL to try to see if they can break into. But when there's a 5-7 in play, there's always a chance. And the missed shots will probably spell the end of the round for TNL. As there's a big entry point into the A-bomb site. If the T's want to take it, the only resistance really will be Knifey and Palace.
Yeah. Of course, I was kind of mentioning the ages of the players earlier, right? You know, Kvem and Jacasmo aren't old. It's just the fact that we know a bit more about them. And, you know, Demka and Woro, of course, have been around for quite a while. Let's see if this still comes through for Jacasmo. There we go. It's a nice little jiggle dig from Flyrax. Just a little bit of a glance. You never know. Bomb needs to be planted. And we've got one player locked in the corner, but it comes to 5-7, and thankfully Kvem covers. Okay, all good. Yeah, I was just going to say, like, Knifey is 21, but he's probably the most player with the most storied weight. Surely not. I'm trying to talk about the team, guys. Come on now. How has Flyrax hit that second kill? And look where Demka is. The only thing going in Demka's way here, obviously, is that Flyrax has no idea where he's playing from, so it shouldn't be an issue. Demka has also got an open plant to deal with. It'll be the freest of 3 headshots. But again, TNL will be pretty happy with that damage, right? Anyway. Finally, just finish my point quickly. Knifey's probably the most player with the most storied history. Been on Kono, Batera, Iron Branch with Heavy God back in the day. But, you know, Flyrax is 19. He hasn't really had many teams other than this. Onyx is only 20. Dowie's only 17. And Ken, one of their best players, of course, is 22. So maybe he's a bit more in his sort of prime as such. So that's why this team has a really interesting future and why, like, they're so talked about at the moment.
I mean, so much growth. There's a lot of teams at a similar spot. where these guys at the end of the day are going to be the future of the CS scene, aren't they? Whether they stay on this team, whether they get picked apart in 3, 4, 5 years. Yeah, there's so much growth. There's so much of a skill ceiling for this team alone that it does make me very excited about what CS is going to bring. But I love the space taken from Kavem as he just catch up knifey. Woro fearless with the AWP in hand. Does miss his job, a smoke drop towards connector, just baits Jacasmo in perfectly. Passionate picking apart TNL on this T side.
Good kill from Jacasmo again, and Onyx is known about now in CT, of course. Might have smoke kid, and TNL are keeping a lot of these rounds very close, but in the end, they just can't seem to get those advantages early round. They always seem to be playing a bit of catch-up. And Jacasmo is having a bit of a worldie at the moment. 13 and 5. Even there's a little gap in that smoke toward bench, right? That jungle area. Even Passionate using that to their advantage. Doing their shots nicely early game here.
Yeah, this is exactly what Passionate needed. T-side's looking very strong. A lot of their players just putting enough to take this space and look to punish TNL in so many situations. And yeah, TNL suddenly getting a bit surprised by certain pushes and losing a couple of man advantages that is proving pretty costly. Because a couple of good trades towards the end of the round that, like you said, do make it close, but it just feels like just the early kills coming through, it's just being a bit too much to handle. Kavem opening kill despite being brought down to 1 HP. Ken looks to push through the smoke with a bit of a hero play with the MP9, but Kavem gets a double with a wild spam. And another reasonably standard round. There's nothing too fancy that Passionate way of doing, but it's just the fundamentals are very much on point.
Yeah, this is why, you know, you can say TNL have a great record on Mirage lately, right? But you have to dig a bit deeper on those usually. You know, TNL only played it 12 times. They might have had a great streak of wins, like against the likes of, you know, Passion UA, Partisan, Iberian, Soul Rush B. But, you know, they've also lost to some teams like Johnny Speeds on LAN. They've lost to BetBoom, obviously. That's a really tough team to face, but still. If you look at Passion UA, obviously, it's a big difference. It's 12 maps to 31. Like, that is a lot of reps for a team at this level, and with whatever roster they play with as well, Passion UA, right? So it's a map that they're very comfortable on, and they're by no means out of it yet. TNL, we'll have to see how aggressive their T side will turn out to be. As I said, they're very much known for their aggression, but Passion UA are kind of meeting them in the middle right now. Just look at this following round that's happening immediately here. We're out A already, and we're going to get a plant already with 1 minute 30 on the clock.
But it's the same thing that Passion UA have done previously. There's nothing too fancy in this round. It's a standard A hit with very good flashbangs to accompany any sort of pushes. And it's more the sheer speed that TNL just can't seem to manage. And yeah, I mean, it's a bit ironic that considering TNL are this team that, like you said, do like to get in the face, do like to get aggressive. They're the ones being put on the back foot due to this Passion UA aggression in many of these rounds. And it's a simple save call for TNL. It's another nice, sharp, and clean hit towards the A bomb side, which Passion UA have been abusing in these last sort of 4 or 5 rounds. And going to be another round on the board. 8-3 is the scoreline as Topper. Just making sure no one's doing any funny business before getting out of there. So only 1 death in that round, but it was clean enough that that's all that was needed. I do agree that we can see a lot of brilliance from TNL on their T side, but I do think they need to put themselves in a position where they can have a T side.
Exactly, mate. Yeah.
Because a 9-3 with a pissed round loss as well, it doesn't matter how good your T side is. At that point, you just don't feel like you've got enough rounds to play with.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we're in a situation for them now where Passion UA is trying to put a lot of pressure on the same sort of plays over and over. Finally, it looks like TNL, I know it's the final round of the half, they found a way to counter it with a lot of players over toward A. Great flick down from Woro, and he's got away. We'll give them a glimmer of hope in this round, maybe. Got Ken moving in toward ramp here. We've been a bit so far, but Topper doesn't check his close right. So we should get 4 for TNL, but you mentioned how aggressive they can be, right? I think it's I don't think that's the only thing they have in their wheelhouse. Otherwise, they wouldn't have success they've been having, right? It's just because that game against Partisan I covered yesterday was just so insane with how aggressive they were, especially on CT Dust 2. Like, that was just unbelievable. They were up mid, like, nearly the entirety of the half, even on gun rounds and pistol rounds. But yeah, that just comes down to how they feel like they should play a style against a spec team at the end of the day. And you can see that maybe they're being a little bit more respectful to Passion UA here on CT Mirage. And who knows, maybe that's one of the main things that's catching them off guard a little bit. We do know, of course, Passion UA do have a lot of talent themselves, and they've shown it in this first half here. TNL will grab that last, but it's Passion UA in control, 8-4.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like we saw, if it's not broke, don't fix it for Passion UA, as they just continued to hit towards A until finally TNL stacked quite a few bodies there towards that bomb site. And Knifey with a great double initially. Bit fortunate that players lined up so easily for him, but at the end of the day, it was good positioning from Knifey to be able to put himself in that position. But it is still quite a one-sided half from Passion UA. Pistol round is going to be not necessarily make or break for TNL, but I do think it will give them a great chance to bring themselves straight back into this game. Despite Passion UA showing some really great things on the first half. Obviously, double digits up for grabs. If the CTs can now take this one. Decent bit of util invested here from the teams. A couple of smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov.
Yeah, so proper planned, maybe. A couple of smokes and Molly will come flying in. Look to hop their way down toward A. It might be a case of just try and get a kill and push CT. And look at that, we're going to do that right now with 4 players. Is Kvem ready? The answer is no. It's a great pick from Dowie. Waro2k might have found one through that jungle smoke, but again, retake will be tough. But smoke kit, will that be the deciding factor?
Yeah, Topper's playing this one slowly towards Seed, but he needs his other 2 teammates to start to make their move. Topper finally strikes, but gets taken down. He ended up being the final player to fall as Onyx gets a double, and TNL are successful in the pistol. Are we seeing that magic second round force buy from Passion UA, though, will be the question.
I'll see. Already TNL trying to bound around and cause as many issues as possible. And I'll be given an opportunity to do that in this round as well. It is a full eco here for Passion UA. Surprised Waro2k has gone for the deagle. I kind of thought he'd want as much money as possible, but at the end of the day, if he wants to get dropped an AWP, I think Demka could do that, obviously. And comes a push towards Ram, easily cleaned up by Dowie and Fly Racks, and that is very speedy indeed. And all 500 HP intact as well.
Yeah, and as we saw, Passion UA not interested in going for any force buy in the second round. Wanted to play for this weaponry one instead. So, yeah, TNL right back into this game. Just 2 rounds separates them from their opponents. A lot more to talk about on Mirage, but still a MAC-10, Onyx, and Knifey. So this is a perfect round to look to take some space and take it fast. Flashbang's great initially onto Demka, but he's still able to get one, and Onyx just with the jumping MAC-10 gets quickly traded out. Oh, Nate on either side.
Goodness.
Demka takes himself out, so it's a 2-on-2.
That's crazy. How's that happened? Wow. Basically, you still see unique scenarios go down on a map that has been played hundreds of thousands of times in a professional scene. So pretty funny there from Demka. But you'd think they should still be in a good position in the round. Then we'll manage to deal with Ken. All down to Fly Racks. Kvem is refusing to face until it's absolutely necessary, until he needs information, and that's when he does it there. Hasn't seen the cross to the left, but he's gauged it. He's seen the gun barrel and caught Fly Racks perfectly. Again, a really well-played round from Kvem. It's only 2 kills. It looks simple, but it's just those little timings and jiggles where you just tell this guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah, like you said, masterfully played there. Finds the first kill. And it's just sort of buying time for Chikazmo to rotate in. Doesn't even need Chikazmo, who eventually does make it towards market. Does it alone. And Kavem, a player who I feel like Ken really hasn't had a huge amount to do this game. It doesn't feel like a major fault of his own, as a lot of other players are picking up the slack. But there certainly are glimpses, moments like that shows that, yeah, never give Kavem a moment to warm up. What a nade of the smoke combo that is there. Just dropping that deep, allowing Topper's MP9 to find an early pick in a really cheeky way. And will strike back, though, to make it this 4-on-4. I think he's very low HP, but Kavem finding doorway. Demka as well, chiming in to finish off the damage that he did onto Cairn earlier into the round. So much weight's got to be on Flyrax here.
And now it's all the weight. And there are too many players to deal with for him. So this is a bit of a rock-solid Mirage so far from Passion UA, really. I haven't seen many significant errors. It's still only the 4 rounds in front, of course. No, I'm not out of the game, but I've been pretty content. But I reckon, I don't think it's wild of me to say it's been a pretty high-quality Mirage, I feel. We're just with the styles going up against each other, with what we've seen. There's been no, like, egregious errors. I kind of what I expect coming out from these two, of course, as well. Up-and-coming, what you could say are no-namers, making a name for themselves. It's a very well-known Passion UA at this level. It's going to turn into 11-6, of course, in a matter of a few seconds. In comes a little smoke to keep this M4 alive on Jacasmo. Making sure they survive with all 5 up. And they will. Away from map 1.
Yeah, easy cleanup in this round. Not a single casualty for Passion UA, as they're just 2 rounds away now from taking things here on Mirage. TNL call a tactical pause, as this could be last chance saloon for them in terms of the full buys if they're not successful here. Gonna need to be a successful one. Otherwise, it does feel like Passion UA take things in Mirage. And then we've got a bit of an interesting talking point on the train. Definitely does feel on favour for Passion UA. But I'd love to be surprised. I've had a very mixed bag of results on there. So you never really know what Passion UA you're getting on train. But not there just yet. Kavem takes an early stance towards ramp, finds the first trade does come through, and an important trade that was.
Demko! Oh, he's getting pressured by Ken, but Ken's kind of been cleared this game, hasn't he? On a couple of occasions. Usually we see such a great level from him, and that could still be to come in this BO3, but that's a gorgeous little jiggle tap from Demka. Gives him a 4v3. Use Onyx, Darian, Flyrax. Try and do something. Utility is still at an okay level. They could do something with it. Like they're just going to group up toward ramp with 2. Have 1 lurk toward B that could actually backstab could Flyrax at some point, because there's no one over toward B at all right now. Thing is, of course, he's not to know that. So, you know, he's showing presence toward ramp. But if we go back B now, at some point, Passion UA are probably going to get a player in position, you would think.
And Toper is that player. Flyrax. Both players spotting one another out. Topper's the one to deal most of the damage. The HE grenade not finishing off Flyrax. But Topper's now got backup in the form of Demka. And although Flyrax does find the kill, Demka does get the trade, and you've already got Jacasmo here as well. Onyx whittled away at. Not finished off just yet, but with 19 seconds on the clock, players have to find the success. Now, Onyx finds the kill even while being low. Demka's just being a nuisance. Finally does get taken down, but the HE grenade of Aurora feels like it's going to be enough.
He's faked it, though, and Woro2k is making the move to jump through. Oh, but he hasn't heard him. He's actually gone through silently, and that's a great play from Woro. You can, of course, get through the window silently, right? You just silently jump, shift jump onto the ledge, and then you just walk down off the other side, and you won't make a sound. And Woro2k actually gauges that pretty much perfectly. Here's a little jiggle tap from Demka. Perfectly played. They team up on one. Demka actually finding that one extra kill toward the Apps player makes that truly a lot easier for Waro. And swinging at the right time as well, while in the process of him getting mollied as well, to make sure he doesn't just die to the flames. It's another good round from Passion UA. Chance for a 13-6, of course. And that would be a rebuttal from the last time these two teams went up against each other on Mirage. It was a 13-3 for TNL last time around.
Quite a turnaround.
Indeed.
Just shows what maybe a bit more time with Waro and Demka can really do. Waro will peek above the smoke towards Ticket. Does found Nade of the smoke and spams away. Ken's been tagged up, but the bomb does still get planted. Demka's HE grenades can find either Ken or Flyrax. Drops that out towards Triple. And there goes Ken.
Oh, and the Molotov spread toward Knifey as well. It's falling apart. Needs an insane double headshot from Flyrax on 8 HP. I think Demka knows he's low. He's aiming at chest height. And even though the dink does come through, it was only the one bullet needed for Demka. 18-11 for him. He'll clutch it out. And Passion UA will go a map up in this BO3.
Yeah, pretty comfortable looking victory for them there. Looked really sharp. They had a great string of rounds. On their T side, we saw obviously that 3-0 start for TNL, and then what a response for 8 in a row from Passion UA. Yeah, it looked like business as usual. Looked like it's a map selected for a reason. I think we questioned it ever so slightly at the veto stage. Look, we understand why they picked it. This is a map that Passion UA have played a ton of, 31 times. But it's still a very comfortable map for TNL. And we saw it in the last one these two played. 13-3, like you said. But yeah, completely different scoreline, completely different outcome on this occasion. And Passion UA definitely bringing the heat to this series.
Yeah, for sure. But I am convinced that, as I said, Passion UA winning this first map just means that I am pretty certain we're going to see a map 3. Because TNL are really good on train and Passion UA not so much. So we'll see if that's going to be reality after the break. We're back and we're live for Passion UA versus NL. We thought today we might be seeing a professional footballer on the server and Mr. Zinchenko having to stand in for Passion UA, but everyone's present and correct and ready to play. Demka is free and available, and Passion UA are a map up in this one. TNL, what do they have to show on Train? I'm expecting this to go map 3. Passion UA have had pretty poor results on Train compared to TNL. They're already looking to play on the front foot, but Jacasmo is fighting! Oh my word! He's clicked twice, and he's found 2 kills. Make that more! He's just trying to run them down. He wants the ace. Let him go for it. W key, Jacasmo. Go. Go. Go, Jacasmo. He's walking away.
Oh, he's holding down. Wants to be a bit more reserved about it, but Onyx just 16 points of health. Has to be. What a way. Honestly, Jacasmo, what a map number 1 he had, and what a way to kick things off on map number 2, regardless if he gets the save or not. Which, a little bit shaky on the final kill, but did manage to get it. Heard a bit of stopping and typing in chat, so I wonder if there's a bit of BM there from Jacasmo.
I don't know. I mean,
You
just look at
never
this. Look, 2 clicks, look. Boop, boop. That was
that's
3
great.
clicks. Fair enough, but...
Either way, with the Julies in a position like that, certainly cannot complain about 3 clicks. Yeah, I mean, interesting about Passion UA's trade. I don't think it's great, but I don't think it's actually as bad as the stats suggest. In terms of what they've played with this full 5, I mean, they've won, it's winning 3 out of 7, but there's some really horrendous losses in there. But it's not actually with this full 5. Like, they've been 13-0'd, they've been 13-2'd. So I don't think it's as bad. There's been a couple of closer losses. This teams like Astrum, overtime lost to Fnatic. And I do think there is a chance Passion UA can deliver something here. I do think players like Jacasmo alongside Demka really need to step up. Oh, we see it tonight from Flyrax. No, he wants more than that. He wants to see if he can win the round. And there's a solid chance at it, really, when Kavem's only 1 point of health.
Yeah, it's a glimmer of hope all of a sudden. 1 point will be committed to as well, but they are going to try and rush him down together, and they know he's in this smoke somewhere, especially with no armor. He's going to be very squishy, but he's found Demka and flicked round to find Kvem2. Can you believe it? Quad kill for Flyrax in what looked to be an impossible round.
Just a Glock and no armor. And what a moment from Flyrax. I mean, Passion UA, I said their train's maybe not that bad. I think they're trying to prove me wrong. Like, that is an abysmal way to start things off. You win the pistol round by heroics from Jacasmo just to lose it to a Glock and a Dream. Unsurprisingly, we've got to force me back. As instant hit out towards the B-bomb site. CTs might just concede this one from here. You've lost the bomb site so cleanly. Your 2 players in pop couldn't get there, forced back from a Molotov, and there's not much hope in this one. And yeah, Passion UA, you gotta be saving. What a turnaround from this game. I mean, what a couple of heroic rounds. Jacasmo in the pistol and Flyrax there in the second. Instant action pack early on.
Funny, isn't it? The game can switch just like that out of absolutely nowhere. Passion UA are going to be doing some good damage here by the looks of things. They even picked up a molly as well to try and force them away. TNL have realised very early they need to exit a different way. Otherwise, they could be losing more of their rifles. So they're going to go CT instead. That's pretty smart of them. They'll manage to keep all 3 alive. But Passion UA are still going to have a pretty dangerous round for TNL to face coming up next.
Yeah, with the saved weapon, Topper can drop over his 5-7 over to Jacasmo, and he can be wielding that M4 now. So it's only a competitive buy. And they'll have weapons in the next force as well. But TNL with just pure speed towards B in the last. Going to be doing something a little different in this one. Looks a bit more standard here as a round. As Kavem might look to take some space into a main, waiting perhaps for a flashbang, takes a few gunfights, gets this intel, and TNL don't want anything to do with this.
Yeah, rightly so. Sonic will find Jacasmo. Got deep control of B at the moment. Definitely worth Topper looking to already commit to a save. You can probably let Warrior 2K maybe use the scout here to try and do some damage. Probably want to buy next round anyway. So Don't give the MAC-10 too much money, but one was fighting here with the SMG and the 5.7 on the Deagle, sorry, on Demka. Hopper is trying to stay alive, though, and continue to try and do damage. You know what? That's fine. He'll go down here to defeat almost certainly. He knows where he is. It's only a pistol. He's got no bullets. So, understandable. He's got 2 kills. It's not the end of the world. Buying next round anyway. Bem's going to wait on the flank to see if he can get any more damage done. But that clutch from Flyrax could prove to be an incredibly pivotal moment, and it happened in round 2.
Yeah, and it's given TNL just these 3 rounds to move on this T side. Even if they fall pretty flat on this T side, you just got these 3 rounds as like a backbone for you to build your T side rounds off of. And that's something that it felt like they weren't going to have, not this cheaply at least. And then absolute miracle round from Flyrax. And now it's Passion UA, the ones who need to pretty quickly start to sort themselves out and turn things around on Train. Otherwise, yeah, I have to be in agreement with you. I think we will head to dust, but I've still got a bit more faith in UA's Train for now. As long as they don't have a couple more blunders like that.
Through the bottom smoke, and Jacasmo was crouched holding the angle. It can always be a bit dangerous when you're static holding an angle in CS2. It just feels like you're going to be destroyed, but he does well there. Still dancing with the ladder as well, but Damka's gone down to Dowie. Kevin kind of needs to deliver this MP9 now. Thankfully, Jacasmo is still doing great work, and there's a lot of damage been done, but not enough to get any frags for Kevin, frustratingly. And with Ken working his way through Ivy, that's quite a lot of map control and knowledge that the A bomb site is clear. You just have to get past Jacasmo. And timing actually could be okay for Woro 2K here. Got himself in through the CT position, but it's a great clear. Lovely clear of that connector position on Jacasmo. And the flank from Woro that I mentioned is being watched properly because of that. TNL will keep on trucking.
Yeah, and it's this double kill towards Beano from Doorway that makes things really tough. If an early trade comes through, we see a 3 versus 3 and all that damage towards A main starts to feel like that will be a real difference maker in the round, but it's not to be. They isolate Jacasmo, and then from there on, Warriors in a 1 versus 3, and despite being low HP, Onyx hits an instant headshot. So first gun round versus gun round, and TNL are successful. Passion UA got to give up another, but maybe not entirely, as we do have Woro on an AWP. Just pistols around it with the MP9 of Jacasmo, but Woro can try to find something aggressive early, and it looks like he's going for an upper peak. Is this 2-man up? It's knifey around this position, but it's a bit more of alert, a bit more of just presence being sold as of now. And Woro doesn't seemingly want to stay any further to actually get this intel.
And Ivy has been pretty heavily used so far by both teams, it feels like, in the early stage of this game, but it's kind of falling out of favor to be used by some of the top teams that play Train. It's been talked a little bit about by, you know, like Launders and some other people, just talking about the state of the map. That just so much less info you get from going Ivy these days than you used to back in the old days. Of course, the new wall near the back of the bomb train, just not being able to see a backside player. Some insane shots with Passion UA in this round, and Topper will hit 1, but not 2. Destroyed by Dowie. The smokes are up. There's still a backside player to worry about. That's them, but Dowie is way ahead of the game. Where it does have this, which they do need to be wary of. They can do crazy things, even hit these wall bangs, and they're not that far away. But bombs down. You'd think he wants to try and save this into the next round.
Demka, his aim might be just to see if he can retrieve a weapon as an exit frag while Woro starts to evacuate the bomb site. But both players are still hanging around for now, just seeing if they can deal any extra damage to the TNL economy. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if potentially Train has not necessarily the same degree, but a bit of vertigo treatment where we might still see changes as the map's in the pool. I wouldn't mind it. Maybe bring a few things a little bit more to the old state of the map. And I definitely think sort of the old bomb stuff, like you said, I think that would be a great change.
I understand why they've made that change, right? Because it was always like such a... Well, I wouldn't even say, to be fair, it was a tough fight, but it also felt weird that having that such a long sight line from Pop Dog all the way back down to back lane. But that was kind of the hallmarks of the map, so I don't mind that always existing. So, yeah, it's a tough one. It really is. Good counter utility in toward main here for Passion UA. They've got Onic and Dowie stuck in the corner, but they've actually been able to not remove either of them. Great drag from Onic, and now even the counter utility being put down by Topper is too late. They're forcing their way out. Here's this trademark aggression that I was talking to you about. Just not hesitating when they get themselves into a good position, but it's still not done yet. Bomb can come through with that smoke towards that IV position is going to be fading at some point. Moro's in an okay spot in Con. Needs to be wary. The Bomb is actually the player that's jiggle peeking him right now. Very dangerous. But well, they're going to confirm it and try and play out a 4v3 after plan.
Yeah, and the positioning of Jacasmo and Waro feels like this round's already done. Demka hung around for a little too long, perhaps, but it's a couple of great openings from Onic, leading by example there in that round. And TNL, yeah, they've definitely bought the heat here on this map. Something that Passion UA just haven't been able to contest with just yet. Only round one was obviously an ace from Jacasmo on the pistol. Other than that, no real positive signs for us to talk about just yet, and it feels like slowly but surely we're leaning into your thought process that it could be a bit of a blowout on map number 2 and a bit of a swifter move for us to jump onto the third and final map. As Passion UA, I think a tactical timeout is going to be needed, just something to discuss things, but they got weapons back in play. No real issue, saved a couple of guns over, but the most important thing is starting to get rounds on the board, because TNL already with 6, and that could become a bit more of a bleak looking scoreline for Passion if they're not careful.
Cosmo's ready, here they come again, holding the line, only gets a 1-for-1, and the rotations aren't that close. He was solo B for a while, and that's going to mean Kavem just rotates into his death. Often you have like a player at the back of the buffers, of course, like watching upper, like Warrow with the AWP, for example, but Jacasmo all alone there, and TNL keeping the pace high, continuing to work for them.
Nothing given up to Warrow here as he probes towards B. Has a slight chance as the jump from Knifey is spotted, but another save for Passion UA and another round where the entries is just too good. TNL, I mean, look at the money. I think that says it all. Absolutely loaded here. Going into round number 8 of this. Round number 9, sorry.
Well, I can understand why you think it's round 8, because it's gone super quick.
Yeah.
Like, we maybe think it was... I just think it was maybe later in the game, because TNL earlier in the game, because TNL are speeding their way through these rounds. We had longer maps of train than this that have reached sort of 7-1 at this point. We're only like, what, 15 minutes in or so, if that.
Yeah, it feels like TNL right now are looking to speedrun their way to map number 3. And I'm hoping we get to see a bit more from Passion UA on their CT side. Mainly just because I want to see a bit more from them on their T side. But as things stand, if this 7-round streak continues to even more for TNL, yeah, I might not get to see too many gun rounds from Passion UA on that second half. Look, they've done a good job to at least keep these weapons alive so they can keep on being competitive in these rounds. But it's not looking all too competitive in the the actual round, though, is the kills are just far too dominant for TNL. I mean, look at this. Less than 15 seconds of the round, it's done.
Bro, it's actually...
crazy.
What did I tell you? Like, it's not just us two. I just... Oh, my word. What can I say, really? I mean, you can't say much about this round, really, full stop. They're just keeping the W key pressed firmly down, not letting their foot off the throttle whatsoever. And this is what this team can do to you sometimes. It's why they're so difficult to handle. They've just got good timings on their aggression, good timings on their like utility usage to aid these faster plays as well. Look at that. Sakamaro can't even save. Knifey's now maxed out alongside Ken with 16 grand in the bank. It's, well, couldn't be better.
Yeah, it just feels like TNL, their playstyle honestly suits how they train so perfectly. Similar to Dust, there's a lot of areas of the map they take really quickly and they can be a lot of gunfights. They're trained with sort of how A main's played in terms of sort of quick burst out of there. Yeah, it feels like TNL, this map and them just go together like bread and butter. And 8-1 on the T side. Scary times for Passion UA as another opening kill goes the way of TNL and goes against them. A second could be given if Demka overextends. And trades through the smoke. Demka finds the first through and Ken gets that trade. I mean, tons of damage dealt there from Demka, but it is still an advantage in favor of the T's.
They've got some good positions here with Topper where he is, but Onyx has already tried to force his way out toward A, and they've just, yeah, going to get overwhelmed again. He got toward one of the top of the mid-site trends already. We saw it through the X-ray there, and Topper will be fast toward Pop, but it's just going to they're always going to have one player watching it at this timing. They did. Thankfully, Topper's just going to win the duel straight up, though. Ken is still main. Obviously, can't really swing too wide here with this AWP. They can plant safe. It's a good timing on the peak from Topper, but Ken realizes he does have to activate, and will. Now, Kvem is in a 1v2. He looks like he is being walked on through the smoke, and he will be, but Ken judges the flick up as Kvem tries to hop his way forward, and TNL just cannot be stopped right now.
Yeah, that's a little bit worryingly the closest round that we probably had Passion UA have in quite a while, and it was a 4 versus 2. Saw an important couple of kills come through, but it was the low HP Ken just to close things out, and yeah, we're just not really seeing a lot to make me believe this CT side has much to it. It's just getting overrun. Passion UA, they don't have the utility to deny TNL taking all of this space towards A main when we see these early pops, but finally we see an opening kill come the way of Passion UA. Hopefully that could spark something for them here. But Onyx has been an absolute demon with just sort of breaking into bomb sites. He's had 5 opening duels this game. And, okay, as
There
if,
we go.
like magic, a completely different look to Passion UA. Probably due to the fact that they'll slow things down slightly. And on this occasion, we just see a few more gunfights going through. But a lot of aggression in Ivy, and yeah, Demka's just winning every gunfight he takes. Still doesn't necessarily feel like enough, though, does it? At minimum, TNL have 9 rounds on this T side.
Yeah, and CT is usually a little bit favoured on this map, of course. So they've decided to put their aggressive style into practice once again. Maybe it didn't work last time, of course. These two went up against each other in that BO5 final. But, yeah, definitely found an answer this time around, haven't they? Then we'll find Dowie on this occasion, and Ken, trying to escape from all that utility, will just go straight into Jacasmo, and suddenly, as if by magic, all these rounds that were going comfortably the way of TNL earlier are now going the way of Passion UA. They're winning it with multiple players alive as well. There's a little bit of laziness at the end of the half. You could perhaps argue for TNL. It does happen when you've got such a big lead like that. Yeah, as you say, they're still very much in control. Passion UA have only just given themselves, some kind of glimmer of hope.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much just glimmer. And I'm going to need to see a big turnaround from Passion UA to make me believe even a comeback is remotely possible here. As with just the pistol round, TNL can near enough walk away with map number 2. So it feels like that's going to be a bare minimum for Passion UA to get. They're on the weaker side of this map as well, so unless they've been putting a lot of work into their T side, I'm still reasonably concerned for them here. And it does feel like we are at least going to get to see that third and final of the series, that being Dust 2. Unless we see an absolute collapse from TNL.
Listen, they're an inexperienced team. You never know. But also starting to not become inexperienced at this tier 2 level, right? So,
Yeah.
we'll see. And again, look. Front foot. 2 toward Ivy immediately. Bomb is here. It's a 2v3 for the CT side on this portion of the map. Who will get the taps first? It's Dowie. It has to be Waro to deliver, and it will be Waro to deliver. P250 showing up at the right time.
He's actually able to get one onto Waro, deals so much damage. Both players low HP. Waro eventually finishes him off, and Knifey just gets deleted. Waro's reloading in the corner as Knifey tries to push on out. But 4 kills from Waro. We're going to see another ace in a pistol.
Yeah, it would be rare occurrence, I feel.
Yeah, nice little stat line.
Obviously it was Casmo in the first half with the dualies. Got 4, mostly around brown halls. That's 5th kill a little bit later in toward T main. It's gone all the way around here, though. Knife kill would be nice in this sort of situation.
Oh, this is risky. Onyx going for more.
This actually could turn around all of a sudden. Hang on a moment. Bob is here. He now sees it. But when does he pull the trigger? Now, and it's too late. Oh, I hate it. He still has a chance, but that's when, of course, Chikazmo comes and helps out. Look, I understand why he's played it like that, but he knows that's the bomb carrier. I'm surprised maybe then and there he doesn't decide to drop the bomb early and then commit to the fight on the left straight away.
Yeah, and there's a bit of misinformation as well. The fact that 2 players are already pushed out, just in the back of his head, there's no chance anyone else is towards ID. So it just doesn't even consider Demka's position as well. It feels like that's the contingency just in case. But it is a successful pistol round, so step 1 of a long road back for Passion UA has been accomplished. And opening kill goes the way of Passion UA on this force buy from TNL. Molotov down towards Hell. Ken actually goes down to the flames. And this 2-man advantage is just extending as TNL getting picked apart on this defense. Scout Fire Axe domes Waro, goes for more, but not expecting 3 players holding his angle. And just losing the 1 player in Waro 2K. Passion UA convert the force by now going to have an easy time of things up against the eco. And can put themselves 3 rounds with within touching distance, really. Still, of course, on that weaker side. Still, of course, on TNL's Matic. So, by no means, just winning these 3 rounds is mission accomplished. A long old road back.
Who knows, though? Are again in a good position. And now, 3 rounds the gap all of a sudden. And I like this buy coming in here from TNL, right? Like, it's something we're seeing a little bit more often when a team has a little bit of a lead to work with. They go for a purchase that has, you know, an ability to win the round with the MP9s and Scout coming in here, but also plays patiently to get full util and the AWP in the gun round.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be interesting for Bastion Away, because a buy like this still obviously can definitely catch teams off, definitely deal damage, and you see the opening kill go the way of TNL. Trade comes through from Jacasmo. Knifey tries to get that advantage back, but them quick enough to catch him while reloading. So Passion Away still with this advantage. Flyrax having 2 players push towards his position, one of which being the AWP. So if Demka goes down, Waro probably isn't actually going to be ready for the trade. But Onyx peeking into it, Waro jumping ahead. Flyrax, let's find the kill, and here is Waro trying to go for the trade, and that's what you mean. Missed shot there. Waro goes down. Flyrax with a double in this advanced position from Ken's. Gonna find them both early, but no. Betten turns, and it's all on Flyrax, and that's just way too easy. But Jacasmo, no fear in that man's eyes. Knows that the AWP's just peeked there and still wants to take that fight himself.
Yeah, now it truly feels like it's game on, doesn't it? Casmo does good work there. Now they know they've got past this lower investment. They know they've got the ability to do that. It was close, but they managed to deal with it. Them just getting away there, that was the important one, really. And now, TNL's full buy is out. Will that change anything?
Hope for TNL's sake it does. Opening kill again for them. Them. Couple with this Mac 10 tries to find something, but can't with a double. Now there's 2-man advantage. It should be the first round that TNL on their CT side. It is Knifey holding B alone, and he's holding it from quite a deep angle. Quite passively, in fact. So giving Passion away this space, but that's just due to the fact that Pop Dog's under the control of the CTs and then get a quick flank. Waro is posted up here, but timing could go against him. Doesn't he? Does find that kill, and the bomb will be planted as Knifey starts to creep closer and closer through oil.
Needs and we'll get it. So now Waro, this surely is impossible. The dot bomb is being defused. You don't think he can deny that. He'll go for the taps now, but it's a critical gun round win for TNL, and they're going to survive with 4 players alive as well. They smartly just try and push too aggressively to remove Waro's AK either. Doesn't need to come through that. Focus on your own funds at this stage. They've got a bit of money in reserve to pass you out. It wouldn't put a huge dent in them. Good attempt, cover, but and the movement from Knifey was expert done.
And final pause for the T's to try to discuss things with, as money on them has been drained. TNL are successful here. That should be them finding a map point ready to bring us on to Dust 2, as that could just be the round that they needed just to help stabilize them here on the CT cycle. It felt like they did all the hard work in the first half, and this should have just been their victory lap of the map, but it's taking them a little longer to really get going, so it's definitely given Passion Away a bit of a look back into this game, but we need to see expert level of CS on this T side of train for them to be able to convert it. Oh, Flyrax
Oh,
tries to back away
gosh.
just before the smoke fades, but a little too late, and Woro just about catches him, so advantage Passion away thanks to the scoped weapon. Demka and Ivy as well, we've seen him cause a lot of trouble for both sides. Jacasmo gets a slight chance. Oh, I think the minimap, I think the radars alerted him to Knifey being there as Jacasmo in a heads-up duel here that a Knifey just
Yeah, he hears him.
concedes.
Yeah, falls away. Jasmo actually can't punish that as he falls back behind the smoke, but Passion have got every single player in the right place right now to deal with this round. And they're not out of it, but 25 seconds. They are leaving it a little bit late here, Passion UA. I don't think Dowie is going to be able to do much from Con. Obviously, we spoke of the possibility of denying a bomb under the bomb train, but unfortunately, he's about to get walked upon by Jacasmo. What a reaction from Dowie. Obviously, a slight whiff from Jacasmo, but the reaction was just as impressive. And now, I still don't think it's going to change much because they are falling away to B. They do have kits, obviously, but they really just want to protect their lead right now. At 10-7, like, it's going to turn into 10-8. Any extra bit of money as we head toward what looks to be quite a close end of the game here on Train is will go a long way. Every little helps, as they say.
Yeah, 100%. There's nothing worse than when it feels like the game gets very tight towards the end. Both teams sort of are on double digits, and it feels like you lose the game due to economy.
Terrorists win.
Nothing worse than that. So TNL, 3 players survive, and you can see a decent bit of bank behind these weapons as well. So yeah, just gonna have that bit extra, like you said. Yeah, a bit of a risk there from Onyx as he sees the advantage go the way of his opponent. So tries to catch a time in an Ivy, but Demka's getting that kill every day of the week. Player grey screening through the smoke, that's no issue. And first tactical pause being used now from TNL as they start to realise, okay, this game's gone a little bit against us. It was 9-1, and now somehow here we are at 10-8.
Yep, this is it now. We're getting to the business end. What's been a very entertaining game thus far. Lots of utility being thrust in toward the early round, and it's an immediate trade on the other side of the map, as you can see. Ready, Krem, and Flyrax down. Flyrax, I should say. I made that mistake first time I casted him, called him Flyrax. Probably prefer to be a fly than a file.
Well, it's 4-on-4 here as Passion UA might like to creep out of B upper and catch his time in. Jacasmo punished by Knifey just as Moro backs away. And it looks a little bit more as a lurk, so might not actually expect Moro to be here as well. Knifey's not being silent about his intention, so Moro is going to hear all of this and does connect the shot onto Knifey. Oh, almost gets punished as he jumps out on top of it. And Ken does get the trade, so is Woro alone on this bomb site? He's aware that Ken is aware exactly where he is. Connects the bullet, but it's the wall bang.
That's unfortunate. And now Demko, of course, is disconnected from the bomb. They aren't considering Con just yet, because there's a smoke up there, so I'm sure Dowie will give it a look when that fades. Has he gauged that correctly? This is a tough angle to check. Demko is giving it a slight glance, as you can see. But he's bypassed him. Thing is, though, he's going back lane. Now he's making noise. He has to with 16 seconds, but now he's just given up the ghost, I think. And they know where he's coming from. He's found where one player is, but he doesn't know that Dowie's there. He kind of gave it a look already, so he's not going to guess that, I suppose. 6 seconds. Now it's the case that he could die after time. He won't, but that won't matter to team. The round was the most important thing. They're now back into a slight lead, 11-8. Getting up from 2-3, and now the money for Passion UA is not going to be perfect, so they could have got that all-important round at an all-important time.
Yeah, a massive rotation from Ken there. Rotates it after with his teammates. Ford gets the kill onto Topper. Wins the 1-versus-1 fight onto Warrow, and at that point, the round's always going to be tough. All or nothing here for Passion UA. There's full investment here in this fight. If they aren't successful, that's the point to their opponents after such a valiant comeback attempt.
Oh, man. Good shot on Kvem. In the end, Topper and Demka will find a couple back in return, but it's not just a Deagle and an AK. I've got progress out toward A. Charisma with an AK, you can never truly count him out, but Knifey checks it properly. I believe he only had Kevlar, not a helmet, so that's a one-shot headshot with the M4. Now Demka is more stuck than a stuck thing in a tough place. TNL will get the round. Passion UA now have no money for good, and at the worst possible time, 8-12 down.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it feels like a really valiant comeback attempt from Passion UA, but when you need to play near flawless CS on the T side of train, it's always quite a mammoth task. And it feels like this should be where Passion UA do fall on train, and that's where it does feel like we should bring ourselves onto Dust 2 and conclude the series, taking all 3 maps. Unless these Tech 9s, unless the Eagles and the Galil can win it out. Onyx tries to take this gunfight upper towards Warrow, but comes out of it looking a little worse for wear and no reward to speak of.
Full rotation round from Onyx to team up with Flyrak in Ivy. The reason why, obviously. Classic protocol of the AWP on the low HP player. Knifey in the right position to hold on Cloud here. He gets up the ladder to maybe stop these from getting their weight from heaven, but he'll play underneath it. Flyrax will get his kill toward Topper. This is now all falling into place for TNL. They are going to get the third map that I thought we'd see. And I'm really happy about that, honestly. Like, there are some days where I'm like, oh, can this game end? This is a terrible performance from both. This is clearly just a messy game. But this has been very enjoyable, and I really want to see what TNL are going to change up on Dust 2 from what, of course, I saw from them previously, just the other day. Nice kill from Chasmo, but it's only ever going to be one. Quick trade from the 2-player set up there to trade it. And that is Train TNL's way once again. They're very good on this map and improving why from that expert T side.
Yeah, it takes them a little bit longer than expected, but they are able to make it over the line from that sort of 9-1 lead. They do let things slip slightly when it became that 10-8 scoreline, but at the end of the day, there was just sort of one round that they needed to win to start to break the economy, and as soon as TNL started to find the flow, that's where it felt like Passion UA's time was limited there. But yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I couldn't be happier that this one's gone to a third. So coming into today, looking at these matchups between the sort of Ukrainian derby there, it felt like this was the perfect game. If there was going to be any 3-0, it feels like at the 2-0 record as well, it feels like everything's into place for this one to be an absolute thrilling final map. Both teams on paper reasonably even at it, and I feel like this is the perfect final battleground of Dust 2. But before we do get to see Dust 2, we are going to have to go to a short break, and we'll come back with the third and final very shortly.
eventually everything must fade. Never thought I'd fall
We're here and we're ready and we're back a little bit quicker than expected as well, which is nice to see. Passion UA and TNL have reached the third map decider of Dust 2. And let's see how the two go up against each other, because it's been a fun series so far. The other day I had a chance to catch TNL on D2. They were giga aggressive. See if they keep that up today.
Yeah, I mean, look, just keeping you on your toes. I'm viewing at home for anyone just caught off by the quick start, but a lot of brawling out here towards long. But Passion UA are coming out on top until Knifey hits a nice find with the P250. He does so again. A couple of kills at the end there from Knifey with the P250. Onyx all just in long doors, allowing his teammate to Knifey go kill seemingly as TNL clinch that first round pistol and get them early success on a map that TNL, I mean, you've been hyping it up all day, so I'm excited. I'm very thrilled to see what they're going to be delivering here.
Yeah, I mean, hyping it up just purely because of their CT style, which obviously we're going to have to wait a half to see. But let's see if that actually does come to pass. This round is in their favour. Looks like Passion UA are going to go for a force as well here. Dust 2, it does feel a little bit more viable. Pyjamas and Scout will be swapped between Kvem and Waro. Those long ranges and try and get those tags to make the Eagle and 5-7 particularly dangerous.
Lead from TNL to be early as they might look to just overrun this bomb site. But it's a big defense from Passion UA as they've already got 3 players on this side of the map. And you can see the A-bomb site is left unguarded as of now. Demka does find the kill on the Khan. Trade comes through. Kvem towards middle, trying to see if he can sneak a kill back, but does get punished. But Waro Scout, if you give him any breathing room on a map like Dust, I mean, he will punish. That one might look to push through this smoke. Timing's good, but the jumping Mac 10 connects. As a chaotic round in middle as the Deagle surely has the advantage in range. In fact, it's just a 5-7 actually. So a bit of a scrappy round here in middle. But by no means is either team guaranteed a success story here. Flyrax plays towards mid doors, but I don't think he processes that he saw him. Aurora just gets overwhelmed in mid, and TNL are successful, but ooh, a bit dicey for both teams.
Definitely dicey. And even that last one at the end there, that Pyjamas could have easily got the first kill, and then obviously the second player was low. There wouldn't have been an instant trade from that position. But it is. TNL complete it. Force Passion UA down to the full eco. HE nade being thrown, of course, forward at the top of mid there to allow a path down for Onyx that can't be seen. I think something that became very popular on Dust 2 back in the day, even on Global Offensive as well, using the nade to cross rather than wasting a smoke. Mid doors.
And even against this anti-eco, the utility usage from TNL is great. Making sure they win this round as cleanly as possible. No need to throw away weapons when you can just throw away some utility this round. And, you know, win the round with only losing 1 soul. And weapons, this is what we've been waiting for. Sadly, Warriors going to have to wait a little bit longer for the AWP. We might have overinvested slightly in that second round floor space, so not able to be purchased just yet. But when Flyrax doesn't have one of his own, not too big an issue. Onyx still on this Mac, and could easily look to break open some space.
Charging up short.
I love this.
It'll be tough for Jacasmo. Yeah, it's just a perfect call, isn't it? Because you've got 3 players on the CT side here as well that don't have a helmet, so the Mac 10 is going to cause issues, and already Jacasmo will drop They've just overwhelmed the site so quickly. They've got the advantage of those angles on Catwalk, where a CT side would need to hit 2 headshots with an M4. It just feels very unlikely. And they're all over them, like a cheap suit.
I mean, it's brilliant cool there. You've got the MAC-10 just leading the lines up short. And yeah, Passionate Way sort of getting set up towards the long, getting set up towards mid, and TNL just slip the net. And out they go into the bomb site that's reasonably undefended, and all the kills go their way until Topper finally finds some success for Passionate Way. We'll be able to make it out with this M4.
Terrorists win.
But TNL, they came into it with 4 rifles and a MAC-10. They leave it with 4 rifles. So money's starting to boom for them. As this 4-0 start is very positive signs. And it's just going to be a half by a company this M4. I do say, this is the one map that it feels like now you just see sort of hero scouts even on eco rounds. And I love that that's even just become a thing. That a hero scout is just a part of the game now. I wonder if we are going to get to see any of this, but scouts on Dust 2, I mean, if they're given the room to be able to sort of get some maneuver around, I mean, they can be just a game-changing weapon, even if you don't have an AWP. Just the long sight lines can cause so much damage. Topper has info towards B, but it might be info that might not come into it, because Passionate Way are pretty aware that it's an A hit already.
Damage has already been done. Honestly, the fact that Jacasmo got that 1 kill with the MP9 there is pretty ridiculous. There's so many players in the action behind these smokes, and the kills are back and forth. This time, Demka's in the action with the MP9 with Warrow's support. Things are changing. Lyrax, I think, purposely not picking up the bomb there, trying to get up towards the site a bit faster and catch him off guard, but he's about to get rounded on by Demka. He's actually managed to stay alive and still fighting. He needs to tap down these last couple of players, and finally he's out of bullets. That will allow Demka to push forward. Immediate upgrades available. And Passion UA brawl their way to their first round on Dust 2.
Yeah, and it's with the half-bite. Topper's M4 not even really coming into effect. Does get the dink onto Flyrax, but I think chances are Demka finds it anyway. A no bullet Flyrax sounds pretty easy for Demka to go on to find. And yeah, it's just sort of the chaos amongst the smokes. Moro opening kill onto Onyx. Flyrax does spot the player out in short and very quick to try to press the issue. And the timing's brutal on the jump, but Ken is there for the trade. Still are advantaged Passion away in this round, but not for long as Ken's looking crispy. And a 2-man advantage has quickly fallen apart, and 3 quick kills for TNL. And Passion away kind of locked out of this round by smokes.
Yeah, I got a kit on Topper and some retake util, but it's not like they have a smoke or anything. It's only an HE and a flash, so Bem's falling back a little bit. Topper's trying to do some exit kill damage, knowing that, of course, CNL don't have a huge amount of money, but he'll get taken down. That will allow TNL their path to 5. Obviously, Warrior has a little bit of leftover dollar, as does Jacasmo, but how much they're truly going to invest into this next round. And we'll have to wander away. All 3 players going toward long. No more exit fragging to be done here. Again, just being assertive, TNL are not giving up on things that have worked earlier when it hasn't worked once, for example. Where I may have got that opening pick, but he still charged their way into short. Demka's down in the blink of an eye. Ken just doesn't give them a chance. Done a bit of a slow series in terms of how he looked on map 1, but ever since then, especially on map 3, he's starting to show what he's made of.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't have the greatest of times. Really struggled in Mirage. Definitely started to see glimpses on Train, and I mean, this is the start that we want to see, isn't it? From a player like him, we know what he can do. Flyrax as well feels like a brilliant map for him. And when players like 10, when Flyrax, when Knifey are playing well at the same time, you've got to hope you've got players stepping up to an equal caliber on the other side of things, because otherwise they can just brute force their way near enough into any site. Flyrax gets the early tag onto Topper and instantly backs away. He doesn't want anything more than that. Done his job, got the tag. And Long's been taken.
Yeah, it feels like it's impossible already, right? That's the biggest issue. You just need some of these riflers to go above and beyond. And when you're getting pelted by, let's say, an 8 cheese, Demka can't go above and beyond because he's down to 50 HP. Finds 2 kills here, even though he's around this smoke, trying to do damage. It's going to be a miracle. Even one would have felt like a minor miracle. Again, forced out of the round of Passion UA. They have tried to fight fire with fire, from what we've, of course, seen from them in this map and in this series. They're trying to match the TNL style in a way, just in their own way, in their own manner. But here, it does feel like TNL are ahead of the game, and I am very happy they're playing a similar style to what I saw the other day. It just shows it's kind of like not a fluke and not maybe like opponent-based as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Look, it sort of reminds me, not necessarily in the exact same way that they play, but in terms of just the style of sort of when Furia first sort of burst onto the scene. I do have to say, especially when you do get to tier 1 and teams start to be aware of what you look to do, you do start to get countered, and you do start to have people really being aware of what you're looking to do. But that's where you can add a lot of different variety to it, and already it feels like TNL have that. They are capable of being able to slow things down, play a bit more structured when it comes to it. And even that can be a surprise in itself to your opponents when they come into a series and think, okay, these guys are going to bring non-stop aggression to us, and then next thing you know, okay, no, they're just slowing it down. We've just wasted all this util to stop this push that's never come. So, yeah, a lot of arrows in the quiver of TNL. Not a lot of rounds on the board for Passion UA in the early portions of Dust 2. We'll keep control of mid, blocking the smoke, dropping out a flashbang, and not allowing TNL just push through the mid smoke and take this real estate for free.
Up. Taking mid again, and a few brawls in mid already. Passion UA have tried to fight them a couple of times. I'll be interested to see if they go for that on CT as well, TNL. Suffocating the map. Once again, just barely touching B in this game, like you touched on, right? There's so many plays toward A. Again, look at that. There's triple facing. You can't deal with that unless you've got like 3 or 4 players here. Finally, that's kind of what Passion UA have, and that's a really nice flash from Jacasmo, bouncing it off the ramp box, but unfortunately, doesn't work out for any more damage. They play anti. It's going to have to be Topper instead. And thankfully for Passion UA, it is. He is stuck behind this smoke that, of course, they use themselves to get onto the site. And Kevem will put a stop to it. But it took pretty much 4 of the 5 players on Passion UA to stop them.
Yeah, and Topper towards Shaw being overlooked there. The fact he's able to get a double. I mean, you can kind of see what looks like just frustration from Dory in that 1 versus 3. Passion UA playing it so cautiously, not giving anything up, not allowing that 1v3 to even really begin. And then finally, as soon as Kevem peaks, that's when Dory's not fully ready for it. But, oh, Woro, aggressive towards top middle. Not actually going to be able to spot anything out just yet, as players have already passed, and a lot of bodies towards lower tunnels instead. And TNL probably are aware of what's going on here. But it's can they actually manage it? Oh, Knifey caught out. Timing's brutal on the nade of the smoke. The 2-man advantage for TNL. Warrow's still deep here. Timing's really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be annoyed about that, being towards top mid all game.
Hang on though, because En's picked up the AWP. Double AWP T-side to recover this T-round. And when you get into pit, you've got an opportunity. Now they know that though, and Jacasmo will try and avoid that to the best of his ability. Actually pushes further towards the site boxes and then fully strafes right. to so he doesn't get caught. But Onyx being here, they know he's here. They're going to double up toward his position, but one kill would be excellent, and he's found that one. It's a pre-fire trade from Jacasmo. Thankfully, he gets it done. He moves around to help. And now, 3, plant going down, still not beyond the realms of possibility. Problem is, there's a smoke push from Kvem, and Topper will find Ken in the meantime. Again, Passionate just don't give them time to set up there. They make sure they play on the front foot. And don't give time to TNL whatsoever. And that might be the way they get back into this game, honestly.
Yeah, with a weaker buy coming through from TNL. Yeah, this really does follow the start of Pasture A being able to slowly but surely claw their way back in. And in fact, I say a partial buy. We see Knifey and Dory fully invest. Loss bonus is what, 2.4k? But even just with a bomb plant, we're not exactly going to be able to see a buy. Feels like, yeah, back and forth in terms of their decisions and what's going on. Weapons being swapped around, things being sold, rebought. But it is going to be an investment. Not necessarily a full investment. It's like a full half buy. As Onyx and Knifey can't buy in the next, the rest of the team can. But Ken's been given the responsibility of this hero AK being dropped across. And a big early lean towards B for Passion UA.
Ken Oh, didn't track the first perfectly, which means he only gets a 1-for-1, but he'll still be content with the 1-for-1, considering what's gone before. How quickly this site can fall apart. Jacasmo goes for a little bit of a mini look and realizes it's not smart to continue to fight that. He's being pressured, but Jacasmo is making it look easy. He's helped up by Topper using new box, the best of his ability, and Warrior 2K will run down Onyx. Passion UA is starting to deliver once again here. They're by no means out of the game. Suddenly, from a bit of a run over for TNL, it's turned into a 6-4 scoreline. And so many games can just go like that in Counter-Strike, it feels like. Just games that feel so comfortable can end in a 7-5 half when you've been 7-1 or 6-1 up or whatever. It can get a little bit lackadaisical and suddenly it completely switches around. So, staying as close as I thought it would be at the moment.
Yeah, in the last round, a little bit, perhaps miscommunication there. Knifey had the bomb. A bomb plant would have been nice in terms of getting a much better buy on Knifey and Onyx in that round, and he just sort of jumped, and the bomb ended up going down towards the ramp. But no one was directly there for a trade. So it felt like maybe they were expecting an early plant. Maybe Knifey thought they were going to fight Jacasmo, get the advantage. But perhaps a bit of miscommunication in the last for TNL, but it was well handled regardless from Jacasmo. Hit out towards B now. Haven't seen a lot of hits here, and Jacasmo finds the opening kill. Boro as well, and just shutting down anything TNL have at the end of this first half, it seems. 6-1 up, and now it's going to be 6-5. 4 rounds in a row for Passenger Way, and despite TNL calling timeouts, haven't quite found the fix. And just this 2 versus. A lot of rooms being given up to them.
Yeah. Don't need to go for anything too crazy here. Back to Passion UA for doing their best to keep in touch in this game. I think they, without a doubt, knew what was coming after that BO5 final, of course. They played about 20 or so days ago, beginning of the month. They knew for sure the style of TNL play, and it being a domestic rival as well. Thinking even if they hadn't played before, they would perhaps be be wary and, I guess you could say, aware of what TNL are all about.
And final round of the half here, Passion UA have a great chance to level things up and instantly turn things around in this game. Util thrown over towards long. TNL had a lot of success in taking this early, and Jacasmo being by his lonesome, not particularly interested in fighting too heavily for that. He's going to drop this smoke instead, get flashed in behind it. Plenty of targets spotted. Jacasmo with a double. For Knife, he does get the trade through the smoke, but Woro rotating in as well. Been a big difference from him since being on this AWP. And it is that 6-6.
Really is impressive recovery from Passion UA. We're no closer to finding who's going to be winning out this game. P&L and Passion UA locked together in this third map decider. 1-1-6-6. And, you know, sometimes I kind of mentioned it before, right? You see players play. They might not have, like, amazing stats, but you could just tell from watching them and the eye test, full stop, that you know they play a role well. I used the example when TNL played Partizan on Dust 2 the other day, that Vladen is an excellent B anchor. He showed it multiple times in that game, indeed, in the end, anyway. But I think today, from what I've seen in only just one game from Passion UA previously, there is a very good A anchor on this Passion UA team on CT side, and it's Jacasmo. I feel like he plays the right position each time. Plays behind those smokes toward long. Like, sure, you could say that spray transfer to get second was a little bit lucky, but even playing from CT and playing those headshot angles and playing from car and long, even with a rifle, obviously not being an AWPer, I think he's just very good and makes all the right moves and just hits his shots. So, yeah, glad to see more of that today. But now
many
it's a
rounds at the end of the first half. Yeah, Jacasmo sort of won just by him delaying enough. Yeah, definitely a lot of impact there. Onyx alone here on B, tapping away, does find one. As he gets a second before going down, and Doorway through the smoke finds Demka. So a quick 4 versus 2 advantage for TNL. Stick of the bomb. I'm not looking to push on the tap, and actually waiting slightly for Knifey potentially just to make his way in. There is a defuse kit, so there's no rush here for the CTs.
Oh, but the pre-aim from Dowie cost him his life against Topper, and now there's a chance for Kavem, but he's, well, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I'm afraid the hard place has taken him down. I tried to go for a duel out of bullets in the end, I believe, and wasn't allowed to do any more. Topper almost made it happen here, and you can, as I was saying, like, the player with the kit tried to, you can see the reload coming through from Convem, the attempt at least. The player with the kit went through first, which I think is, you know, fair enough. You kind of don't want to lose it late in the round. You rather lose it early so you know where it is and can pick it up with players coming through the same position. But, yeah, he was obviously pre-firing a different position, and Topper swung wider in front of that pre-aim. So that's what gave them a chance, but and it was a lock for TNL. And because of the plant there, obviously, we know what's happening. It's a bye.
Of course, we're seeing that second round buy. A bit of a mixed bag of weapons, but AK and Galil. Definitely a good chance for Passion away, and you've seen TNL potentially aware of this, so they really want to be able to rival them weaponry-wise, so 4 M4s in play. But not a huge amount of util to actually hold them off, so Demka just waltzes his way out towards middle. Ken finds the first, and it just baits Doorway in perfectly, and the scout there always going to have a tough time to get the trade. Smoke drop from Jacasmo, the bomb can be retrieved. Hasn't been just yet. But a good mid setup between Ken and Doorway there, as they find 3 between both of them. Them's trying to catch a timing out towards the B-bomb site. Does a lot of damage to Onyx, but not successful in the kill. Jacasmo gets 1 back, but needs a lot more if he wants to be able to pick up that bomb.
Oh, he's given the chance to Jacasmo for a split second, but instant trade comes through, and not to be. That puts him on a full eco here. It's going to be 9-6 TNL. Toward the end of this game. Reminder, of course, this is the 2-0 matchup in the Swiss stage. Winner goes straight through to the playoffs in the quickest fashion possible. Some other teams, of course, in that 2-0 bracket, which are pretty, I would say, not surprising to be there, but doing well to be there. I think Cybershock 2-0 is a slight surprise. Nexus are improving a lot with with Launex now on the team, finally, which is what they've obviously been planning for a long time. They're actually getting these consistent playoffs now on merit rather than via an invite, via a VRS ranking. So, yeah, exciting to see for the future. And, of course, for either one of these two.
Yeah, honestly, I've honestly been really liking that Nexus now. Huge turnaround in form. And they're a team that I'm really excited to see if they continue. This almost for them is almost back-to-back 3-0s if they can win their game tomorrow, I believe it is. That'll be 2 3-0s in the Swiss stage. And for a team that honestly felt like a play-in team not that long ago, and even then sometimes not making it to play-ins, yeah, that'll be a big turnaround for Nexus, and very excited to see how they progress in these next few months. But similar statement for both these teams, as TNL do find 9. 4 rounds away now from taking this series.
All important round here. Not Passion UA's best purchase yet, obviously. Warrior is only on the side, but we've seen him do some dirty things with that recently, so don't say that's a massive disadvantage. Then the forces way down mid. Check Xbox, and now flash toward short, but there's lots of counter util, and Fyrax does have that smoke push with the AWP. But still flashing off that angle. They've got a couple still in play. Knifey's pushed a little bit closer toward long doors, as you can see, so he might have a big flank. This is one thing that I think is a hallmark of TNL CT side. They do like getting a long flank in very quickly, but it might be too little too late now. Now a 5v3 for the T side. We've got Onyx trying to tap down a player in T-spawn. He's pretty much dead here, you would think. He's alive is still a shock to me, but even though Knifey did get his kill, right, with that aggression through long doors that I mentioned, he's taken quite a lot of damage from that, and they knew where Onyx was. So they are gauging everything correctly here, Passion UA, and they win an all-important T-gun round.
Yeah, again, all part of it as well. And drop that across. Went across the top, I wasn't sure for a second. They were thinking maybe fast long peek with that or something. But despite decent damage dealt to a couple of players, just kills weren't able to be converted. And final buy from TNL before we need to see some sort of save or weak eco. Couple of pot shots coming through the mid smoke, hoping something connects. As Passion UA have a lot of bodies here towards short, 3 of them early. We have Fyrax not here, remaining behind the Molotov was Fyrax, but is dropping off now. And just a bit of information gained from the Ts, as well as forcing the CTs back towards CT and bomb site.
Yeah, with the opening kill toward top, it's bit more comfortable for them now. Got control about every portion of the map at the moment. Sometimes CNL do push the issue a little bit when it comes to aggression when they're already a man up, and as you can see here, they are going for a look into tunnels. Will that be fake information? It really could be, you know, because they've just cleared it, and the bomb was in the process of moving through from T-spawn. Kavem might have realised that. He might have gauged exactly what I've just described, and they can just wander onto B for free, catch a kill in the side, and that must be so frustrating for TNL.
I mean, that is an issue when you make a lot of noise about what you're doing and pretty audibly back away as well. It does give that option to your opponents. Onto Jacasmo. Will get taken down, and just the opening kill. It's now likely just going to have to be a save. Jacasmo able to back away into tunnels. Demka still on shore. What on earth are we watching?
I mean, why not, low-key? You need money.
I mean, Demka must have thought it was his teammate there.
Maybe.
It was being pretty loud.
At the end of it, for sure. It's like, oh, yeah, you behind me? Are you supporting me? No.
He's like, well, what do you mean?
Sorry, mate.
Is that you stabbing me in the back? 3 survivors on either side. Nice kill from Knifey. Yeah, actually could make the difference. Can drop over an M4 now. Could see TNL go for investment if they wanted.
I mean, that first kill, the way it came through, right? I mean, it's kind of funny that I called it out to be... It's funny when you're watching that. It is quite funny, just me calling like it could be fake info, and immediately Kivem actually realised that could be a possibility, because I think he heard the ends of them running away, like, in the position he was in. So... yeah, it's just the perfect call to make on that timing, especially when the bomb was already shifting toward tunnels anyway. There's full confidence can shift in. Well played. Even the easiest of in the world there through that tiny gap in the doors. His back turned to the position. This is an all-important round coming in now. TNL 9-8 up, but broken when it comes to those banks of theirs. Passionate, I've got some money to fall back on. Could mean a whole lot going into this BO3 and who gets this 3-0 position. Are we just going for contact B quick here? Won't be able to for a second.
Into the smoke on it. Looked like you might have stepped forward, but I don't even know if the smoke was that great. When he finds the first, Onyx doubles up and Boro with the ult.
Beautiful.
Push through that smoke.
Yeah, great hold. It's always tough when you got the MP9. You think, I should get 2, but hang on, the round's by no means over. Like, that sure is a heroic play, but I needed a bit more. And that looks like Knifey's going to truly force his way through lower. Demka's going to try and escape, and he somehow has, even though he took one more bullet. It'll definitely go down here, you would think. It's actually a really good angle for him to take up there on that headshot position. But Knifey does well to find it. Now with the bomb being planted, Kazmo and Moro have to hold this one down. Flyrax and Knifey trying to retake, and that is an insane headshot from Knifey. But Jakazmo's been so reliable so far today. It's Flyrax with the AWP on the retake. Difficult commodity to work with. Got utility, but is kitless. Now Jakazmo's getting a little bit nervy, though. He has no idea where he's coming from. So he's moving around this big box position quite a lot. But in the end, he gets the right timing and wins out the 1v2. Passion UA get exactly what they need from Jakazmo.
Yeah, despite Onyx heroics onto the B-bomb site, they still don't find the success from it. And it's just that mid-pressure. And the kill out there. And then you see Jakazmo find that frag eventually onto Onyx. And money, like you said in that round, oh, Bank's been battered and bruised. Just these deals and 5-7s. Flyrack obviously keeping his money high for the AWP. Passion UA have turned things around on Dust quite severely. Just a wild spam from Onyx connecting onto Jakazmo to find the opening kill. Tag onto Doorway, but no kill confirmed.
Oh, okay, we're fine. I thought it was about to spill a little bit there. That kill came through for Flyrax, but they know where Knifey is. Sure, he's full health. It's a glass cannon deagle, if you want to call it that. So a bit more of a... oh, you never know. He's doing well. And look at the damage on Passion UA. Suddenly, this is awkward. Look where Demka is. They're being pinched apart. They're getting caught on every single angle. Oh, dear. They completely stagnate when they work their way out mid. Even though they'd gotten progress, they kind of just, like, get stalled by Knifey and Knifey alone, it feels like there. Because if they just push together, they take it down and they take the site. But they were so distracted by everything else coming through here and the possibility of these smoke pushes that they got caught on every single possibility in the end.
Yeah, now we're looking at this game in a completely different way.
I know.
Was obviously TNL the ones in a good spot? From Passion UA, the ones in a good spot. Broken the money of TNL. That should have been Passion UA's chance to take the lead. And the next thing we know, the pistols, and these were unarmored pistols for most players. Deagles, 5-7s, Flyrax had nothing to play with, and still somehow, like you said, they just stagnate, they just slow, they feel the pressure, and just don't want to take the risk to push them to a bomb site, but instead, it goes against them. And it's the force buy here for Passion UA.
Yeah, what a decision. Ken's already going to hold down the line toward Longwell, and there are 3 players over toward that position, so surely Passion UA can't force their way out in that position at this point. They're going to move back away again. TNL are coping well with the Passion UA T-side of Dust 2 right now. One thing I think is a bit of a difference, of course, between these two teams is that TNL have a good CT win percent on D2 and a good T win percent. 54 on T, 51 on CT, where it's 43 on CT for Passion UA and 57 on T. So they definitely favour this side considerably, but they're still just keeping that arm's length, or maybe only hand's length at the moment, because it's a very, very tight game. They're going to stop Jacasmo from forcing his way out mid, playing the headshot angle behind Big Box. He gets his one, that's all he needs, and he even doubles down, looking for more, and it's a beautiful triple. Money broken on Passion UA, TNL surely in the driving seat.
I mean, you've got no choice here. You've got to save. We've gone for the force buy in the last from Passion UA. You understand it's a decent enough buy, and you look at it that even if you do lose, you can eco and get a buy in the final, or when TNL hit 12, but it definitely puts Passion UA in a really difficult spot. And that's why we're seeing another tactical timeout. They didn't use any all game, and then we've almost seen back-to-back timeouts here just from to discuss exactly what's going on. Money's in a really great spot from TNL. Normally is what happens when you win an eco. But they take this round, they're 1 round away from taking this series. And more importantly, 1 round away from advancing to playoffs, guaranteeing themselves a spot there.
Yeah, worst time for Passion UA to have to be full eco. And this is not a, like, I mentioned in the pre-game when we were sort of talking about Passion UA's current state. This is not a game that I consider a bad loss for Passion UA. I think TNL are actually just that good right now that makes it a very respectable game between these two. But obviously, you know, I was kind of talking about the other losses Passion UA have had, which are a bit more questionable. And you can argue, I don't think it's a bad argument either, that TNL, they're in a position, Passion UA in a position where you still think maybe their name value should be enough to win these games comfortably. But TNL's form is just in a good enough state where I just don't think it's a real blight on their copybook, I would say. Dink toward Knifey, he'll get 1 and fall back down again. Support, and all the pistols will be munched up. It's 4 kills for Knifey.
That's after getting dinked instantly as well.
Yeah.
Bullets since. Yeah, really handles that superbly. Knifey, what a game he's having though. Sure, a couple of eco frags to pad those stats, but regardless, still up there alongside Ken, and with just 11 deaths as well. 21 and 11. Potential final round here though. Last chance saloon for Passion UA as they've got rifles. They've got a Galil on top up. And Util sort of averaging about 2 pieces per person. So it's kind of as weak a full buy as you get, but certainly Passion UA can make it work, and they have to make it work.
Dowie opening on toward Topper. Could that be the beginning of the end for Passion UA in this series? Feels like their expertise and just pure firepower TNL. They showed it on the T side of Train. They showed it in the early stages of their T side on Dust 2. They've just got so much firepower. And this is why this team is one to watch at this level of Counter-Strike. People might say, TNL? TNL? Who? Who are these 5? Well, recently, I really think you need to stand up and notice.
Oh, 100%. If you haven't heard about this team, you will soon enough. Because results like this not go unnoticed at all. I'm expecting impressive things at this event now, if I'm being honest. So Swiss stage have absolutely dominated their way through. 3-0 for them now. I think down some really solid teams in the process. And this is what we expect. Look, they took down Astrum 2-0, took down Partisan 2-0, took down here, obviously, Passion UA 2-1. These are some great results, and the fact that they're able to get these results consistently, they're not a team that, oh, they're an upset team. They can get these results every now and again. No, it feels solid. It feels concrete. And the fact that this team, like we said, sort of 200 plus in the world VRS points, what a turnaround they are now to push into top